NASA engineers from the Kennedy Space Center and area high school students have teamed up to be in FIRST. FIRST is for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology, an organization made up of government and corporate sponsors that hosts student engineering competitions across the globe. This March, the University of Central Florida Arena hosted over 40 teams in a robotic free-for-all. But the reason for the event wasn't lost on the NASA participants.
These kids are excited and motivated and ready to take on the challenges of the world, and I'm proud to be a small part of that.
You go in there, you just put your, it will be connected to diagnose hardware tools. For example, for the cars or for the vehicles, we'll use a Bluetooth connector. This Bluetooth connector actually will connect with this software, will read the error codes, and will give you the next procedure to fix that that vehicle, that car, or whatever it will be. It will show you the schematics, it will show you everything. Why we do this software? We have like about 40 terabytes of data, of repairing data, which I work on it for the last 20 years. I'm creating, yes, manuals for all the tools in the world, and this put together, it will give us like an AGI power of data, and that power of data will bring us where nobody in this moment in the world could get, because this data is expensive and you cannot find it, you know, from today to tomorrow. This data you need, I mean, I have my hard disks stored in several places which I need to go and search for it and put them together and get the data. But this data is essential to get to the AGI point with these models. And I mean, I'm not looking to create an AGI that will probably, even the AGI will be specific. We talk, yes, the ultimate brain, but even the AGI will be specific, the ultimate brain of that sector, you know. So in this case, we'll use this to train this data, to train our models, and to actually make them not only useful for the sector we build, but to build themselves and repair every what I can say, it could repair all the tools in the world. This is what I mean. Mechanical vehicles, everything is mechanic, everything is electrical, everything is, you know, I'm not talking about only about cars and so on. I mean industrial tools, machineries, you know, they are all can be fixed, repaired, or you can receive this repair goods. And more than that, this software in the future, having the robotics with it, we can create like a live diagnostics. So in the warehouse, when you have a problem with the robots, you know, you can run this diagnose software, you fix it straight away. I mean, if it's a software bug or something, it will just solve it straight away. This is the point of creating this repairing software. But because it is a repairing software, it can be used in any industry actually, where we have you know, industrial equipment that have a chip. This is the point. We have a chip. We have the diagnose tool to discover the sensorial errors and give you the, you know, the solution for that. This is the point on creating the Qubit workshop. This was one of the the things we are building, and I want to let you know that you are into it. But you know, I have 40 terabytes of data. We have, because it's a lot of data that is not only mine, and is zipped, you know. It's a lot more when we decompress everything. Okay. And like I said, and to tie this entire ecosystem together, we are going fully mobile. Even our old apps, you can navigate in Qubitpage.com. I mean, all the software you navigate, you will see that are all responsive, or at least 80% responsive. We are working to make them responsive in future every tools. I mean, if you have an admin, you can just browse and get in. But plus this practicality you can use in web, we will do also the iOS and Android apps. I had actually I was developer on the iOS platform on their App Store, and I didn't enter for many years, I think 3-4 years, and I just renew our developer account, because it's the Qubitpage account on Apple Store, and we will actually publish this software on their website as well. So let me show you here. We talk about the Sentinel Coder, which is the plugin, the Qubit Workshop, like I say, local AI training. Yes, we are doing some models. I mean, these are just testing some models, because I want to build specialized models for various things. I mean, if there is a little thing to solve, is no point to put a bigger model. For example, a 7 billion model for local Carphacom shop. Train, I don't know, 1 billion. We will use it just to train the Medusa and all the stuff. Think about how specialist will be in that field. This is what we're working right now, actually. And like I told you, the Qubit Workshop, the Diagnostic AI, Universal AI Mechanics for vehicles, all vehicles types, Bluetooth ODB integration, live diagnostic data, step-by-step repair instruction and schematics, covers automotive, industrial and heavy machinery, works offline with local Sentinel model. So I guess you understand now where I'm going to all this software, because once we have the robotics, we need diagnostic systems, specialistic diagnostic systems, to understand everything which is sensorials and motors and so on. So creating this diagnostic system, we get the tech brain in place to develop everything. I told you we have 40 terabytes of uncompressed data. So when will be is compressed data, and when will be uncompressed, it will create the next technical thing in the world. I'm very sure about. Then of course I told you the application, iOS and Android. Then we get there as well, the Sentinel factory. Let me show you also the factory. You want to see the factory? We have the factory in here. Wait, I close this because this baby is a little retarded right now. What you have more here? Okay. Qubitpage. Okay. And we have the factory Sentinel factory. So this is how the factory will look. So we'll have the production warehouse, no, where we will build the robots, as you can see. The testing lab, where we'll do all the tests for the robots. The clean room, the warehouse, where we will train to pick up the orders. The GPU data center, which we will use to train our models. As you can see, in the other side we have the offices, which are here. The solar roof, which will be entirely powered by sun. Then production grid, simulators, market paper. I already show you almost all of them. Okay. And I think this is it. We cover almost everything. I mean, it was about for 2 hours. I was thinking it will take about 1 hour, but I see that we go a lot further with the time. The information is supposed to be more compressed anyway, but this is how it's gone. Okay, so of course I will be live again, and I want to thank you all for tuning in. Go check out the investment deck on early Surge.xyz. Download the Sentinel coder in your Visual Studio Code. Let us know about all the errors that you might have, so we can make a better plugin for everybody to use in Visual Studio Code. Use your own models. We will release models that work on 12 gigabyte video cards, so it'd be interesting to have these models on your own, because even the models will be free, not only the app, the plugin to install on Visual Studio Code. And of course, keep an eye the Vultr marketplace for the one click to deploy. I mean, Carphacom will be on Vultr, just to let you know. Exposed to the millions of people in the world. So with this, I want to end this session. I want to thank you to everybody who watched me. It will watch me, because I think this will be recorded. And have a great Easter, because we are actually in 11/04/2026. This weekend is the Orthodox Easter, I think. So happy Easter to the ones who are having the Easter right now, and have a great weekend. See you to the next session very soon. As soon we got some other updates, big updates, we will update you. but probably when we will publish on Vultr, because right now the next big thing is to prepare now the software for the Vultr platform, so we can publish it, so you can use it, and we'll see you then. Happy AIing, or how we can say. Okay, have a good one. It's 12 o'clock in the night.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles.
A computer that can talk thanks to a built-in speech chip. A computer with exceptional graphics and sound capabilities. A computer that can do multitasking. It's called the Amiga 500, and at under $1,000, some say it's got the best price-performance ratio of any computer on the market. Today we take a look at the Commodore Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I'm playing a game called Interceptor here from Electronic Arts. It's a new F-18 flight simulation game written for the Amiga, and as you can see, the graphics and the sound are spectacular in this thing. When you talk about the Amiga, one tends to talk about graphics and sound. It's a pretty good general-purpose computer, but it's kind of the Rodney Dangerfield of personal computers. It doesn't get very much respect among the IBMs and the Macs of the world. Why is that?
Well, Stuart, part of it is the Commodore heritage. The Commodore brand name is associated with the low-end computers. When it first came out, it was pitted up against the Atari 520 ST. 520 ST was about $500, and this came out at about $1,500, so it really didn't match up. And moving up market is difficult because, of course, there's distribution channels that they didn't have established. There's a accumulated software base we found with the Mac and the IBM PC, and the Amiga just didn't have that. Now we're starting to see some really good software being written for the Amiga, so that situation may change.
Okay, Gary, we're going to take a look at the new Amiga 500 and the Amiga 2000, and we'll see some of the new exciting software that is being written for the Amiga. We're going to begin by going to Oakland, California, and taking a look at a man who uses an Amiga plus DigiView and Deluxe Paint to make a living as a professional photographer and designer.
Larry Keenan is a San Francisco photographer who has added the Amiga to his collection of photographic equipment. Working with a video camera, a digitizer, and a software package called DigiView, Larry can create new images directly on screen.
Basically, it was a logical extension of my business because I work with a lot of different elements in photos. That the digitizing process was like another brush. It's just another technique. It allows me to take a photograph that I've already have in a stock file and resize it, take out elements. For instance, you have a favorite photograph that you want to use for something, and it's got telephone lines all in it, it's got cyclone fences, lots of problems. And you can go in and you can digitize these areas out.
Larry is well known for his ad work and magazine covers, and increasingly for his artwork decorating software packages. The computer gives him a definite advantage in dealing with the deadlines imposed by commercial work, and it lets him be more independent.
And this is the main difference in this technology. It allows artists, photographers, illustrators, anyone in the art field to take an image, digitize it on their own terms, and present it rather than being a victim of a technician basically doing it, and you have no input, none.
Making the switch from a sharp lens to a fuzzy monitor is not without its problems. Larry regrets the low resolution of a computer screen compared to photographic film, and he finds it hard to keep up with constant changes in the technology. But he's optimistic.
The trick is to learn the process, because that won't change, just the quality will change in the future, and that's the important part.
Joining us in the studio now is Heidi Turnipseed. Heidi is an animator with Five Rings Company in Southern California. Next to Heidi is Adams Douglas, Director of Product Development with Micro Illusions in Southern California. Gary?
Heidi, you're now using computers to help you with classical animation techniques. Why did you choose an Amiga over an IBM PC or Mac?
Well, it was advertised as having full animation capability. The blitter technology and the four-channel sound, the 4,096 colors, and the very reasonable price were all factors.
Good. So the graphics really drew the machine, though.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Now, we have a program here, a Photon, I guess, that you're using for your animation. Can you show us how it works?
Here's an animation pencil test that I shot of my 10-drawing cycle of a galloping horse. And I'm able to test the animation at home, alter the drawings, redigitize them, and save them back to disk.
So these black and white drawings are not drawn on the machine itself, they're done externally then?
That's right.
Okay.
And what was your next step after this?
At this point, I animated a rider on a separate level, digitized that, mapped it onto the galloping horse frames, saved them separately so that I can always refer to a horse alone if I want to, and then I called them up in a paint program and colored them.
Could you pull that up for us? And while you're loading that version, Adams, let me ask you about the software she's using. What's it called and how does it work?
Okay, this is the Cell Animator module of our Photon Video line of products, and they're a set of modules you can use for various video applications, either at home or professionally. This particular one is a tool for animators to use to arrange frames, play them back in any order, reload them, edit them, and it does support all of the graphics modes available on the Amiga. With any type of memory you might have, it'll dynamically adjust to that.
Now, Adams, there's usually graphics pictures that take an awful lot of storage, so how much memory does it require to do animation?
Usually you can fit on an 8-megabyte Amiga, which is what we got sitting here. Depending on the graphics mode, if you're in pencil test mode, which is takes up the least space, you can fit well over 1,000 frames.
Oh, okay.
And the longer, more complex colored sequences, you can go down. It goes down to like 100 frames. But you have great versatility in the way you can play those frames back out, so it's not as much of a constraint as it would be if you were only playing it back on the screen.
Heidi, how are we doing with the next generation of the horse here?
Well, we've loaded up the last frame.
And
I'm going to call it up here. And here we have the full color version of the previous scene.
Now, how do you do the coloring process here? Do you color each individual frame?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I have the capability of filling a shape and incorporating the line around the outside of the shape so that the line is actually a deeper shade of the fill color. This is something that is impossible due to the man-hour requirements were it to be done in traditional cell animation.
Now, how about the video, excuse me, Stuart, how about the video output from this? Is this commercially usable, like for broadcast, for example?
Well, apparently with a third-party Genlock product that has just come out on the market, it is. And I'm going to be anxious to test that myself.
Heidi, you've got another demonstration with a background in it. I want to ask you to load that up also now, and I want to ask you one more question while Heidi's doing that. What kind of hardware configuration do you need to run something like Photon Cell Animator?
It will run on a standard Amiga with, we would recommend at least 1 megabyte of memory, and you could load...
You could run it on a 500, you're saying?
Oh yeah, you could run it on a 500 easily. There's no special hardware video requirements. Those are added as options depending on what you want to do with what you create.
Okay, Heidi, what do we have now?
What we have here is a full color animation sequence that I built from my original pencil drawings using the Amiga computer. I utilized the computer to color each frame, pick them up onto the full color background that I painted using the Photon paint program, saved each discrete frame to disk. There are 80 frames here, and colored each frame myself in the computer.
Okay, very nice. What does this mean to the animation industry?
Well, it means that I, as an individual classical animator, can produce my own full-color animation sequence in my own home.
All right, so you can be competitive with big studios. Huh?
You bet.
Heidi, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look and listen to the music capabilities of the Amiga with a hot new program called Music X. So stay with us. Joining us in the studio now is David Joyner. David's a programmer with Microillusions and the developer of Music X, and back with us, Adams Douglas.
David, we've seen how an Amiga can be used for professional animation. What does an Amiga do for you as a musician?
Well, it allows me to essentially set up a multi-track recording studio in my home. The synthesizers nowadays all have what is called MIDI, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It's like a set of agreements between various music synthesizer manufacturers as to how their various instruments can communicate with each other. And the computer can receive that information and process it in various ways. And I will now attempt to record a performance and show you how it works. I'll set the tempo to some reasonable value, 131 quarter notes per minute. I'll now start to record. The drum machine, which has been synchronized to the computer, will automatically start.
So now you're making a digital recording there.
And I stop that, store it into the machine. Now if I go back to the beginning and play again, and you can see it's got controls just like a tape recorder, fast forward, rewind, and play. This program has been designed to work on various levels. On the surface level, it's very simple, but at the same time, you can dig down deep into its innards and sort of...
But right now what you do is you recorded one segment of music, and how many segments can you record now?
You can record up to 250 segments in the computer, although 20 of them can play at once.
Okay. Can you show us how you manage some of those segments?
Here's the editing screen. Well, there's various different editors. I'll show you the simplest one, which is the bar editor, which shows the music as a series of bars. And in fact, you can drag notes around. Shut that off. Anyway.
Okay. So what are some of the other controls that you have?
Well, I'll show you some of the other screens. There is the librarian screen, which allows you to send sound data to the synthesizer and make the synthesizer play different sounds. You can store the various patches from the synthesizer onto disk. There's going to be, let's see, we have filters. What these allow you to do is process your playing in real time to change your performances. Here's an example of, this takes a second to load, the key map editor, which allows you to redefine the behavior of the musical keyboard, sort of like musical keyboard macros. Which you can assign a sequence of notes to a key on the keyboard. And I've always been interested in the idea of sort of co-composition, co-performance, not just a human composing and not just a computer composing all by itself, but together in a synthesis. There's a lot of things that I'm interested in developing in experimental techniques in music.
So you see this is more of a combination of the talents of the machine and the talents of the
Exactly.
David, what does Music X do that's new in terms of this kind of music software?
Well, it's new in the sense that it's affordable. It runs on a machine that's affordable and a machine that has color. The Amiga is a very creative machine. I think it has a very creative spirit to it. And I think that many musicians are attracted to that, and they're dying for an excuse to buy one.
Adams, Music X is in development now, right? I mean, you're still working on this thing. When's this going to hit the market?
This will be out in about 2 months.
Okay, and you said it's reasonable. What will it cost?
$290, I believe, something like that.
Although by the time this program airs, it may be less than 2 months.
Okay. And is this for the professional musician, primarily Music X, or is it for a person who's not a performer and can still take advantage of this?
Well, I think the program can adapt to various levels of talent. If you're an amateur musician, sort of like I am, I'm really a sort of a musician techie, I like to be able to compose on a screen because I'm not that great of a keyboard player. But on the other hand, I want something that the professional can also use and in his work.
One last question. We've heard of the Atari ST a lot from musicians. How does that compare to an Amiga for what you're doing?
Well, I think the Amiga is a little bit more polished in the way it's designed. And I'm hoping that Music X will be able to support a lot more features because of the multitasking power of the Amiga.
David Adams, thank you very much. Now we know about the music and graphics capabilities of the Amiga. There are also scientific applications on the Amiga. Wendy Woods has a report from the Smith Kettlewell Eye Research Foundation in San Francisco.
Now you see it, now you don't. The letter E vanishes when the motion stops. In this experiment, the lines with the black squares appear to be crooked, but when the color is changed to green, they are straight. These are two of dozens of visual experiments being conducted at San Francisco's Smith Kettlewell Eye Research Foundation, where a team headed by Dr. Ken Nakayama is studying human visual perception, and specifically how motion is involved in helping us to see. Dr. Nakayama creates these experiments using Amigas, running deluxe paint software from Electronic Arts.
Well, the Amiga, especially at the time that it emerged about 2 years ago, was really the only thing on the block to do the kind of things that we wanted to do. It has a really great graphics capability, as you're probably aware. It has special hardware which enables you to move images around without even the CPU knowing it's happening, essentially. So you can just do things very, very fast. You can't do it on the previous machine.
Dr. Nakayama feels that Amigas and micros in general are opening a whole new field of vision research. The motion that you can achieve on a computer screen simply cannot be duplicated by standard eye tests. People here are pioneering the use of low-cost micros with technically sophisticated graphics in vision research. And eventually, these Amiga graphics experiments may end up in clinical settings to test actual patients with vision problems. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now are Tim Jennison, president of NewTek of Topeka, Kansas, and next to Tim, the vice president of NewTek, Paul Montgomery.
Stuart, so far we've seen the Amiga used for animation and for a musician's tool. We have a TV camera sitting here, so I guess we've covered all the bases.
We're up to video on the Amiga.
Tim, why did you choose the Amiga as a target for your product, a video product?
Well, the Amiga, of all the computers on the market, is really most well suited for video use. Right out of the box, it's without any other display cards. It's got NTSC video, can display 4,096 colors at once, which is really enough to get a photographic quality image on the screen. Plus, with certain coprocessor chips and internal circuits, it's really a powerhouse. It's got the throughput and the horsepower to do what we need to do.
Now, what does your product consist of?
Well, the video toaster is a peripheral that turns the Amiga into a professional video box. It really consists of 4 main sections. First of all, it's a display card, and it carries the Amiga past 4,096 colors, so you can display really millions of colors on the screen at once with more resolution. And certain Amiga software packages can already take advantage of that increased resolution and color. Second, it's a frame grabber or a video digitizer, so it can grab frames from a VCR or a camera 60 times a second in full color. You can use that all by itself to capture frames for saving on disk and later recall. You can import the images into a paint program and do cut and paste operations, for example.
We'll see how it works.
Okay. First of all, we're looking at the toaster now displaying live video 60 times a second.
This is coming off the camera that's sitting on our desk right here.
The camera runs into the toaster, and the toaster runs into this monitor. I can slow down the frame rate so you can see that it is really capturing images. If you want to move your hand, Gary, you can see that it's really...
A little delay there.
Yeah. Okay, some of the effects it can do. This is tumbling around the x-axis, tumbling around the y-axis. This is a zoom.
These are typically effects that would be very expensive if you hadn't be by broadcast quality kind of material. Yeah.
These effects might cost $20,000 on up to $300,000 to do with traditional video equipment. This is a moving blind effect. Here's a quad mosaic, and then there's kind of a kaleidoscope effect there. This is a 16-level mosaic. And we can do a receding mosaic, which is kind of interesting. And zoom in, and we can do what we call an infinity slide, like a infinity mirror effect you'd see at the barber shop. Here's a mirror effect reflected around the center. This is called pixelization. It's a very popular effect in commercials. It gives it kind of a high-tech computer look. This is called a push-on. This is used widely as a transition from one scene to another in a video. The picture flying around on the screen is an example of what a TV engineer would call an ADO effect. And this is, you would pay a lot of money to get this kind of effect. Another ADO type effect is the sphere, which is usually reserved for the very expensive broadcast equipment. The beauty of the toaster is that these are all software-based effects. So the more software we write for the toaster, the more effects it'll do.
Paul, who's the customer for this kind of a board?
Well, the customer is one of the 7 million camcorder owners in the U.S. right now. It is education. It is corporate sales and training tapes. It's anyone who really has an interest in video or a need to do video. This will give them that slick television look that people are becoming accustomed to.
So, for example, if you have a small business and I wanted to have, have video in my PR department, then I could build it myself. Huh?
Absolutely right.
You don't see this right now replacing things like ADOs and professional quality broadcast effects equipment, do you, or do you, Tim?
Well, I do, because even if a station has these very high quality units, they're typically a kind of a precious resource, and you have to line up to use them. And if you're renting time on them, it's typically $300 an hour for the really top stuff. So now a small ad agency has access to this sort of thing, and even a TV news department has to line up for this sort of thing. Now they could get those effects very cheaply.
What would the next steps be? What are the things you're trying to add to the video toaster as you improve it?
We've got a number of add-on products planned for it. We'd really like to get the entire production process into a single box. And we're working on all the remaining bits and pieces to do that, so we can really truly have desktop video.
When you say desktop video, that's obviously a sort of an analogy to the desktop publishing situation. Paul, what do you really mean by desktop video?
Desktop video is the marriage of personal computers and video. So it gives a much more professional quality to equipment that traditionally is very expensive. Using the computer technology, you can do it now fairly cheap.
Do you think the consumer is going to really be doing the full editing in their home in the future?
If it's easy enough, and that's what we've really tried to keep in the system.
You see that trend?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, what's the toaster package consist of, Tim? I mean, what do you get and how much does this cost?
Well, for a whole system, you would need a VCR, a camera, or a camcorder, the Amiga, and the toaster card. All told, you would pay somewhere around $2,000 for everything.
And how about the toaster product itself? I mean, what is that?
Toaster itself lists for $799.
Okay. And that's a board, and
it's a board that goes into the Amiga. Yeah.
Do you see some combination, as Gary mentioned, we've seen music and we've seen animation so far in this program, now video, of really taking these things together and going into a real comprehensive, creative work environment?
Absolutely, yeah.
And are you guys working on that in any direction, or working with other?
We're working on an NTSC paint program that would take the output of this and manipulate it in millions of colors, an animation product, a titling product. So I see that, and it's also compatible with all Amiga software.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. That's our look at the Commodore Amiga. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the Random Access file this week, yet another company has announced a rewritable optical disc storage system for PCs. But this time, Advanced Graphic Applications of New York says it will actually ship its system this November. The rewritable laser disk drive will have 650 megabytes capacity and use 5 1/4-inch disks. The company says the drive will operate as a standard DOS peripheral. The price is $5,000. Apple says it'll be coming out with a fix for its new version 6.0 of the Mac operating system software. The new version, dubbed 6.01, is due out any day. A variety of bugs showed up in 6.0, and the new release contains 19 patches that reportedly correct the problems. Software maker Broderbund has announced a new venture with 11 Japanese partners to convert successful Japanese software titles to popular American computer formats. The new joint venture, called Kyodai Software, will be based in San Rafael, California. They're promising 12 new software titles in the first year. Symantec, most well known for its MS-DOS programs such as Q&A, has unveiled 5 new software packages for the Macintosh. The programs include a planning, writing, and presentation package called More2, an electronic mail system called Inbox, and 3 program development packages in C and Pascal. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
You know, a blank spreadsheet can be anything, but above all, it's intimidating. It is, in short, a tool so flexible that it's useless, kind of like a personal computer without software. Microsoft Excel can sometimes seem that way, as can any electronic spreadsheet. What do you do with the blank screen? Enter Heiser software. For $4, you get a floppy and a catalog listing more than 500 templates and macros which can help you figure out how to make the most of your spreadsheet. Like this guided tour of Excel, it's self-written in Excel. It shows you how you can take advantage of the software's power. Or there's this income tax worksheet template from the sample disk. It sure beats writing your own from scratch. Each of these came from another user, like you, who felt it would be useful. They sent it to Heiser, who charges customers from $5 to $50 and shares the proceeds with the authors. So spend $4 for the sample disk, or see if Heiser wants to distribute your template. Microsoft Excel templates from Heiser Software in Pleasant Hill, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The new video display safety law in Suffolk County, New York has gotten lots of press attention lately, but last week, NYNEX threatened that it would close its directory assistance operation on Long Island because of the new VDT law. NYNEX says the law imposes unnecessary costs on the company, which would have to be passed on to consumers. The Suffolk County VDT law requires employers to provide visual rest breaks, non-glare screens, and free eye care. Computer researchers at Carnegie Mellon University say they've come up with a new sophisticated speech recognition system that can understand any human voice speaking at a normal, rapid rate. The system is called Sphinx. It currently has a 1,000-word vocabulary. Finally, scientists at the Hughes Research Lab in California say they've developed a prototype for the first three-dimensional stacked microprocessor. The chunk of silicon is about the size of a tuna fish can. It includes 1,024 separate processors in a 32 by 32 array. The researchers say they hope to build a 3D chip with more than 16,000 processors that could have the power of the world's largest supercomputer, but use only 50 watts of power and be small enough to fit in your hand. That's it for this week's Random Access. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is a U.S. Army helicopter flight simulator at NASA's Ames Research Center in California. When the scientists here needed a computer that could handle the fast graphics and multitasking required by a simulator, they didn't go out and buy an expensive mini computer system. They bought a Commodore Amiga, in fact 15 of them. Today we take a look at the underrated and too often ignored Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine. and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and VIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is an optical worm drive, and with something called a handler, you can get a gigabyte of storage in your computer. These are 3D glasses used with a very high-powered CAD program. What's interesting about both these peripherals, they're not for a Mac II or a 386 PC, they're for the Commodore Amiga.
Okay.
Gary, I get a lot of letters from viewers complaining about the fact that the computer press seems to ignore the Amiga. Why is that?
Well, Stuart, I guess part of it's got to be the genealogy of these machines. Both Atari and Commodore, with the Amiga, of course, are thought of as game machines, and over the years, the power of these machines has increased tremendously. And of course, they still maintained a fairly low price. And that low price has been sort of a negative in a sense.
People are wary.
Yeah, they're really getting all the computing power they really need. But there have been some especially good niche markets that these machines are applicable to. For example, video. Amiga handles video very, very well. And of course, the other factor is the marketing power of IBM and Apple in the United States. And machines like this tend to have more success than outside the United States.
Gary, we're going to take a look at the latest Amiga hardware, the 2000 HD and the 2500. We'll see new Amiga applications from games to multitasking, and of course we'll take a look at graphics, music, and video on the Amiga. Many people buy an Amiga because of its graphics or video capability, but they soon discover the rest of its power. That was the case with some scientists at Stanford's Linear Accelerator. We have a report from Palo Alto, California.
About 30 miles south of San Francisco is the Stanford Linear Accelerator, a 2-mile-long shaft buried deep underground, where high-energy particles are propelled at almost the speed of light. The particles collide in large detectors, where the resulting explosion creates several million events. To sift through that mass of data and extract the useful information requires staggering computing power, as databases containing that information will soon approach 1 trillion bytes in size. Recently, theorists and researchers at the center added Amigas to their number-crunching mainframes, principally as graphics terminals and for multitasking.
The Amiga was unique in that it was a multitasking machine, and we realized that early that could create an environment where you would always be on the mainframe if you wish to be, sharing the mainframe, and still have a machine which acted not as something independent, but rather as a symbiote off the mainframe.
Dr. Weinstein uses his Amiga to juggle up to 4 different programs running on either the mainframe, the Amiga, or both. He can take advantage of the Amiga's color graphics and the mainframe's calculating powers simultaneously. A locally written terminal program is compatible with the Rex language operating on the mainframe, so documents can be transferred seamlessly from mainframe to Amiga and back. For Dr. Weinstein, it's a way to bridge the best of 2 inherently different worlds.
One is always going to be living with a mainframe. So what I want is something that will symbiote off that mainframe, will make my life as pleasant as it is to work on a microcomputer, but allow me to use that when I'm on the mainframe too.
Joining us in the studio now is Tom Stearns. Tom is District Sales Manager with Commodore out here. And next to Tom is Lou Wallace, contributing editor of Amiga World magazine. Gary?
Lou, you're a fan of the Amiga system. Why do you like the Amiga better than, say, an IBM PC or a Mac or something like that?
Well, I guess I could just say it's more fun, but it is that. But it's also more productive. It enables me to do things that I simply can't do with other computers.
Like what?
Whether it's running more than one application at a time, or whether it's playing a game, or whether it's doing both of those at the same time, or video applications. There simply isn't another computer available on the market that can do the range of tasks and functions the Amiga is capable of.
Lou, what do we have here? What kind of configuration is this? Just give us an idea what's inside the box.
Well, this is the Amiga 2000 HD. This particular model is a 3 megabyte machine. It has a 40 megabyte hard drive auto boot system. With the graphic resolutions of 320, 200 to 640, 400, 4,000 colors, speech, multitasking.
And processor is what?
That's Motorola 68,000, running at approximately 8 megahertz.
Right. Good. Tom, now you've got a game that demonstrates the graphics, right? In the
Yeah, I have a couple of games today.
Okay.
Both games are very different and show off the machine to its best degree. And the first game is called Menace, and it's a true arcade quality style game. It's
well, let's
a lot of
take a look at it.
Yeah, Tom, I understand Lou's a pretty hot Menace player.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to
ask
you to describe it, but to turn the mouse and the pad over to Lou.
Okay. Now I'm on the spot.
You're on the spot now.
Here you go. Okay.
Okay, and if you can get it going, and maybe give us play-by-play, Tom, as Lou starts to play, and tell us what's going on here.
Okay, the object of this game is to capture the planet Draconia.
Okay.
As you can see, it's done in full overscan, which means that the entire screen is being utilized for this particular game.
Okay, you playing, Lou, or what?
I'm waiting to attack.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so where are we?
So you try to stay alive through the entire game.
Okay.
It's got great sound.
Okay, is this underwater, Lou? Is that what's going on?
Yes, this is the undersea attack.
So just this portion of the game is underwater. Others take you elsewhere on the planet?
There are 6 different levels, each one, I think, better and better graphics and more interesting creatures.
Lou, Tom, rather, you're about to talk about why this is a good example of great graphics. What's going on here? You mentioned the full scan, the overscan.
Right. It's got full overscan. It's got great scrolling technique, terrific colors, great animation.
It's really multi-layer scrolling going on there.
Absolutely, yes.
How do these Amiga games compare with the arcade games now?
Most of the Amiga games have been ported over from the arcade community.
Lou, actually, you were mentioning you think some of the Amiga games are actually better than the arcade games.
I think some of the later ones really surpass even the most contemporary of coin-op games.
Well, these graphics are pretty hot, that's for sure. You lot. Oh,
watch out.
What's this? Oh, the enemy multiplies. Lou, you're hot.
You should see me with a rapid-fire joystick.
I know you could play this game for a long time, Lou. How far have you gotten in this thing?
I've actually made it to the last level, attacking the last master alien.
You're a super menace.
I've never gotten the last creature yet, so, but maybe tonight.
It's a good thing your name isn't Dennis, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Tom, I'm going to ask you to dump out a menace and get battle chess up, okay?
Great.
And while you're doing that, tell us about battle chess, Lou. What kind of game is that?
Well, battle chess is your typical chess game. I mean, it's you play chess against a computer or against another opponent. The difference with battle chess from more conventional computer chess games is that the game is in 3 dimensions, 3-dimensional board with animated chessmen, and they walk. They have sound effects. Each one attacks, it captures the other piece in a very characteristic and humorous manner.
All right, Tom, we have battle chess up on the Amiga now. Show us how this works.
Okay, we're going to have this knight overtake the blue knight.
Okay, so the red knight's going to take the blue knight.
Correct.
But this would be a normal chess move, right? It's a knight move capturing a knight.
Yes, it is. Great graphics.
Okay.
Great sound.
Okay, but in this game, they actually beat each other up, huh?
The final outcome is preordained, just like in normal chess, but you get to watch a little humor. Some of them are very creative. This is right out of Monty Python.
Chops his arms off and his legs off.
Ouch.
Lou, does this have value, you think, to encourage kids to play chess because of the graphics?
It certainly does. I mean, I've caught my children with books on the rules of chess, learning how to play, just so they can play battle chess.
All right, what happens next, Tom?
We have to wait until they finish their...
Okay, so waiting for the knight to die?
One more leg.
Yes.
There it went.
Okay, blue knight is gone. Okay, what
then
happens?
he disappears.
Okay, so the knight's gone. Now you're going to do a blue move?
Right.
Okay. So you actually hear the pawn walk into the next square.
And then we're going to take the rook over to the queen.
Okay, so what, red rook is going to take blue queen?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, it has to access the disk to find that graphic. Is that what's going on?
Right, we don't have this on our installed.
Lou, you were mentioning this is something like what was in the original Star Wars movie, right?
That's right. Remember the Wookiee and the droid were playing, and the creatures would actually fight on the chessboard.
Okay. King Kong.
This is the best part.
It's pretty mean.
Poor Bean.
Wait.
Oh, gosh.
Nice twist to the game. Nice twist to the game.
Chess used to be a nice intellectual game, guys. What have you done?
A new level of class, you know.
All right, thanks for showing this. Lou, I want to ask you about the graphics on the game. These are just games and they're not important, but what does it show us about what the Amiga can do?
Well, games have always taken more computer power than just about any other application. And the same power that's channeled for games and graphics can be used in more productive applications such as business, productivity software, and multitasking, which all Amigas can do.
Right, and they've done that for quite a number of years.
From day one,
exactly.
in fact, they're the only computer that has multitasking built in in the operating system from the base up.
Now, you have some examples that show off the multitasking.
Yes, I do. I'm going to show a quick little scenario here of what I consider a real-world application. Traditionally, I always start up a virus program to check to watch for viruses and Trojan horses because you never know when you're going to pick up one. Then I'm going to load up a partially completed document into just a standard word processor. But what I want to do is take some data from a spreadsheet, which I did not previously prepare, and incorporate that into the word processor. So I've got my document, I'll just push it to the background, and you can see that the word processor's still there and waiting to do whatever I want. And I'll load up the spreadsheet.
So the point is you're really going to run both programs
They're
at the same
both
time.
running. I could be spell checking or printing, or I could have a terminal program
So
running.
now you're in the spreadsheet.
Absolutely. These are both active applications right now. I'm loading up a prepared template, which is a sales history of the Acme Fruit Company. And using the Amiga clipboard device, I'm going to transport data directly from the spreadsheet into the word processor. So by highlighting the area that I want, then I'll just pop back into the word processor, position my cursor, and paste it in. There you see the data is now part of the document. But to go a little further, I'm going to incorporate some graphics as well and go to yet another program.
So you're up to the fourth thing you're running at the same time?
There's actually more tasks than that running because there's DOS and the workbench itself. So here I'm generating a three-dimensional pie graph of that same data. Push that to the background, bring up the window, and now this is a little program I wrote that just grabs all the screens in memory and saves them off to a RAM disk. And I've already done that. Now it's done. It's saved the screen. I don't really need the spreadsheet any longer. I'll load up a little paint program, which is Deluxe Paint 2, the standard that most paint programs are compared against on the Amiga. And I'm going to load up that program, or the pie chart that I just generated. And there it is. Now, all I'm going to do is just clean it up a little bit before I put it in my document. Clear the screen, position it, and save it back. All right, through with that program. Let's go back to our word processor and select Insert, which allows me to insert graphics into the document. Change to the appropriate drive. Click on the graphic, and it will be loaded into the memory of the word processor. And here you see I now have a graph, I have spreadsheet data, and I have word processor. They all were active, and I was extremely productive. I did not have to stop what I was doing. I was able to work in the more human stream of consciousness, getting the work done the way my mind was working. And the Amiga allows you to do that.
That was a great demo. Lou, Tom, thank you very much. In just a minute, we're going to take a look at Deluxe Paint 3 for the Amiga. We'll also take a look at Video Effects 3D. First of all, though, if we're talking about the Amiga, we have to talk about its music capability, and Wendy Woods has a report on that.
E, also known as Eric Myers, and Mike Kingsley are in a band called Me. They do their composing in E's converted garage on a variety of electronic musical instruments, all controlled via a MIDI interface by an Amiga. Why an Amiga? It's reasonably priced. The software currently available fits their needs. And the custom sound and graphics of the Commodore machine, they say, set it apart from the rest.
As computers are in the past, they're blind and they can't hear. This computer, I believe, is the first human-like computer in that it can see and it can hear, in that it can take in a sample of sound, it can take and digitize a picture. And what that's going to be great for is it's going to be great for art, it's going to be great for being able to express yourself.
The software used to create this music is called Texture from SoundQuest. The program enables them to store 24 tracks on disk, digitally record and control sounds made by the keyboards and sampler, and to play them back from the computer. In performance, they use a program called Performance, which supports any MIDI file format, plays their pieces in a sequence they choose, even allows them to remix sounds for a live performance. E and Mike see all this as part of a big experiment designed to test the limits of the Amiga and their imaginations. In Saratoga, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Dan Silva. Dan is the author of Deluxe Paint 3, and next to Dan is Jim Schneider, president of Innovision Technology.
Jim, on the last segment, there was a machine here that said Amiga 2000, and this one says Amiga 2500. What's the difference between those two?
Right, this has just been updated. This is a brand new version of the Amiga 2000 series. It's called the Amiga 2500.
Okay.
And this has a 14 megahertz processor, 68,000 processor, and it also contains a 40 megabyte internal hard drive. The machine's advantages over the predecessors are that it runs at a 3 to 4 times faster clock rate, so you get performance in your packages magnified by that amount.
Okay, and what would you expect to pay for a package like this as retail price?
This advanced model with the accelerator would cost about $4,000 for the monitor and the basic Amiga 2500 system.
And can you compare it in, let's say, computing power with the Mac product line, for example?
Yes, with the Macintosh 2 specifically, this would gain a slight performance advantage in general processing. In addition, the graphics coprocessor built into all Amigas would give it the advantage in graphics.
All right, Dan, speaking of graphics, you're the author of Deluxe Paint. You've got Deluxe Paint 3 coming out in just a couple of weeks, I guess. What are the new improvements in Deluxe Paint 3?
Well, almost every aspect of the program has been enhanced. We've got the ability to paint and overscan, which gets rid of the black border around the picture. You use extra half-bright mode, is the Amiga mode that gives you 32 additional darker colors. And there's a new font requester, which lets you load color fonts and reassign the font directory. There's new fill-in paint modes, but the most important feature, and I think the one I'm going to demonstrate today, is the animation capability. This, I'm going to play an animation that was created entirely in Deluxe Paint. As you can see, I can create three-dimensional transformations, moving any bitmap object through 3 dimensions. And I'm going to show you interactively how you can actually create animations a little bit. This is still a paint program, and I can paint in every frame, jump to the next frame, and paint in that. By doing this, I can create an animation. Play that back, you'll see I've actually created a moving object there. In addition, all the normal painting tools can be used to create animations. If I click this tool, instead of just painting on one screen, I can hold down a key on the keyboard and paint on separate screens, creating an animation. I can then reduce the size of the brush interactively and have it fade off in the distance. And just by hand, I've created an animation.
What does each picture take in terms of storage?
I'm not storing the entire picture. I'm only storing the differences between the pictures, so you can get much more use out of your memory.
And do you have the ability to change light sources and so forth?
No, this is just a painting program. There is no three-dimensional modeling. I'm moving bitmaps around. I also have the ability to create anim brushes. Here's what I call an anim brush that was painted in this program and then picked up off the screen, cutting through all the pictures. I can now paint it down on one frame, or if I hold down the animation key, I can fly it through separate frames. I'll fly him off the screen here. Now if we play that animation, we've got a bird flying. I can also do a three-dimensional move of that to demonstrate the three-dimensional capability. I'm going to tell this to start 600 frames away. I can do a preview of this, see the rectangle coming up. And I can tell it to render it. Now I have a bird flying out of the distance, getting closer. I can now tell him to keep flying. Fly on past me there. And now we've got a bird doing a flyby. Here he comes and zooms by. These anim brushes can be used to do anything that a normal brush can be used for.
You're doing this in real time now, right?
This is all real time. Just as I can use a normal brush to paint with, I can paint with an anim brush, and this turns out to be an unexpected useful feature. You can create anim brushes which, for instance, are a bunch of different leaves on trees, and paint trees without them looking repetitive. So what we got is a program that's both a full-featured paint program and an animation program rolled into one.
Dan, that's great. I want to ask you to slide the keyboard over to Jim there so we can get Video Effects 3D up. Let me ask you while he's getting ready, Dan, at what level is this kind of paint program being used? I mean, is this professional level graphics being created?
It's being used both by professionals and by 5-year-olds. It's probably the most popular paint program on the Amiga, and I found everyone uses it.
All right, Jim, what do you have?
I have a product called Video Effects 3D for the Amiga. This is designed primarily for the video graphics industry. This is a professional level product that allows the creation of animation sequences for titles and logos. A lot of times you see these kind of animations on TV. I have a demo here of several sequences that were created with Deluxe Paint, as a matter of fact. These titles were loaded in, and these three-dimensional special effects were created. We have the ability to do multiple object motion. You're seeing playback at real-time speeds from computer memory. Here you're going to see a page shatter, very easy to do. This is an effect that normally $100,000 machines can do. Right here, the Amiga word, notice it's flat. We're going to turn that into a 3D extruded logo right here just by pressing one button. That extrudes it into a light shaded three-dimensional object.
Jim, is this used for broadcast work?
Yes, it has been used in a number of programs, national campaigns, and even TV commercials.
All right, what's next?
Okay, basically the logos here, or the menus here, are actually explained here on the screen. One unique feature of the user interface is that if you have a question about a particular function, you just place your cursor over the button, it gives you an explanation. It's very easy to start up with. The next product I'd like to show is Broadcast Titler.
Yes, you have got to load that up now. And what does Broadcast Titler do while you're loading their...
Right. Broadcast Titler is a professional level character generation program. The titles that you normally see on television are generated by expensive equipment that bring on titles with different effects in high resolution. This package here does the same thing on a very affordable Amiga system. We have the ability to display multiple colors, up to 320 colors on a page, with extraordinary high resolution graphic characters. We have the ability to do transitions with each page of text. We have up to 1,000 pages of storage. I'll show you an example here. Here's an example title page that was created with the package. These are all standard fonts available on the Amiga system. I can play some of the effects that the program can do. Slides from different directions, 9 speeds for all the effects. The graphics you're seeing here would normally be overlaid over video using a Genlock device, and this is as well a very high resolution package.
All right, Jim, that's very impressive. Now, you said this is being used at the professional level. Is this being used by TV networks now, for example?
Yes, it is. The actual Video Effects 3D and Broadcast Titler have been used for professional commercials, national campaigns. It was even used in the Super Bowl for the Jumbotron scoreboard.
And what's the cost of your package?
Our Video Effects 3D is $199.95, and the Broadcast Titler is $299.95.
This is going to revolutionize the TV production business, I guess. Sure. Jim, Dan, thank you very much. That's our look at the new Amigas. We'll be back with this week's computer news in just a moment. In the random access file this week, an underground group with contacts inside Apple has been distributing the source code for the Apple Macintosh. The group, calling itself Software Artists for Information Dissemination, has mailed out floppy disks containing portions of the Mac code to several industry insiders. The group says its aim is to spread the genius of Apple developers uninhibited by legalities. The group says it will distribute the complete source code to the Mac filing system, as well as the codes for the computer's memory and system's software. Apple has never licensed its source code to anyone. Clone makers or individual hackers could use the source code to clone their own low-cost Macs. Apple says it is investigating and will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Lotus has announced that it has added fax capability to its Lotus Express communications program. That means you can send a fax using Lotus Express without having a fax board. Express is used primarily to interface with MCI Mail. And Lotus has announced a deal with NEC to put 123 and Lotus Agenda on a ROM card for the NEC Ultralight laptop. Also coming out on ROM card versions are Lotus Agenda and Lotus Express. Finally, Lotus has announced a rebate program for purchasers of 123, version 2.2 and 3.0, offering a $100 rebate for buyers who also purchase freelance or manuscript. IBM has announced a new high-end desktop publishing program called Interleaf Publisher. It can import files from graphics, CAD and spreadsheet programs, and IBM says it will actively market Interleaf Publisher to clone users, breaking the old Big Blue tradition of selling only into the IBM user community. How do you find out what kind of software is out there these days? Well, there is now the computer software version of books in print. It's called the Bowker Software Encyclopedia. It lists over 20,000 personal computer software titles. The volume has more than 2,100 pages, and it retails for $180. You've heard of large type books. Welcome to large type computer displays. A new program called iRelief is a word processor that allows you to display the characters in enlarged sizes, up to nearly 3 times their normal size. It's a great program for those with bad eyesight or for anyone struggling with a laptop in poor lighting conditions. It's made by a company called Skisoft Publishing. Nintendo says it has a new game up its sleeve. It is looking into turning those millions of Nintendo game machines into home terminals for use in a new online service. Nintendo already uses its machines in Japan as data terminals. 21% of U.S. homes now have Nintendo units. Finally, in the computer snafu of the week category, New York Telephone has just patched up one of its long-distance dialing programs after it discovered that everyone else had discovered that a few payphones on the Long Island Expressway would call India, Pakistan, Italy, and Spain without asking for money. A phone company spokesman said it was a computer programming error. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is Jeff Berger of Creative Technologies. Jeff puts together multimedia presentations for corporate clients for things like trade shows and sales meetings. And to do that, Jeff uses a computer he says offers the best combination of price and performance, the Amiga 3000. Now, for Amiga fans, the rest of the world just doesn't seem to understand the beauty and power they find in this multimedia marvel from Commodore. Well, we'll try to help you understand today as we take a look at the latest hardware and software for the Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SPA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and BIX.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me this week is Tim Baharan, Executive Vice President with Creative Strategies.
Thank you.
Tim, what we're looking at here on this VCR is a video. In this video, if we look carefully, we'll see use of a video switcher, obviously, a still store, a character generator, paint box, frame buffer, digital video effects, and so on. Yet this was not done in a professional studio facility. It was done on an Amiga personal computer using the video toaster board. Pretty impressive stuff. Yeah. Despite this, the Amiga is kind of a mystery to me. You know, if you go to Europe, or certainly if you go to Germany, the Amiga is a mainstream business computer. Here in the States, it's still a kind of narrow niche machine. What is the difference?
Well, Commodore suffered from the image of being a entertainment computer from the early days, and then also from what we call the chicken and egg syndrome. In order for them to attract software developers, they needed to have many machines on the market. But in order to have many machines on the market, you had to get distribution. Right. And because of all the competition and other things that were going on with other operating systems, they've really had some struggles. But they're starting to make a fairly strong comeback because of multimedia computing and things like this.
Well, Tim, today we look at the newest version of the Amiga, the Model 3000, and we'll see the newest software for the Amiga, including a brand new animation program from the Walt Disney Company, the new Amiga authoring system called Amiga Vision, and the newest version of the video toaster. Now, since the Amiga has not garnered a lot of dealer support or third-party developer support, Amiga users have had to figure things out the old-fashioned way with users groups. We're going to begin with a visit to the original Amiga users group in Palo Alto, California.
The first Amiga users group began life in 1985 with a handful of people meeting informally at a neighborhood church in Belmont, California. Since then, FOG's meetings have become bigger and noisier, sometimes attracting over 1,000 people. Because of its increasing size, the monthly meeting is now held in the formal surroundings of a hotel conference room. It draws a mixture of Amiga aficionados ranging from computer hackers to Commodore 64 converts. Like most other users group, this one picks up where dealer support leaves off.
This sort of a club is intended to provide to the users basic information in developments in new computer technology that might apply to Amiga, new concepts and information about current product offerings, developments of previous product offerings, as well as an ability to solve problems that they might encounter in their computing.
The evening meeting consists of a question and answer session and, on occasion, a field report on an Amiga user. But unlike some support groups, FOG is also a forum where people and companies can come to show off their newest programs for the Amiga.
This user group was different because of the size of it. A lot of software companies sort of heard about us, and they were willing to pay to come across the country to demo the product firsthand. So we got to see most software that nobody else has seen firsthand. A lot of software were actually premiered at this meeting, so that made it very popular.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Susan Chase.
The newest version of the Amiga is the Model 3000, and here to show it off is Hedley Davis, Amiga Product Development Manager with Commodore, and also with us, Sam Palinuk. Sam is a producer with the software division of the Disney Company. Tim?
There's been various models of Commodore Amigas over the last few years. What's different between the 3000 and, let's say, the last version, which was the 2500?
Well, the 2500 was a 68030-based machine, which was built up from several different cards in our base 2000 machine. And what we've done with the 3000 is we've taken the general expansion cards that most people use and embedded them directly on the motherboard of the 3000. So, for example, we have a hard disk controller built right onto the motherboard, 32 bits wide. We've got up to 16 megabytes of fast memory and 2 megabytes of chip memory directly on the motherboard. And we've got a display enhancer giving you better video output directly on the motherboard. All these things combined together, being the key peripherals that people used on 2500s, are integrated directly in the machine, and that allows us to bring the machine in at a lower cost for the consumer.
You've also got a new operating system, is that right?
Yes, we do. This is Amiga DOS 2.0. This is our new release of the operating system. It's very important for people because it's a much more professional environment to use. Some of the features of Amiga DOS are, as in many different machines, is we have preferences so that you can adjust the display to your own personal taste. For example, you can change the colors to whatever you feel is appropriate. There's also abilities to modify fonts. So on this particular machine, we're running it in a VGA mode, and you can see that the fonts are very small here and they're difficult to read. So what I can do is I can pick much larger fonts and use those, and hence we have fonts, what we call fonts for the blind, or it's much easier for the people at home to see. In addition to this, we bundled the machine with a software package called Amiga DOS 2.0, Amiga Vision. Yeah. And Amiga Vision presents a
method of gluing output from various sorts of programs together so that people can do presentations. And this very small thing just demonstrates 3 screens that are put together using a package called TV Text, and they're shown one at a time. And it's a very simple demonstration. Lou Wallace is going to be showing us something much more advanced later on in the program.
All right, Sam, I want to turn to you, and we all know the Amiga as an animation machine, as a creative machine, multimedia, and so on. And while Headley sort of reboots here so that you can get up, this is now, I understand, the first animation program out of the Disney people.
Yes,
who,
it
of
is.
course, the animation people.
Yes.
And what was the theory in bringing this out on the Amiga platform first?
We brought out an Amiga because the Amiga has graphics capabilities that are very well suited to this particular type of display.
All right, show it to us. Let's see how this works.
I'm very happy to. Let's boot up here. Here's the animation studio. And what I'll do is I'll just create a very quick animation for our eyes here.
Okay. This is in real time. No magic.
Yeah, well,
and you're not an artist, right?
Yes. Anyone who knows what they're doing will know that this is not an artist. This is not an artistic endeavor. But you can see that the animation studio allows me to see back through the paper, the simulation of paper.
So we're seeing several cells at once, basically. Is that
right. And it allows me to get very accurate control over what's happening, and I can see what's going on in the background, which allows me an incredible amount of control. And you can see here in just seconds I've been able to create an animation before your eyes.
Nice.
In addition to having an easy-to-use animation package, we also wanted to not just drop the user off there, we wanted to help them out by providing a variety of animations that they can actually learn from.
Animated clip art, in essence.
Yes. These are the fundamental lessons that animators are actually taught. And you can see that I can see through this and study it. We provide several of these that cover all of the basics of animation. In addition, we've included animations from the morgue, films and shorts. And this is what a Disney animator was able to do with that very same notion, using quite a bit of exaggeration and just basic Disney magic.
Could we see something in color?
Yeah, absolutely. The program also fully supports color, and what I'll do is I'll take one of the included animations and color it in for you very quickly. Here's a bird demonstrating the basic notion of flight, and what I'll do...
And we're coloring each cell motion in this case.
Yes, I am. And there are only 6 cells.
So you're manually coloring each cell, and
yes.
And you haven't automated this process in here?
No.
Still, it goes pretty quick.
Yeah, it goes pretty fast. And what I'll do is I'll color in his body.
I assume this is mainly to give them greater control?
The reason that you color this way is because it's an emulation of the way it's done traditionally. And as you can see, it's actually very fast.
Wow. That's great.
In addition to these animations, we've also included a completed animation. We set loose one of our Disney animators and said, what would you do with this package? And that's this animation here. It's included with the package.
And this was created using this software?
It was painted and superimposed on the backgrounds with the package.
Wow.
And we're very proud of it. Here you can see Donald is using a computer, and he's loading his animation. It's taking a little longer than he's expecting. And to his surprise, Mickey comes up instead of Donald, and he loses his temper, and he strikes a key.
It's just like work.
That's great, great.
Only from Disney.
And Tim, as you were saying before, this is really the advantage this machine has in doing this particular kind of work. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, while the Commodore Amiga has never gained the market acceptance of maybe an IBM or an Apple, it can gloat just a little bit for over at Hewlett-Packard, where they make some pretty good computers too. When they wanted a computer to do animation, they bought an Amiga. Here's a report.
D was the correct answer.
Engineers at Hewlett-Packard use the HP corporate television network to feed technical training and product updates to HP staff around the country. To illustrate some of the abstract technical concepts and the inner workings of the HP products, the engineers use colorful 2D animations created on an Amiga 2500. The video producers at HP's Information Technology Education Network say they had some very specific requirements in mind when they bought their Amiga computer 2 years ago.
One of the things was the fact that I could import artwork, clip artwork that we have in our own HP drawing packages and easily move it into whatever system we're using. Secondly, it had to support NTSC video, had to support overscan, had to be easy to use, had to be something where I could just pull software right off the shelf, put it into the system, just go down to any local store and get it. So as looking around, I found the Amiga. It looked like a good fit, found the software I needed that could easily move images around, and that's how we chose it.
Using pen and paper, the producer initially creates a storyboard with the engineer. Then, with deluxe productions from Electronic Arts, he puts together an animation sequence on the Amiga graphics workstation. Any changes the engineer wants to make to the drawing can then be made by simply modifying the objects around with the mouse. Vernon says that using the Amiga for animation has improved the training learning curve at HP.
The end result for the instructors has been that they can more easily explain their concepts that they couldn't very well explain before. For the students, it's an attention-getting device, really. It's something where all of a sudden they're used to seeing static graphics, and then to see this thing come to life on the screen, again, where the instructor can point, annotate, and even walk into the graphic using a blue screen, is pretty exciting. It gets them involved.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
The Macintosh has HyperCard, the Windows PC toolbook, and the Amiga 3000 now comes bundled with Amiga Vision. Here to show us the new Amiga authoring system is Lou Wallace, Senior Editor for Technology with Amiga World Magazine, and joining us again, Hedley Davis of Commodore. Tim?
When I think of authoring systems, I usually think of really complicated programs, but I understand this is really easy to use and more iconic. Tell us a little bit more about how you view authoring systems.
Well, as far as Amiga Vision, as far as an authoring system, is really an icon-based, object-oriented graphic programming language. It can be used for presentations or for full-featured programming tasks. The basic command structure is set here in this main menu where you have a variety of different things: control icons, interrupt programming, database, and it has a DBase 3 compatible database, various user interactive commands, and probably the heart and soul is the audiovisual commands. These are actually, these little pictures, icons, are commands just like you would have in BASIC or C. For example, if I wanted to create a screen command to load a screen, I just pick it up and drag it into place. If I wanted to add some user interactivity, I would just take the mouse icon and grab it and put it in place. Perhaps if I wanted to add a little control structure here, I would add a go-to, which a lot of programmers don't like, and double-click on here and tell it when it reaches this point to come back here and go to this icon. And you can see now that it points back. Now, I've actually just created a whole program while we were talking. I didn't really define what I wanted to do. So if I was to double-click on the screen icon, I bring up a requester, which is where I put in all the parameters for the commands. Clicking on the directory command button here, I can load up a predefined screen, such as one of my favorites, the Stooges. And here I've got a picture of the Three Stooges that's been digitized from an old movie. Now, if I could just present this and show the image, but to make it interactive, by clicking on the mouse command, I can go into an object editor, which allows me to create interactive hotspots on the screen. And here I've loaded the image to preview, and I'm going to add some user interactive hotspots here. We'll start with curly, and I'm just going to outline them very quickly. And I've created a hotspot here that I can then further define with sound effects.
So if you punch on curly, something will happen.
Something will happen. I can have feedback sounds or colors or whatever I need to do.
And I guess, Hedley, the interesting thing here is the AV part of it, right? Where you're able to bring into this program all kinds of AV sources.
Yeah, one of the important things about the machine is your ability to take video and overlay it on top of your computer output. So we can take computer graphics, video from video disk, audio samples, and combine them all together into a cohesive thing.
Or even animation.
And animation, computer-generated digital animation.
All right, Lou, you've got an example of that, I think, next.
Yeah, I do. This is something I did in about 30 minutes. I used a ray tracing animation package, and I generated an animated ray trace skeleton, a human skeleton. I have text windows here for information, and I hotspots on the screen where I can just click on something and something will happen. In this case, I zoomed in on the ray trace skeleton.
So what about video?
Okay, well, let's get out of this one. And I have previously loaded here what I call the Encyclopedia of Insects, and this is based upon a commercially available Laserdisc from Pioneer from the Encyclopedia of Animals series. And what I did was I created animation and screens and a control program to interact with it.
So you can see that he's got digital graphics up here, and at the same time he's going to be able to have video coming from the video disc.
The metaphor I used here was that of a book, an encyclopedia. If there was something I was interested in here, I could simply click on it and we'd get a full motion video sequence. If it wasn't something I liked on this page, I just click the next page gadget and we actually get an animated page turn.
Okay, so pull up some video for us.
Let's say that we're interested in leafcutter bees, for example. I can click on that and the laser disc will be activated and we will combine computer graphics down here with full motion video and sound.
The leafcutter bee
this is completely controllable by the user. For example, if there was a frame here that I was particularly interested in to study, I could just click on it on the frame and pause wherever I liked. And then if I didn't really like that, I'd hit the done button and go back to the menu.
And again, you were able to create that all yourself, you say, in a couple days under Amiga Vision.
Actually, a couple evenings, yeah.
Really?
Using Amiga Vision and various Amiga graphic programs because everything's fully integrated
So what you're really doing is you're going out and getting multiple sources. In this case, you're getting video. In the earlier case, you were getting art and animation.
Right.
And then you're using this iconic authoring system to tie it all together.
That's right. It's all done with graphic commands. That's what makes Amiga Vision a little easier and less intimidating to the average user as opposed to more traditional computer
All right,
languages.
Lou Headley, thank you very much. In just a minute, a look at one of the hottest Amiga add-ons, the video toaster, so stay with us. Well, we know the Amiga is good for music and animation, but it is also now the ultimate video machine, thanks in part to the video toaster. And here to show it off are Tim Jennison and Paul Montgomery of NewTek. Tim?
Now, let me see if I get this straight. In the past, to do a bunch of video controls, I've had to have machines that were $500,000, $100,000. Now I'm going to be able to do this with this card for $1,500?
Absolutely. Thanks for having us here. We showed the toaster recently at the National Association of Broadcasters show, and this is where the engineers go to buy their stuff. And they came by the booth and they said things like, this is unbelievable, this is revolutionary that you can do this in a box for this price. And this is what they were excited about. This is the video toaster card. And when you plug this into your Amiga 2000 or 2500 and put these discs on your hard drive, you have the equivalent of a television studio.
All right, Tim, we want to take a look at some of the things you can do with the toaster. First of all, tell us what the physical setup is here. What do you have?
Okay, I've got my own cameras here on corners of your table.
Okay, so we've got your two little cameras here.
Right, and the toaster is installed in this Amiga 2000.
And the cameras are sort of inputs into your toaster control room, if you will.
I can take up to 4 cameras or VCRs.
Okay.
So first of all, the first thing you can do with 4 inputs is you can use the video switcher. So I've got one camera here on the screen. I can now do transitions from one camera to another, like this wipe. Here's some other wipes.
Okay,
here's
so
a wipe with a border. And
moves.
the basic dissolve, which any good $20,000 switcher can do, I guess. But where it gets interesting is the digital video effects.
Now, this is the part that you've never had in a home studio before, or low-end production.
That's for sure.
The digital video effects are the most expensive. They can sell for equipment up to $20,000 to $50,000 just for that. And it's a lot of fun.
Okay, here's an effect that I like a lot. If I could ask you to sort of get out of this shot for a second.
Get out of your camera's way.
Okay. That'll do. Okay, go ahead and sit back up again.
Okay.
And I'm going to beam you into your chair Star Trek style. Energizing.
Oh, I like it. I like it. That's great.
Okay, the next major element of the toaster is the paint box, or the video paint system. And with that, you can create your own graphics.
And what makes this different than, say, a computer paint program is the signals that come out of this are broadcast ready. You can put it right on the air. It has 16.8 million colors, and you can do a lot of interesting things. Tim's loading up a picture here.
Yeah, here's a frame that I created in probably 20 minutes or so. You can freeze live video and bring it into your paint box graphics. Okay, another major piece of this is the character generator. And a character generator is sort of an electronic typewriter. And you can put anything written on the screen, such as rolling credits. I can roll sideways too. And what sets this apart from sort of a character generator you'd find in your camcorder is that we have really much higher quality.
Again, 16 million colors and 35 nanosecond resolution, which is the same thing you'd see on a network program.
And here's a screen that takes advantage of those features. Okay, what the people at NAB were most excited about was the 3D graphics system, which I'm entering right now. And with that, you can create a computer-rendered animation.
let me load a scene here. I've taken your Computer Chronicles logo and entered it into the 3D database here. And with this system, I can set up the start and end points of the animation. And then once I've got the camera angles and lighting and color all set up, then I render out to videotape. And we have a tape here.
Yeah, if we could roll that piece of video and see what the end product was here. Well, I can tell you that stuff usually costs about $1,500 a second to make that kind of stuff.
And I understand you did that in about a half an hour.
To set up the thing. To render it, it took a few hours to do.
Now, Paul, it does seem like magic. I mean, Tim was mentioning before, how do you do this? I mean, you've got every expensive machine you'd have in a TV studio coming off that one board. I mean, what's the trick?
Part of the magic is the Amiga. The Amiga of all the computers in the market is the only one set up with video timing. So you can easily add the circuitry we needed to do it. In the toaster, we have 4 custom chips, and those custom chips give the horsepower to do everything. Plus, we have 350,000 lines of code, mostly assembly language, running in the Amiga, and that's how it works.
And who do you see as the user now? Is this really designed for the broadcast professional? Is this going to be high-end home video? Where do you see it going?
Well, video is everywhere. It's sort of the new literacy. And people are using it in homes, schools, businesses. But the problem is that video you make with your camcorder looks amateurish and is boring, actually. So the video toaster is designed for anybody that wants to bring a network quality look to their videos.
And it is available as a product?
It's shipping to Amiga dealers now and has been for a while.
And the price is?
$15.95.
Okay, thanks very much, Tim and Paul. That's our look at the new Amiga. Stay tuned now for this week's Computer News.
In the random access file this week, notebook-sized laptops were the rage at the Fall Comdex show in Las Vegas. Texas Instruments was the latest to join the competition for the hot laptop market with its new TravelMate 3000. It features a 20 megahertz 386SX chip with a VGA display and built-in floppy and hard disk drives. It's priced at just under $6,000. Everex Systems rolled out its first ever portable, the Tempo LX, weighing in at just under 7 pounds. This sleek 386SX machine has space for an internal modem, and memory can be expanded from its standard 1 megabyte up to 5 megs. AST Computers unveiled 2 386SX notebook-sized laptops. Both feature 20 megahertz 386SX chips. The lower-end machine comes with a 20 megabyte hard drive and will retail for about $3,000. For another $500, you can get a 40 megabyte hard drive. Both AST models offer the unique ability to replace batteries in the suspend mode without disrupting your work. Canada's Ogivar also introduced its version of the laptop PC called the Internote, but unlike its American counterparts, this 286 import features a full-size PC board with standard key spacing. The Internote carries a price tag of just under $3,000. Company spokesmen say a 386 version of the laptop is in the works. A new add-in from Silicon Graphics will give PCs the power to manipulate 3D color images on the screen. Called Iris Vision, the product is a pair of circuit boards that plug into either AT-style or microchannel slots. Some of the superior graphic capabilities include a 24-bit Z buffer for hidden surface removal and double buffering for real-time animation. Iris Vision requires a 386 or 486 CPU. If you're a business executive, you can now brighten up your drab flip charts presentations by using the new Storyboard Live from IBM. The software allows DOS users to design graphics and charts and then animate the images on the computer. You can even add video and music to further jazz up your presentations. Next up, Paul Schindler and this week's software review.
I just love doing this. But you know, it gets a little old and a little messy after a while. Well, there are lots of computerized calendar programs, but the best one we found for the Macintosh is Alarming Events. Now, when you bring up Alarming Events, you can determine how much of the year you want to see, and you can change that anytime you want. It tells you your next appointment at the top. The days when you have appointments are dark. There's a week at a glance available as well as a day at a glance. You can have a pop-up alarm as a flashing alarm across the top of the screen. You can time events for billing. You can keep to-do items which follow you forever. You can set recurring intervals and fix the day of the week or the number of days from the end of the month. No more pesky scheduling of weekday reminders. You can set alarming events to provide you advance notice before an appointment. You can indicate a duration to prevent scheduling conflicts. You can print it out a day, a week, or a month at a time, and you have a wide range of notification preferences, including sounds. Alarming Events is $130 from CE Software Incorporated of West Des Moines, Iowa. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Apple is setting up a new toll-free customer support line to answer questions about its sales policies and programs. The number will offer customers a referral service, not technical support. The toll-free number is 800-776-2333. It's available weekdays, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Taking a look at this week's top software titles for the Macintosh, Mac Connection reports that After Dark from Berkeley Systems is still in the #1 slot. SAM is in second, followed by Adobe Type Manager and Quicken for the Mac. In fifth place this week is Disk Doubler from Salient. Rounding out the top 10 titles are Fullwrite, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, Mac Utilities, and Pyro. And finally, one European computer company is putting its 2 cents in to protect the environment by packaging its diskettes in popcorn. Officials from Corbland International say they're switching to popcorn from polystyrene foam because popcorn is biodegradable. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SBA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix. For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio, 44240. Please indicate program date.
Two of the hottest new computers on the market are this 520 ST from Atari and the Amiga from Commodore. What can they do and which one may be right for you? We'll help you find out today as we take a look at two new computers with a lot of power for the price on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these two rather old-looking computers are really just about a year old here. The Commodore 64 and the Atari 800. These represented the battle between the low-end manufacturers just about a year ago. The 64 very successful. The 800 really the last machine before Jack Tramiel took over Atari. Today the battle is different. There's the Commodore Amiga, the Atari 520 ST, very sophisticated machines. Both have received lots of critical praise, but people are trying to figure out what you do with them. Is this another case of computer technology in search of a market?
Well, Stuart, the 64 and the 800 really took us through the first generation of home computers, but people have gone back to their VCRs and TV sets now. And to get the consumer attention, the second generation machines have to have higher resolution, more color, faster animation, better sound capability. That means higher performance processors and more memory. Now, these new machines, the 520 and the Amiga, give us that hardware capability, and it's really up to the software developers to make it happen.
Today, we're going to get up close and personal with the Commodore Amiga and the Atari 520 ST to see if one of these machines is just right for you. Now, before the computer manufacturer can sell you on a computer, he's got to sell the retailer first. So we're going to begin by going to Comdex in Las Vegas, the Computer Dealers Expo, to see how Commodore and Atari are pitching the middlemen.
Comdex, Las Vegas, 1985. At the world's largest computer show, Atari held court at one of the biggest booths on the floor. And at the centerpiece of the display was the star of Atari's computer lineup, the 520 ST. Nestled inside Atari's sprawling booth were dozens of software vendors, each with a sign and just enough space for a chair and a computer. Atari seemed to have at least two goals in mind: a highly visible presence at the show and a message to dealers that this was one computer company that didn't forget about software. From business to education to sophisticated graphics, the substance of Atari's show was the extensive variety of its software. Atari's most likely competition, the Commodore Amiga, was conspicuously absent from the Comdex show, although Commodore did hold private meetings with potential dealers. But in spite of its low-key sales pitch, Amiga has successfully wooed some unlikely dealers.
Now, our focus as a store has primarily been on business software, business computers, business users. So this is a little bit breaking new ground for us in that this machine has certainly a lot more of a home kind of focus than what we normally deal with.
The Amiga's dazzling graphics and advanced hardware has attracted equally sophisticated retail buyers.
So far, it's kind of been half and half between people who are just kind of anxious to have the latest and greatest and people who are interested in writing software for it. There are a lot of people who are extremely interested in writing software who haven't got into it yet because they're just kind of hanging in there waiting to see what the consumer response is going to be, and the consumer response has been great.
Joining us now in the studio is Rick Geiger, General Manager of Commodore Amiga. And next to Rick is Tim Mott, Vice President for Product Development and a co-founder of Electronic Arts, a software company which is writing for the Amiga. Gary?
Rick, I think everybody would like to see what the Amiga does, and I would like to go right into the demo.
Okay, fine. What we see here is what we call the workbench, which is the graphic user interface of the Amiga, and it works in a fashion like other graphics user interfaces. In addition, we also supply a command line interface down here so that people who are more familiar or have applications for command type interfaces can deal with something familiar. Now, of course, I'm sure that you've heard about the famous graphics and sound of the Amiga, and here's one of our classic demos we'll call the bouncing ball.
It's really impressive.
Now, Rick, this is an impressive demo, but I want you to tell me why it's impressive. What are we seeing that the computer can do?
Well, what you're seeing is synchronized moving graphics, color graphics with the sound all at the same time. And in addition to this, we still have down here below an application running.
So you're running a word processor while you're carrying on this sound graphics demo.
Yep, and I can correct my typos.
Now, Rick, we've heard a lot about special graphics hardware that's available on the Amiga. What basically is behind this?
Well, what's behind this is 25 DMA channels.
You may want to lower the bouncing ball, Rick, so we can hear you a better sound if you could. Thank you.
That provides for all of the graphics rendering functions, the hardware bit-blit, all of these controlled by DMA channels so that they don't load down the 68,000. And in fact, in my office, I frequently run a telecommunications application along with word processing while simultaneously doing printing. So I'm sure you're familiar with the popularity of the Sidekick type programs, and with the multitasking features of the Amiga, this makes those kinds of things very simple to do.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Tim, I want to get you in this. Electronic Arts is kind of going heavily into writing for Amiga, as I understand it. Tell me, number one, why you're excited about writing for a machine like that.
Well, the first reason is when we started the company 3 years ago, we envisioned a
a home computer of the future that would support much higher quality audio-visual effects than was possible 3 years ago. And we knew enough about the technology and custom VLSI technology to realize that that was something that was going to happen around this time frame. And when we first saw the Amiga, which was in prototype form about 2 years ago, it was real clear that that was a machine that had this kind of potential.
Okay, it looks like Deluxe Paint is up here and running, so...
Okay, is that one of EA's new products for Amiga?
Right, Deluxe Paint is the first in a series of creativity products for the Amiga. Deluxe Paint is a painting program. In addition to all the usual features that you find in a painting program, it's got some unique features like...
Rick, you going to show us what goes on here while Tim talks? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, this, we're still loading up some disk files up, so they'll be up in a moment.
Now,
so
how do you see someone using Deluxe Paint? This is, you say, creativity tool?
It's a creativity tool. It's unusual in that it has enough features and powerful enough features for a professional user, but also has a lot of simplicity in the way you use it, such that it will be usable by consumers and people in the home.
What other kind of tools would you be coming out with?
Well, as I said, this is the first in a series, all of which will enable data to be exchanged between them. There's a deluxe printing program which will make it very easy to create banners and meeting notices, greeting cards, things like that. There's a deluxe music construction set, which is a version of a product that we currently have available on the Macintosh for music composition. And the last one in this series is Deluxe Video Construction Set, which will make use of the unique video features of the machine to enable someone to very simply put together video special effects. Okay, what we see here is a rendering of Botticelli's Venus.
Now, is that an original piece of art done on the Amiga or a digitized version?
No, that was done from scratch on the Amiga using this paint program.
And someone knew how to use the program.
Right, this was done by a graphic designer.
Okay.
Here's another piece that was done. This is a picture of King Tut. You'll see here that what Rick's doing is using the menu features of the Amiga to bring in additional drawings. Here's a waterfall that was done, and this actually shows the color cycle animation capabilities in this software. You'll see that when he turns cycle on, that the water's now cycling and creating the effect of a moving waterfall.
And you're doing this by changing the palette colors?
Doing this by changing the color map registers in the hardware.
Rick, briefly, this is very impressive stuff, but people are asking the question, as Gary and I talked about at the beginning of the show, of who do you think is going to buy the Amiga? Where do you see it being used?
Well, I think the major strong point of the Amiga is that first and foremost, it's a powerful general-purpose computer. Added onto that is multitasking built in from the beginning. Then we took a look at what are the kinds of constraints that people bump into in trying to get their personal computers to do different things. And those are typically anytime they start to do any graphics, the performance goes away. Anytime they try and do any sound, the performance goes away. So if you want to design a friendly graphics user interface, then the very first thing you start having is performance problems. And with the custom hardware, we've been able to take care of all of that.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. So we've gotten an introduction to the Commodore Amiga. In just a minute, we'll look at the Atari 520 ST, so stay with us. Joining us now are Brian Kerr, the marketing manager for Atari, and next to Brian, Jim Titzler, a hardware engineer at Atari who helped develop the ST.
Brian, we've seen what the Commodore Amiga can do. How about showing us the 520 ST?
Okay, well, the 520 ST has been out for about 4 months now. And as you can see, it's a very graphics-based system as well. The desktop that you're looking at here now is based on the GEM technology. And Jim will show you one feature that we like here, which allows each user to customize their own interface. This is what we refer to as the control panel. It allows you to set your own color palettes, the speed of click for the mouse, the keyboard, bells and keyboard clicks on and off, that type of thing. From there, I'd like to show you some of the sound capability of this product. The 520 ST has a built-in MIDI interface, and I'll let Jim describe this a little fuller.
MIDI is an emerging industry standard. It's the musical instrument digital interface, and it allows a computer to sequence a series of notes going to a synthesizer. For instance, here we have it connected to a rather elaborate synthesizer that allows us to either play music through the synthesizer, or to actually record an artist playing at the keyboard and do the same sorts of things with music that you would do with a word processor. You can time sync the music or transpose it,
Probably
play it
ought to
back.
mention that there is a synthesizer down on the table here that is
Yes.
actually producing music.
Right.
Driving.
And you're just picking a song file from here, which is going through the synthesizer.
Exactly. We also, internal to the machine, have a 3-voice sound chip, so we can do some sound synthesis. But by building the MIDI interface into the machine, that gives you the ability to spend as much on music as you like. If you're really serious about music, that path for expansion is readily available.
And Jim, that graphic representation we saw was in fact synced to what we're hearing coming
Exactly.
out of the synthesizer.
One of the colors was associated with each of the voices that was being played on MIDI.
We will stress graphics a little bit with the machine. And one of the paint programs that we've developed internally is a program called Neo. And it allows some very elaborate graphic capability like we saw earlier.
And you're pulling that up now,
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
This is a collection of some of the images that was created with Neo. Neo is a very powerful drawing package that really takes advantage of the machine, lets you play with the colors and create very nice images.
Yeah, Jim, you were transferring those images from the hard disk, right?
Right, directly from the hard disk. Each one of those images is 32,000 bytes, and that was coming directly from the hard disk.
That shows off a feature of the ST, which is the DMA port, which transmits information at 10 megabits per second. That's very high speed, and it's typical of the local area networking speeds of many mini-computers. This is Neo in its implementation with one particular picture. We're just rotating the color palette here.
Okay, now this, what is the price of this machine, basically? What, if you were to buy this configuration right here?
The base configuration is with a monochrome monitor, which has a resolution of 640 by 400, which is a little higher than what people are typically used to seeing. Very crisp and solid. That configuration with the 520 ST and one single-sided 3.5-inch drive is retail suggested $799.95.
Okay, now how about this whole configuration of the hard disk, two disk drives? We've got a
Well, the hard
monitor. This is sort of the top-end system.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Well, I've had difficulty configuring systems up to the $2,000 range. Because even with the color monitor, that system's $999. The hard disk is not out yet, so I can't really speak about price, but it will be in the same affordability level that all the other products from Atari are.
Now, where do you see? How do you see the 520 ST getting into the home? What's going to cause people to buy a 520?
Well, first I'd like to just make a distinction, is that we refer to the 520 ST as a personal computer.
Okay. And
we, as a general rule, believe that people determine what computers are used for, whether they're in the home, in the office, in the field, or in business. So the 520 ST is a computer system that is as powerful, if not more powerful, than any other personal computer on the marketplace, but yet it is priced in a consumer level. And I think therein lies the reason for owning a 520 ST.
Okay, Jim, what are you up to right now?
I was just demonstrating some of the ease of use, the fact that I can hop from one program to another quite readily using the GEM user interface.
If we take this idea of you can use it in the home, you can use it in business, what have you got here that would show us how to use it in business?
Well, one example is we have a spreadsheet demonstration, which it's very similar in function to some of the popular programs that are available today. It gives us, however, the advantage that we've got the GEM user interface so that it's very easy for a user to, for instance, plot a graph. You don't have to remember a cryptic sequence of commands. You can just get there directly using the mouse.
Is the spreadsheet on the market, Jim?
It's supposed to be shipping very shortly.
It'll be shipping next week, and it also is a Lotus work-alike, so anyone that has worked with Lotus can move directly over here, but yet you have the additional screen capability with the machine.
Now, Gary's asked you about the business applications. I want to know if you can show a red and white soccer ball bouncing.
Oh, that's easy.
This seems to be the standard demonstration now.
Well, it's a good example of graphic animation for the products.
This machine has 4 custom chips that were designed by Atari, and it has a great deal of graphics power, but it was designed in such a way that the 68000 still has a great deal of the processor's bus bandwidth. And so the 68000 is capable of doing a great deal of calculation at the same
Okay, one final question. How many have you sold so far?
We released numbers at the end of the third quarter that we had shipped over 50,000 units. Now, you have to understand the ST is shipping and has been introduced worldwide, and we are marketing the product in over 30 countries around the world.
Gentlemen, we've got to go. Both machines very impressive. Of course, one of the questions is, where is the software? We went out and talked to a software developer about that question. Wendy Woods has the report.
When new hardware enters the market, software companies have to make a tough choice. Will they write programs for it? Stoneware, famous for DB Master, had to choose between the Amiga and the Atari ST. They chose the Atari.
Truth is, our decision was not to develop for the Amiga right away, in part because the Amiga, when you develop for it, it's very hard to use your development investment for other machines. With the ST, it's much easier.
The success of Stoneware's filing program, which will be marketed under the Atari Soft label, of course depends on the success of the Atari ST. They're betting that the low-cost machine will sell, and the company's management will sell it.
And if you're out on the streets in a very competitive market in a tough business situation, I'd probably bet on those guys. I certainly wouldn't bet against them.
Stoneware realizes there are big risks, but the company is known as a risk taker. Stoneware wrote the first serious business software for the Apple and the Macintosh. The hundreds of thousands of programs they've already shipped are testimony that they made the right choice. In the case of the ST, Stoneware expects the machine's revolutionary low price will make it a big seller. Stoneware eventually plans to make software for the Commodore Amiga, but for the moment they'll concentrate on more Atari ST products, certain that getting in there first with low-price software for a low-priced machine will pay off. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now is Louis Moore, President of Home Computing Centers, a chain of retail computer stores, and Tim Baharin, Vice President for Microcomputer Research at Creative Strategies.
Louis, I understand that you sell both the 520 ST and the Commodore Amiga. Now, we've seen a price that goes from $800 on up to $2,000, I think that's what Brian said, for configurations of the 520. What is a comparable price, say, for an Amiga?
Well, the basic system for the Amiga is $1295. But you have to put a monitor on it, and to take it up to 512K, with those two things, you're at $1985.
Now, what is the customer response in this? Do they see these two different computers because of the price range, or are they comparing them directly, or what?
Well, there's a lot of comparison, but we're also seeing people seeing them as two different systems. I think they're both going to do fine.
Well, what do you hear from the consumers when they walk in and look at the two side by side? You're one of the few dealers that has both of them in your store.
Well, we hear a range of comments. One is that the Amiga has a lot more features, but it's not worth twice the price to most people. We are also seeing quite a few customers who came in intending to buy a less expensive system or one that's comparably priced, like a Commodore 128, switching to the ST.
Tim, one of the questions people have is trying to define the market for these two machines. I mean, is it a classic game machine? Is it really a business computer? Where do you see these machines being sold?
Well, in the Atari category, because of the Atari name and image in the past, it is looking more towards a home game entertainment market rather than a business crossover. Whereas the Commodore, though Commodore has had a strong background in the same area, the Amiga, with its PC compatibility and the emulation as it does, has the possibility of crossing over both the home, high-end home specifically because of its price, and possibly even getting that small business market that we're just beginning to see emerge.
Tim, you brought up the point of the IBM emulation. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, my understanding and watching the demonstrations on it is that it makes the 8080 or the 68000 chip believe it's an 8088, and it does it through an emulation process and software. Unfortunately, by doing it that way, it is very, very slow.
Okay.
And it is our assumption that the best way, of course, to do that would be to go to a hardware interface, and perhaps someday Commodore Amiga will do that as well.
Lou, apart from the Amiga versus the ST, how are they positioned versus the other machines? I mean, is Amiga really going up against Mac? Is that how buyers are perceiving this?
Quite a bit, yeah. But also we're seeing new buyers, really, who haven't purchased computers before and have been thinking about it, and now that it's here, they're coming in to look. There's a lot of interest. There's been a lot of press on the machine, and so we get 20 or 30 calls a day on it. We have waiting lists for it, and it's gotten a great deal of attention from people who weren't in the market.
Now, what, if you could kind of characterize a consumer of a computer system like this, what is it that they really want when they walk in the store? They look at this and they say, well, we'd really like to have, what is it?
Well, in the early life cycle of this product and the ST as well, you're getting mostly people right now who are enamored of the hardware, and because there's not much you can do with it as of today. And then we're getting people who know the software that's coming out and are interested in it. And the MS-DOS part is important to people too.
Tim, we have just about a half a minute left. What about the software? You think it's going to be there for both these machines?
Well, our survey right now with the software dealers is that there's a wait-and-see attitude. They see that both machines have potential. They are looking at both companies' financial positions, which have been somewhat rocky over the last year, and they're waiting to see what will happen after the first of the year. And if the channels begin to open up and they begin to see the distributors having a demand, the machines can be delivered on a timely basis, then the software guys will start following suit. But it's still a wait-and-see game from that standpoint.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, we've seen two very impressive machines today. Of course, the question is, will they make it in the marketplace? And we asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
Will either or both of these innovative machines be successful? Well, the Mindset computer was also innovative and had excellent graphics, but fell flat in its face. However, these machines are linked with one of the magic names in this business, Jack Tramiel. He started Commodore and salvaged Atari. The mention of Tramiel stirs strong emotions within the industry, and his power in the marketplace is legion. He is second only to IBM in the ability to establish de facto standards. And he is the major reason the press and public is willing to give these two machines a chance. But a computer is never more successful than the software written which exploits its potential. And while much of the existing software can be ported to these machines, that in itself is no reason to go out and buy either. There is today 3 major operating environments occupying the energies of programmers, 2 from Apple and 1 from IBM. It seems unlikely the available pool of software developers is expanding rapidly enough to support even 1 more operating system, let alone 2. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, an encouraging report, if you're a consumer, that software prices are going to fall. Several industry executives and analysts are predicting price cuts for all kinds of software, from games to business packages. A DataQuest report says there are now 27,000 software programs on the market, with a new product being introduced every 11 minutes. One New York analyst predicted that software prices could fall by as much as 50% by next year. A company called Cozen Systems of Connecticut has introduced a new product called SoftStrip, which encodes data or program information on ordinary paper. These strips can then be read by a scanner directly into a computer. Cozen says 17 magazines and text publishers will soon be including the SoftStrips in their publications. That means you can just slip the page into a scanner and enter the data or program directly into your computer. Desktop publishing was one of the hot topics at the recent Comdex show. Some vendors were showing complete personal publishing systems for under $10,000, and there were also new laser printers for under $2,000. And you know PC publishing must be hot when in today's climate, 2 new magazines have just been introduced on the subject, desktop publishing and personal publishing. Time now for this week's software pick, and here's our reviewer, Paul Schindler.
When I was a kid, if you wanted to buy and sell things, you did it on a Monopoly board. We used to play for days on end. Eventually, it got a little dull because you always knew the prices, and eventually you got to know Community Chest and Chance pretty well, too. Well, since greed is such a fundamental human emotion, it was only a matter of time before a trading game came to the world of personal computing. It's here. Its name is Wizard of Wall Street. This program has a great opening screen. You begin each month of trading with research and a review of your net worth. It's interesting that new research costs money, but old research reports are free. You can buy and sell, or, for the esoteric, there are puts, calls, and options. This is a real-time game with a news ticker and a stock ticker. If you don't execute your trade fast enough, prices change and you make or lose money pretty fast. If you panic, you can freeze the trading day to give yourself time to think about things. Wizard of Wall Street was written by Multisoft of San Rafael, California, and is distributed by Synapse Software. The program offers a lot of fun for $45. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Japanese company Ricoh has introduced a fascinating new product called the Write Board. It's an electronic blackboard, it's actually white, that automatically captures whatever is written on the board and saves it in a computer. You can then display the blackboard's contents on CRTs at other locations or get hard copy printouts to keep a record of what was on the board. The Ricoh Write Board can handle graphics as well as text. In our legislative update file, the United States, Japan, and Canada have agreed to eliminate most tariffs on computer parts and peripherals. The American trade representative to the negotiations said the agreement would lower costs in the U.S. and save the industry about $172 million a year. A major computer problem at the Bank of New York last week held up the delivery of $25 billion in government securities. The computer problem forced a large overnight loan from the Federal Reserve Bank and temporarily drove federal fund interest rates down when reserves rose after securities were not delivered. The transfer of government securities is done almost exclusively by computer with no actual paper transactions. This was reported to be the biggest computer snafu ever in the federal banking system. Finally, if you own a new Buick Riviera, you are the proud owner of 10 computer systems hidden inside your car. The 1986 Riviera's computer system takes over the functions of 91 controls and gauges found on conventional cars. All the computer controls are represented on a touch-sensitive computer screen, and when you take the car in for servicing, the mechanic simply plugs your computer into his computer, and the car's systems report out on what's wrong. Maybe. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. There's really only one mega celebrity in the computer industry, and that is Bill Gates. He's one of the best-known people in the world. He's one of the wealthiest people in the world, and he knows a lot about software in the computer business. He's also a bit of an enigma. It's hard to get a handle on what kind of guy he is. He seems a geek in some ways, a ferocious competitor in other ways. We recently had the unique opportunity to tape an exclusive interview with Gates. He was unusually relaxed and provided more insight than usual into how he thinks. Obviously, one thing Gates has been thinking about a lot these days is the Justice Department's antitrust suit against Microsoft. What is ironic about the charges of invincible monopoly against Microsoft is that Bill Gates seems to really believe that his company, far from being immune from competition, is very vulnerable to it.
Beyond believing in software, if there's a second fundamental part of the Microsoft culture, it's to say to ourselves, is this the day that we're being eclipsed? I mean, you know, we lived through IBM being eclipsed. We lived through Wang being eclipsed. I grew up using digital computers. I worshiped digital. I thought, oh wow, someday I'm going to meet Ken Olsen. But by the time I met him, he wasn't really Ken Olsen anymore. We are in the customer feedback loop. We're seeing our shortcomings all the time. You know, the support call that takes 2 hours, the opaqueness of our interface. We are very good at giving ourselves a hard time about, you know, the things that we're going to have to fix to be able to stay around and play a role.
During a speech prior to that interview, Gates talked about the risk of failure for Microsoft and the steps he takes to make sure the company doesn't fail.
You know, about a decade ago, people would always send me mail saying, we won a certain account. And I'd think, well, okay, they sent me one piece of mail, so we won one account. Did we lose every other account? Because they never sent me mail about the accounts we were losing. So I laid down a rule that you have to send bad news in equal measure with good news. You just can't send me only good news. You also have to tell me what things we may have to change. Because bad news is 100 times more actionable than good news. You don't cancel appointments or change priorities based on good news. And certainly in the world of technology, take every technology company that failed. Their sins, their big mistakes, were all made in the years of their greatest profitability. And so we have to magnify every little thing that happens and try and see, is that a trend? Is there something we can learn from it? Do we need to change direction to being more on top of things?
But Gates' big problem right now is not the competition, it is the government. John Gage of Sun Microsystems is one of Gates' biggest critics, and he supports the DOJ action.
Microsoft is the cash register. Microsoft can be the airline reservation terminal. Microsoft can be the place you buy and sell automobiles. Microsoft can threaten every insurance company. Microsoft's at this monopoly position far more pervasive than Standard Oil ever was, because the entire economy now depends upon these things working. That's the reason that the suit by the United States government is so important about business behavior, nothing to do with technology or innovation.
David Kirkpatrick of Fortune magazine says there is a growing body of evidence against Microsoft.
There is an increasing body of opinion, and government says evidence, that they have actually broken the law in the way they compete, and that they have used illegally heavy-handed tactics in, forcing people to exit from businesses that inconvenience them, and using their dominance to pressure companies to withdraw products or to slow down development or change development. If that's proven, I believe it ought to be stopped.
While the immediate threat to Microsoft is the antitrust action, there is a growing sense that Microsoft and Gates really are at risk, not because of the government, but because of changes in computer technology. The whole desktop model, the strength of the Windows monopoly, is giving way to a new connected computing model in which operating systems may become irrelevant.
There's a real
expected to reach final form as a CD-ROM or optical disc. In Sausalito, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio is Robert Stein. He's with the Voyager company in Los Angeles, and they're working with HyperCard and the Laserdisc, Gary.
Yeah, Stuart, as we were talking about earlier, the HyperCard concept really is based in hypertext and hypermedia, involves text graphics, sound, video, and so forth. And Robert's got a product here that he's working with and involves a full-size video disc. As most of the viewers know, this is a rather old technology. It involves it's about 30 minutes of rolling video or 54,000 still frames. Robert, can you tell us how you've used this?
Sure. We've taken the National Gallery of Art video disc, which has on it photographs of the entire standing collection of the National Gallery of Art, everything that's on display there. And we've tried to make it possible for the user to look at these pictures in different ways. For example, you can press on chronological, and you'll get an index that lets you press on 16th, for example, and see all the works from the 16th century. Or I can go in by nationality, in which case I can press on this and it'll show me all the Russian works or French works or Belgian works. Or I can go in by style or period, in which case, let's say Cubism gives me a definition of the Cubist style, and then these are representative works that I can click on and go to see them. Or I also have a complete artist index, and I can press on this and you can see.
You can essentially create your own exhibits or rooms in the museum, is what you're doing.
Exactly. Here I can press on Monet. It will take me to the gallery, and it will find the first Monet chronologically in the gallery for me. And comes up on the screen, gives me information about this particular painting, and the painting is on the screen. Let's say I'm interested in Monet. I can ask for more of this artist, in which case press on that button. It will find me the next painting by Monet. Right. Let's say I'm interested in this style of Impressionist painters. I can ask for more Impressionist painters. It'll find Monet. Do it again, it'll find Renoir for me. Sometimes a magnifying glass comes up on the screen, and this means that I have a detail on the video disc of this particular painting. And sometimes a motion picture projector comes up, and this tells me I have a motion picture sequence on the video disc about this particular painting.
Renoir's little girl with a watering can is a scene from
I can control that from here.
everyday life. You see...
And also this icon up here, it's our marginalia icon, lets me put a note in here. I can say, for example, reminds me of my daughter, Katie, and the note card will go away, and this will change from empty to full. And then a year from now, I don't have to remember the name of this painting or who did it. I can simply just ask it to find Katie, and with a little bit of luck, it'll go and find that painting for me. So I can really personalize a very large-scale database. This is our serendipity button. It takes me randomly somewhere in the gallery, don't know quite where. The searching is very powerful. We have keywords for everything in here. So for example, I can ask for all impressionist landscapes with boats, and the system will find it for me. And I can just press again, it'll find another one, and then another. And let's suppose I find this to be an interesting subject, and I wonder how that was treated during a different period. So I'll change the word impressionist to the word romantic, and it will find romantic landscapes with boats. And then using one of HyperCard's most important features, it'll remember the last 42 things that I've looked at. So I can press retrace, and it will go back and find the last picture and the last picture, and I can retrace in both directions, so that I always pretty much have everything available to me all of the time.
What do you think HyperCard means to interactive video? I've been waiting around for interactive video for a number of years.
Well, I've been in this business for 7 years, and we've been concentrating on what they call level 1 disks that don't have a computer, because we didn't think it was a computer powerful enough. I think the HyperCard and the Macintosh together mean this is year 1 of interactive video.
Good. Robert, thank you very much. That's an impressive use of HyperCard. That's it for HyperCard. We hope you enjoyed it. Hope you'll see us again next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the Random Access file this week, Comdex dominates the news. Here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, it was the 10th annual Fall Comdex and the biggest one ever. 100,000 attendees, more than 1,700 exhibitors. On the hardware side, the major issue was still the battle over bus architecture between ESA and MCA, and there was no clear consensus as to who the winner would be. At a keynote session, Compact's Rod Kenyon said the main issue was compatibility with the installed base of PCs. But IBM's Terry Lautenbach said the old AT bus had simply run out of gas and could not support advanced applications. Analyst Tim Baharan said he thought microchannel architecture would prevail in the end, but only after a difficult struggle. Color printers were hot now that color has taken over the monitor business, with over half the CRTs in use being color displays. The next logical step is color printers. The increased use of desktop publishing and desktop presentations also appears to be driving a new interest in transferring the color on the screen to color print. Optical storage was warm, though not quite hot. Sony was demonstrating and taking orders for its new erasable optical disc drives. Microsoft was pushing their CD-ROM products, and Intel, which recently acquired Digital Video Interactive Technology, was showing prototypes of new DVI optical disc products. Apple returned to Comdex with a major push for the Macintosh 2, and Commodore and Atari were here, very visible, each pushing graphics, music, animation, and desktop video. On the software side, the buzzword was groupware. Groupware is more than just network software. It's software which primarily supports groups and group work activities rather than individuals. Analyst Amy Wall, who chaired the Comdex session on groupware, said the hot topic is procedural processing software that can track the movement of paper through an organization. Other hot software topics were PIMs, personal information managers, with Lotus reporting good sales of Agenda. Many marketers' eyes at this Comdex were focused more on Europe than on the United States. In 1992, Europe is scheduled to unify and move to one common set of computer standards. That means a new unified Europe would represent a larger market than the United States. Indeed, the standards issue may be simpler there than here at home. IBM took some heat from analysts at Comdex. One characterized OS/2 as yesterday's software tomorrow, saying Unix can do everything OS/2 can and more. But the issue was at what price and ease of use. IBM itself put on quite a show, saying OS/2 and PS2 were doing very well, thank you. And Businessland exec Enzo Teresi said IBM's MCA computers now make up more than 50% of its business in 286 and 386 machines. Byte magazine ran a survey on operating systems, asking Comdex attendees which operating system would dominate in the 1990s. The winner was Extended DOS. In second place was Standard DOS. OS/2 came in third, followed by Graphic Interfaced Unix, Standard Command Line Unix, and last among the Comdex voters was the Macintosh operating system. Finally, Zerko unveiled its new laptop car seat. It's a laptop platform that fits onto the passenger seat of your car, turning it into a computer workstation. Get stuck at a red light? Just turn around and start computing. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is a Toys R Us store in Redwood City, California, but from what you see hanging on the racks here, you'd think it ought to be called Software R Us. Most of the titles being sold here are for the Commodore 64, one of the original home computers, but there's a lot of life left in that old machine. New software titles still coming out for what is still a very large installed user base. Today we take a look at an oldie but goodie, the Commodore 64, on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. This is Gary Kildall. And Gary, I'm playing this new game from Spectrum Holobyte called Tetris. The interesting thing about it, it's the first game software sold in the United States written by Russian programmers. But what's really interesting is here's a hot new piece of software. What machine does it come out for first? The good old Commodore 64. This is the Model T of personal computers, yet people are still buying them. People are writing new software for it. How come?
Well, Stuart, as you know, Jack Tramiel headed Commodore before he moved over to Atari. And Jack's philosophy is to minimize the end user price and just flood the market with the product. He did it with a $10 calculator in the mid-70s, remember that one? He did it also with the Commodore 64, less than $200. The competition was 5 times that price. It's just a good basic computer for a very affordable price. The result is there's about, what, 7 million of these things in the United States alone. It provides a real good hardware bed for software writers because they can take a software development cost and amortize it across these millions of units. The result is you get a lot of good software at a very affordable price.
Gary, today we're going to focus on the good old Commodore 64. We'll meet lots of C64 users and see the interesting applications they've developed for the computer. Now, one of the reasons the Commodore 64 is still around is it got a new operating system a couple of years ago, something called GEOS. We begin today by visiting the man who wrote GEOS, Brian Doherty, at Berkeley Softworks.
The history of personal computers is marked by some spectacular successes and failures. But the award for popularity must go to the Commodore 64, a little 8-bit machine that refuses to die. The 64's commercial success and its enormous user base have inspired some software developers to take a second look at the 64's potential. One of those companies is Berkeley Softworks, next to the university campus in Berkeley, California.
What we did is we looked at these markets, at the Commodore 64 market first, then the Apple II, and basically it takes a while for people to really push a machine to its total limits. And one of the things that we really believe in here that the rest of the software world, I think, has only really started to catch on to is using very sophisticated development tools. And the net of all that is we're capable now of developing applications for these machines that I don't think people really thought these machines were capable of performing.
Berkeley's most important product is the GEOS operating system, a graphic interface for the 64 and 128 that features pull-down menus, icons, and windows. The new operating system opens the door to some very sophisticated applications, like a spreadsheet called GeoCalc, and GeoFile, a database with user-designed forms. There's even a desktop publishing package, something usually requiring big memories and big budgets. But at Berkeley Softworks, it's all in the code.
Mainly it's by coding much more efficiently. The theorem of computer science is any computer program can be implemented by a one-bit Turing machine. That's actually a theory that's been proven in computer science. So even this 8-bit processor is capable of doing all the things that a much more expensive computer, like say a Macintosh or an IBM PC, is capable of doing. Now, it may not be able to do it as fast, although we try to make up for the limitations and the capability of the machine by programming more efficiently. But you can actually do anything with a computer.
Joining us in the studio now is Lucy Morton. Lucy's a member of the Diablo Valley Commodore 64 Users Group, and next to Lucy is Mike Dunsmore, a member of the Commodore Owners of the Peninsula. Gary.
Mike, the Commodore Users Groups, they principally C64 users, or what's the composition?
There are some user groups that are just Commodore 64s, and there might be some that have a Amiga and 64.
Now, you communicate through bulletin boards over modems, is that correct?
Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 bulletin boards, or BBSs I log on.
Are those bulletin boards run by C64 sometimes, or not?
Generally on another machine, but they might have Commodore 64 database and downloads, uploads.
Hey, Lucy, it may be a little presumptuous of me, but you don't appear to be the average game player of using a Commodore 64. Why did you buy a C64?
Well, we have always been interested in computers, and my husband also does some programming. And the program is very easy on this machine because you can edit it very easily, and we make mistakes very often.
So you're primarily programming in BASIC then?
That's right, in BASIC.
Now, you have a program that you wrote that helps you make sweaters, is that correct?
Well, it helps me to chart them. The making is something else.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, this is an interactive program, and as you run through the program, it asks you what style you would like. And you have to have one thing before you start, which is the number of stitches per inch and the number of rows per inch, which you get from a swatch like this. All right, we've already decided that we're going to make a jacket and that we're going to have a knit-on band that is knit right in one with a sweater. And so we're going to have it in ribbing. And now we have to decide if we want a V-neck. I think we'll select a V-neck today. And we're going to put the neckband right in one with the front band, so it's a little faster.
The program leads you through the series.
It leads you through the whole thing. Then what kind of sleeve do you want? Well, let's take no sleeve for this. Well, let's have a raglan sleeve. Then it asks, do you want long or short? And it will go on with this sort of thing. Do you want a fitted sleeve or straight sleeve? And it goes on through all the questions. Then it will program.
What do you end up with? Show us.
Yes, it will do this on the screen also, but it will end up with something like this, which I guess is this what you'd like to see?
Yeah.
Yes. Now this prints out, this prints out all the directions for a sweater very similar to the one that I have on.
And the one you're wearing you designed using your own program.
Yes, that's right.
That's great. I'm going to turn to Mike now. If you could slide the computer over to Mike. And Mike, you've been using the C64 to do some kind of artwork. Tell me what you do.
Yeah, I've made a few pictures, screens.
For what particular purpose?
Well, just to make a picture. Or sometimes I would put them in it would be a title screen for a program I was working on. Or for a menu.
And you use the C64 plus what else?
Koala Pad.
And what kind of software?
There's a Koala Pad,
the
a Koala
Pad
Painter.
software itself.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show us some of the things you do with Koala Pad?
Sure, let me load this Koala Painter in. Okay, I have the menu here. What you would do is you could catalog the disk from that icon. You could save, get, or name and save, so we can just click on the get.
Okay, suppose we want to look at wackos there.
Okay, so we click on get and go up the wacko, press the button.
Mhm.
I already have it loaded.
Okay.
This is the picture.
Okay, that's pretty good. And that is what? What did you create this for?
This was for a bulletin board that I knew the guy that was running it, and he wanted to...
The Wacko World board.
Yeah, the Wacko World, yeah.
Okay, can you pull up something else you're in the middle of working on?
Sure. Just go to swap here, hit that. This is for a program, a menu program. All you would see is this screen here, and I could press A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Suppose you wanted to add some artwork to that screen now. How would you do that?
Okay, there's a part down at the bottom I'm still working on. Go to zoom here, put the window down here, and touch up these letters. Select a color. So I want to get rid of that green line. I just do it pixel by pixel, or I could drag the pointer across.
And then you could just paint a graphic in that little space on the right if you wanted to, or
yeah.
anything you want to do there, huh?
This really, it's time consuming.
Yeah.
Well, one of the interesting things is that this is a video, composite video, same as your little camcorders and so forth, so you could actually make titles and all sorts of things for your home videos.
And the interesting thing, I guess, Mike, I mean, you have your sort of graphics design station here for an investment of probably well under $400 compared to some of the expensive systems we've seen here
well
before.
under that.
Okay, Lucy and Mike, thank you very much. As we've seen, users groups have been a very important element of the success of the Commodore 64. We asked Wendy Woods to go visit a users group meeting in Foster City, California, and here's her report.
If you buy for price, you don't always get good service. And that's especially true for Commodore 64 and 128 owners whose low-cost machines get no support from the mass merchandisers who sell them. Enter the Commodore Users Group, like this one in Foster City, California, where people like Ralph Hornbrook try out programs, trade tips, and just plain get the help that they need.
It's almost impossible to describe the help. I mean, being an absolute neophyte 3 or 4 years ago, we knew nothing. Where do you go? What do you do? How do you work these things? We knew we wanted to get into it, but we didn't know how to get into it.
What we do is we offer an informal hand-holding type meeting where if somebody doesn't understand how to use a computer, we'll sit down with them, show them how to operate it, show them how to do the various processes that are required to run programs, and show them how to put everything together. In other words, just how to use their computer and use it to productive advantage.
Despite the fact that the more powerful Amiga is now seen at the Commodore Users Group meetings, interest in the C64 is still going strong. The price keeps dropping and people keep buying them, which is why it should come as no surprise that membership in groups like this has actually increased over the years. In Foster City, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Malcolm Lowe with the Commodore West Users Group, and next to Malcolm is Kelly Flock with Electronic Arts.
Kelly, Electronic Arts is obviously a well-known software producer and game software producer. How important is the Commodore 64 relative to your whole marketing plan? You know, like the Apple, relative to Apple, IBM PC, and so forth.
Well, the Commodore is very important. I would say that it's our second most important format behind the IBM compatible format.
What is it about the Commodore that makes it a good target for a game?
It's probably the leading home computer with its installed base of like 7 million units. And it's very game intensive since, as you know, we make a lot of entertainment software. That's a natural place for us to be.
Mm-hmm. Now, Malcolm, you've got a program in the tracked mode here in the background running called the Wine Steward. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about that program?
Yeah, sure. The Wine Steward is a program that's designed to help people who are unfamiliar with purchasing wines to be able to make a choice based on the food that they're going to have for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this was written for the 64, and it's used in supermarkets, I understand.
That's correct, yes.
Show us how you'd use it.
Yeah, sure. The basic screen is a menu of choices. You move down the menu with using a white button that's on a cabinet, and using the green button, you select a further menu. Move down to the choice and select again, and you will be given a choice of total of 9 wines.
Okay, so it's making its decision as to what wines to recommend. And
That's correct. And there are 3 on the first screen, which are budget price wines. The second screen offers you another 3 at popular price, and the third at premium price wines.
How do people like this?
They seem to take to it very well indeed.
Any particular reason why you wrote it for the Commodore 64?
Pretty well an easy computer to program for. It has lots of features, particularly color, and you can program different fonts for it.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly, let's turn to you. And Electronic Arts has a new game for the 64 called Skate or Die, and I want you to tell me about that.
This is a multi-event game where it's kind of like a skateboard simulation where you get to do all the things that you wouldn't normally do unless you...
you don't want to risk your knees and your elbows.
Right, all the fun and none of the scars, as we say.
Okay, Kelly, show me how you play Skate or Die.
Okay, this is the half pipe, which is a regular skateboarding event. And you do it through a combination that's a kick turn of joystick moves and button controls. There's no need to look at the documentation.
Oh, you did that on purpose?
I wish. I'm going to try and get up in the air on this one. Up.
All right. Ooh, beautiful, almost. So it's a combination of joystick and the buttons.
Correct.
Oh, nice move. However.
So there are like 12 different moves you can do in here. And you get points for the variety of your routine, and you get bonus points at the end. So I got 8,000 points, which is a pretty good score. You can get up to 15,000 points in here.
The crowd in the background.
Yeah.
Kelly, is Skate or Die available on any machine other than the Commodore 64?
No, right now it's available only on the Commodore. It was designed on the Commodore and takes advantage of some unique features, such as the sprites and the 16 colors and the 3 voices. We're in the process of developing it for other machines.
Now, Kelly, are there more things you can do besides just skating on this ramp? Or
there's a total of 5 events. The ramp is the only event modeled on real skateboarding, but there's a couple of downhill events where you can break bottles and skate through bushes and through a drain pipe. And there's a pull joust event where you have 3 computer opponents and you get to whop them with the little marine bopping stick. It's a pretty fun little game.
Now, what about the price?
The suggested retail on it is $29.95.
Okay. And is there something about the Commodore market? You just don't get more than $30 for games?
As the Commodore market gets older, it becomes more price sensitive. There's a lot more product developed for it as opposed to, say, a market like the Amiga where there are very few games right now.
So is this going to be something you're de-emphasizing after a while?
No, we make it up in volume.
Okay.
How do we do it? The volume.
Kelly, Malcolm, thank you very much. Gary, earlier this week I got a chance to talk to the new president of Commodore, Max Toy, and I started out by asking him if Commodore looks at the 64 as really a game machine.
Well, it would be real easy to say that, but what we have seen in the marketplace is that it's continuing to be used in business. We're seeing it used on broader applications than we've ever seen before. Commodore 64 is being used for desktop publishing. It's being used in the small, tiny business. It's having a resurgence back in the education marketplace. So it is much more than a toy marketplace. Now, I will tell you that we have seen a growth and enhancement in the entertainment marketplace due to some of the software. But we're still seeing new business software being written for the product as well.
Is it a current machine? Are people still buying Commodore 64s?
The incredible thing about the Commodore 64 is it does continue to grow, and the market continues to expand. We sell worldwide between 1 million and 1.5 million Commodore 64s every year. And what we've seen is a whole new wave of customers coming into the marketplace. Commodore 64 has always been strong in the small, tiny business marketplace, but we're seeing a lot of young, first-time users coming into the marketplace. In fact, I've heard it said that Commodore welcomes more first-time users than any other company in the world. Brand new software is coming into the marketplace, and you got to remember, it's not old technology to the first-time user. And we're seeing a lot of people using this computer as their first entry into the power of computing. And therefore, you're bringing new customers in every year come into this marketplace. And so it is new technology as far as they're concerned, and we see software people continuing to use the high-performance capabilities for a very high-value dollar.
Who do you see then right now as the competition for the 64? I mean, is it the lower cost Apple, or is it the Atari ST, or are you going up against Nintendo and Sega in a way?
Well, the answer really is probably C, all of the above. You know, at one end of the marketplace, you compete against the Nintendos, the game machines. And what we're seeing are parents who are deciding that they would much rather have more than just a game machine for their children to use, and use the entertainment software and take it a step further with education and real use that the child can use it for. But at the same time, we're still seeing it used in business. We're seeing it used in television production environment as well. It's a very, very important part of our business. It's continuing to grow. We're continuing to spend our research and development dollars on the product and the peripherals and the support capabilities of that product. So it's a very, very important part of Commodore's existence today and its future. If you look at our greatest assets, they're an install base, there are manufacturing and design capability to build a machine from silicon up, and the fact that we've got such a strong, active user group community. The passion that the Commodore users have for the Commodore machines and for what they've been able to do with those machines is absolutely incredible. And that's exciting, that's fun.
Joining us in the studio now is Bill Morrow, a Commodore 64 user from Pacifica, California, and behind Bill, Gary, is a table full of synthesizers, all hooked up to a 64.
Bill, you're a very accomplished musician. What is it about this Commodore 64 that makes it a good music computer?
Number one, it's very inexpensive. The other thing is the SID chip, and that's the sound interface device.
Okay, what does the SID chip do?
Well, it makes sound. It has 3 musicians in it, you could say. And these 3 musicians can play individual notes separate, or they can play them simultaneously. We can have a flute and a bass and a violin playing all at the same time.
Okay, and then you can experiment with the different sounds and mix them and so forth.
I can study the attack, delay, and sustain and release.
Okay.
Now you've got some software in here, some composition software called Master Composer, is it? Show us how that works using the SID chip, Bill.
Well, here you can see I already entered a few notes. Let me go over here. And I have 3 voices. I've got my musician number 2 here. And you see I have some rest up there. So I have about, I would say I have 16 positions that I can
okay, and if you wanted to go ahead now and listen to that music you would just put in there.
And this is using only a SID chip, right?
Right.
No synthesizers.
No, just the Commodore.
Okay.
Power. Okay, you want to listen to?
Yeah.
All right.
And it's showing the notes that it's playing as it goes on, huh? That's all just coming out of the 64.
As they're playing. That's all coming out of the 64. No help.
And they're the notes you had entered before. This is a little piece of music you wrote in there. Okay, can we turn that off just a second? And I want to ask you now to give us the whole ball game here and hook up all your synthesizers and see if the 64 can handle all of that. So what do we do to do that?
Okay, first of all, I have the MIDI interface hooked to the Commodore, hooked up with the Commodore. And from the MIDI interface, I go through my MIDI through box, which we can see. And from that, I'm hooked up to 1, 2, 3 keyboards, which all are multi-channels. And I have about 14 channels, or tracks. A musician would think of them as tracks, different tracks running. Then we have the drum machine, and we have a sound generator over there, which gives me about 16 tracks.
And what's the software that's controlling all this?
The software is Dr. T's software, and it's a very powerful software. You can record with this just like you're recording in a studio, like they say, take 1 and you play. Or you can insert the notes from...
okay, how about take 1? Let's hear what it sounds like.
Yes, take 1, say, okay.
Tell us what you're doing.
I'm doing an original tune that I and James Anderson co-wrote. Okay.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Now, let me ask you. You're a musician. What's the pleasure of working with something like the C64? You had told us before you were thinking about getting out of the music business, but now you're back in it.
Well, the pleasure is I don't have to have a lot of musicians to rehearse with. I don't have to tell them play my music simple. I want, and I've got a drummer that this crazy machine will just play all day long. And most of the time I would wear musicians out. I like to rehearse. And these guys say, well, I'm tired.
So as a composer and as a musician, you have more control now.
I have more control
with pretty little investment, as you said.
Oh, it's a very cheap investment.
Thanks so much for being here, Bill. That's our look at the Commodore 64. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Random access file this week. There are reports that the new DBase 4 program has some bugs in the SQL mode. Byte Magazine's Microbyte service and a company called Quadbase have both reported that responses to SQL query statements can lead to incorrect reports on the number of records or to an internal error message that prevents the execution of the query. Ashton Tate says it is investigating the reports. The Inver virus, which attacked the Macintosh community several months ago, has been discovered on a Mac CD-ROM disk of public domain software. The virus infected 7 files on the disk, including a HyperCard stack and Stuffit. The disk is called the Mega ROM, and it's produced by Quantum Leap Technology. The company says it has found and eliminated the virus and that new copies of the disk are clean. The Inver virus was passed on through a hard disk utility. It infects applications and eventually causes an unrecoverable systems crash. The virus reportedly can be detected by the Virus Detective program, but can sneak by Apple's program called Virus RX. The Russians say they have been hit by their first computer virus. The virus, known as DOS-62, infected 80 computers at the USSR Academy of Sciences. The Russians suspect the virus got into the system after some students who attended an international summer computer camp attempted to copy some infected programs using the Academy's computers. IBM says it has developed a new experimental circuit that could lead to PCs with mainframe speed. The CMOS circuit is 1/300th the thickness of a human hair. It can switch on and off 30 billion times a second. A memory chip using the new circuit could contain up to 256 megabits of information. Time for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
In our available minute, we can't settle the age-old question of whether you really need an encyclopedia or not, but if you decide you do, for yourself or your children, which would you rather have? These 20 volumes or this compact disc? This is the Electronic Encyclopedia, and it contains all the text from the Academic American Encyclopedia. That's 9 million words, 30,000 entries, 60 megabytes of data. You can pay $1 a minute to access this encyclopedia online via Dow Jones, or you pay $300 once and have this in your home. Now, we're not going to show any screens today because screens full of text aren't very interesting to look at. But I can tell you that when you give the Electronic Encyclopedia search program a word, it finds every article in the encyclopedia that includes that word and tells you the headline of the article. You can read it, print it, or put it in a disk file. Now, be careful what you do with that disk file because you don't want to plagiarize this work. Now, I know in order to use this, you need an $800 CD-ROM player for your PC. Believe me, this isn't the last CD-ROM program you'll want. The Electronic Encyclopedia is $300 from Grolier Electronic Publishing in New York. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Hewlett-Packard has announced that it is introducing a new 386 computer that uses EISA bus architecture. The bus will enable 32-bit throughput, but will be compatible with existing AT-type boards. The new HP machine is set to ship in the second half of 1989. SAC Technologies has introduced a new English language DOS interface called DOS Talk. It's a piece of Lisp software that lets you type in natural language commands for normal DOS functions. The software sells for $89.95. Chartered Electronics of Singapore has introduced Faxility. It's a black box which attaches to your computer and lets your fax board receive faxes, even if your PC is turned off. The box will sell for $145. It's awaiting FCC approval. Finally, what happens when two computerized machines mate? You get an ATM machine that sells stamps. Equibank of Pittsburgh is selling the new machines to banks, and the nice part is you don't even need money. The ATM will automatically charge your checking account for the stamps you buy. That's it for this week's Random Access. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
If I say the word Apple, you say the word Macintosh. But if I had played the same game just a few years ago and said Apple, you would probably say 2 or 2E or 2 Plus, for it was the Apple II that started this company. But with the recent success of the Macintosh and the Mac II in particular, there have been rumors that the old Apple II was headed for the orphanage. Not so, for there's a new Apple IIc and a new Apple II GS. Today we take a look at the new generation of Apple II computers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, what I've got over here in this little briefcase is an original Apple I computer. Before they thought about cases for computers, this guy put it into his briefcase. This is literally a museum piece, but it's only about 10 years old, and of course it represents state-of-the-art technology at the time for personal computers. Knowing what we know about technology and PCs today, what is the point in coming out with a new 8-bit computer like the IIc Plus?
Well, Stuart, it's important to understand what the Apple, really, where it came from. Steve Wozniak is the guy that engineered this thing, and he was a video person as well as a computer person. He realized you could put these two things together. Great for playing games, real low cost because you hook it to your TV set. As a result, they got a head start in a lot of the other PC computer manufacturers. A lot of software was produced, good customer base. This is a sufficient machine for a lot of people to use in education, in the home, and so forth. And Apple said, well, why not service that customer base and give them a new machine?
Well, we're going to take a look at that new machine today. It's the Apple IIc Plus, and we'll see how it has improved on its ancestors. We'll also take a look at GS/OS, the new operating system for the Apple II GS, and its new ability to work with a CD-ROM drive. Now, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak were the architects of this early generation of Apple II computer. John Sculley is the driving force behind Apple now, and we're going to start out this program by visiting John Sculley in his office at Apple to find out about the company's real commitment to the future of the Apple II.
Since its introduction over 10 years ago, the Apple II has proven to be a sturdy and persistent computer with a loyal following of devoted fans. There are now about 4.5 million of them scattered around the world. But company support for the Apple II line, at least in the eyes of its owners, hasn't always been evident, as Apple President John Sculley admits.
Well, I think in many ways that Apple II users have felt abandoned by Apple because they haven't heard many messages from the top people in our organization to give them encouragement that the Apple II was important. And to be perfectly honest, this was a very conscious direction on our part as we were trying to convince business users that Apple wasn't in the home computer business only, that we were also able to provide very powerful business workstations. Without the success of the Macintosh in business, we couldn't afford the huge investment we have in research and development and the support of proprietary technologies for Macintosh and the Apple II.
Today, the Apple II has become 3 machines, including the little-changed IIe, the colorful 2GS, and the portable IIc Plus. But increasingly, the Apple II series appears to be headed in a different direction from the company's most powerful and expensive computer, the Macintosh.
The best way to really understand the two products is to look at the software bases that they have. The software base for the Apple II is largely educational software and enthusiast software, and it continues to have a tremendous amount of new software as well as many popular titles from the past. The Macintosh, on the other hand, from the start was a computer that was aimed at higher education, colleges, universities, as well as business.
Apple Computer has other reasons beside owner loyalty to keep the Apple II line moving forward. For one, it's a billion-dollar industry all by itself, and the machine has captured over 60% of the educational market. Moreover, the installed base is enough to keep users and suppliers busy for many more years.
There are a lot of businesses that adopted the Apple II a long time ago that already had made the investment in Apple IIs, don't want to give up that investment. They have their files on Apple II computers, and so the Apple II GS has found its way into many small businesses.
As with any other kind of computer product, the marketplace determines whether a computer will live or die. And John Scully believes that customers for the Apple II will be around for some time to come.
We'll do everything we can to make the Macintosh as powerful as we can, but it doesn't mean that there aren't people out there who like a stick shift, who want to have the real feel of the chips. And that's the experience that you get with an Apple II. You're close to the technology.
Joining us in the studio now is Laura Kurihara, Product Manager for the Apple IIc Plus. And next to Laura is Bill Cleary, formerly with Apple, formerly with the Apple division of Activision, and now out on your own with Bill Cleary Communications. Gary?
Laura, I'd say it's quite an improvement over the Apple that was in the briefcase.
That Apple one.
What are the new features of the Plus?
Okay, just to start off with, we used to have in the 2C a 5¼ disk drive, and now we have a 3½ disk drive. So what that offers is 5 times the storage capacity and 3 times faster than 5¼ accessing your programs. We used to have a power supply that was external on the 2C.
We all remember the power.
Yes, the brick on the leash. What we've done is internalize the power supply, and it resides right here inside the case. So we've done the obvious changes to the C Plus so that they're obvious, but they were important features that we needed to do to improve the C.
Okay, just to be clear, that's not part of the new 2C.
No,
Plus.
It's not.
It's the old generation.
It's the old generation, and it is gone away. And
How about
it's
speed
inside.
improvements? Is it a faster processor? Or?
Yes, what we have done is we have a custom accelerator chip that is in the C Plus, and what it does is help perform a 4 megahertz operation function for the user. So instead of running at 1 megahertz where the 2C originally ran at, you are running at 4 megahertz operational mode. And this is optional to the user. So you cold boot the machine and you're coming up in 4 megahertz. And then you can do a keystroke selection and go into 1 megahertz
So those
operational.
programs that are dependent upon timing could still run in the new.
You've got a demo,
Correct.
I think, in which you can show us the difference in those 2 speeds, could you?
Yes, what I've done is this is going to be operating in 1 megahertz, so you get an idea of where we were at and where we're coming to. So what I did is, this is Math Blaster Plus. It's a popular software application for education. It's a game learning your math. So we'll go into here, and we'll be able to see across here. If you take a look at this little guy running across here, and I turn the volume up, you're going to get an idea of what look and sound of 1 megahertz looks like. Now, if I go in and I reset the machine, I'm going to reset the program into 4 megahertz.
While we're waiting for it to reboot, then, you're mentioning the 3.5-inch floppies now. Are you concerned at all that, I mean, the whole issue with the Apple II, of course, is the gigantic amount of software out there, all of which is on 5.25. Aren't you concerned now that by switching disk formats, that sort of throws out that whole advantage to the user?
Well, we were real concerned about that during our development process. So what we did is we seeded over 200 of our software and hardware developers, the majority of them being software developers. And what we wanted to assure is going from a transition of 5.25-inch media to 3.5. And what we did is, during this development process, encouraged developers to move to the 3.5 and make it available in their separate kit units on the dealer shelves. So on the day of introduction, we're real proud of the fact that we were able to announce over 500 software applications available on 3.5-inch media in that separate box, so the user could walk in and purchase that software application, walk home, and he'll have its 3.5 there without having to send a coupon in.
Okay, can you show us 4 megahertz now?
Yes. Now we rebooted, and we'll go back into the game portion selection.
And we're going to see this little guy running around again. And
Yeah, you'll be able to hear
watch
it
him run
and
at
see
4
it.
megahertz. Huh?
You're right. Get back in here and choose level 1. And
Okay,
here it's obviously
right. Yeah,
showing
right.
you a faster speed. That's 3 times the performance
Okay.
of
Now,
the original.
Bill, obviously, I'm not going to buy a new computer to have this little guy run faster. What are the advantages, really, to the 2C Plus and the kinds of users who would use that to the greater speed, to the 3.5-inch floppy and so on?
Well, I think there's a lot of, the real excitement about Apple's Apple II line, I think, over the years has been the large number of third-party solutions out there. There are products like AppleWorks, which provide, from Claris, which provide incredible functionality in terms of home productivity or even running a small business. There's just a large number, everything from Print Shop, which is really an Apple II prototype for desktop publishing, which actually impacted the high end of the business. The Apple II is just a phenomenal machine, and the real mystery or the real secret about it, I think, can be summed up in a phone conversation, just paraphrasing what happened a few years ago when I was working as a vice president of marketing at a software company here in Silicon Valley, and I was asked why isn't the Amiga going to knock off this machine? And the answer was real simple. I said, I think the Amiga can knock off the Apple II if it does the following things. If it can, within the next 2 months, get 60% of the education market, if it can get 10,000 software programs out there, and if it can get, at the time, 2.5 million loyal users to support it. And I think that's part of the magic of the Apple II, and there's a lot of reasons why I think people continue to buy them.
Laura, you talked about, and we talked about the 3.5-inch floppy. You've got some more options now with the 2C Plus in terms of peripheral drives and so on, don't you?
Yes, we did. What we added to the line with the original 2C, if you wanted 3.5-inch media compatibility, you use the UniDisc. What we've added to the line is still the option of using the UniDisc, the Apple 3.5, which you can use on the Apple II GS, and then the Apple 5.25. So now you have all 3 drives that are compatible for the product, for the Apple IIc product in our line.
It's amazing how large that looks now.
Isn't it?
Yeah. The new size disc.
Bill, what do you think about the positioning of this particular machine, the 2C Plus? Is that going to be in the same traditional niche where the 2 has been?
Well, you look at the evolution of the machines. You now have a GS, which provides improved sound and graphics, and the mouse interface that people are familiar with on the Macintosh computer. I think the difference, I think that the 2C makes a lot of sense for people, and I don't know from a positioning standpoint what this means, but for people whose kids may be in K through 12 using an Apple IIe, which is the standard in schools, to go home and to buy for the home an Apple IIc, it makes a lot of sense. It's a logical choice at Christmas time.
What's the ideal machine you'd like to see coming out from Apple?
Personally, because I have a lot of Apple IIc software, I've been associated with the machine for 8 years now. The Apple II family of products, not just the 2C. I would say I'd like to see a machine where I could run all the high-end Macintosh stuff and also could run all the Apple II stuff. It's probably an unrealistic dream.
You want the Apple Master Machine.
The Master Machine. It's about the size of the 2C Plus there, with a flat panel screen that I could take on plane trips and whatnot. Or if I wanted to run some old 2 stuff, I could still do that. I think it'd be a fantastic product.
I know Apple can't formally comment on this, but what would you think about that? I mean, is it a laptop Apple IIc, you know, battery powered and flat screen and so on? Would that be a sensible product?
I think from a cost standpoint, it would be very difficult for Apple to do a product like that. I see the GS as sort of an evolutionary step in terms of giving people the Macintosh interface, but I don't know whether or not, from a cost standpoint, you could do a machine that had a coprocessor that could accommodate both sides of the Apple family. But to me, it would be the ideal machine. Personally, I would love to buy one.
Okay, Bill, Laura, thank you very much. Now, the Apple IIc Plus is not the only new 2 coming out of Apple these days. There's a new Macintosh 2, the Mac 2X, and Wendy Woods takes a look at that new machine.
The top-of-the-line Apple model, the Macintosh 2X, breaks new ground for the company. It's the first Apple Mac to use Motorola's powerful new 68030 microprocessor. It's got a standard memory of 4 megabytes, runs at 16 megahertz, is 10 to 30% faster than the Macintosh 2, and most importantly, is the first Apple product to read and write to the IBM MS-DOS format.
The message we get most clearly is people love our technology and they want to use it. And
the less painful we can make it for them to transition out of an old technology, the easier it is for us to sell our technology.
The Macintosh 2X drive is operated by Apple's file exchange software, which can read and write 3.5-inch MS-DOS or OS2 diskettes, Macintosh diskettes, or Apple II Pro-DOS diskettes. In this demonstration, the 2X is reading and converting a Lotus 123 file made on an MS-DOS laptop to a file that can be used in Microsoft Excel on the Macintosh. Within a few years, this top of the line will become the middle of the line, and you can see the direction in which Apple is heading. A future of powerful color Macintoshes in which the data from many kinds of machines will be interchangeable. In Cupertino, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Ann Bachtold, Product Manager for the Apple II GS, and next to Ann is Stu Roberson, Director for Marketing with Activision.
Yeah, and over the years we've seen various versions of the Apple II. We just saw the C Plus and so forth. How do you differentiate the GS from the rest of the Apple line?
The GS is the top of the line for the Apple II product family, and it sells into both consumer as well as education markets, but it's really the most powerful platform we have.
But it is still an Apple II
Oh, it's
compatible.
definitely an Apple II, and it runs all the Apple II software that's available.
Can you show us what it looks like, what you're working with?
Sure.
The key thing, Ann, is really the operating system here.
Yes,
it's not a
definitely.
new machine, it's a new operating system
The
for
GS
the
has been
machine.
out for almost 2 years, and what I'm booting up right now is the new Apple II GS system software, version 4.0, which we recently introduced about a month ago at Apple Fest.
Well, while it's booting up, have you identified the customer base now? Obviously you have over the past 2 years. Who buys the GS?
People who are interested in doing home productivity, families, and we have a very large education base in both K through 12 areas as well as some college base, but it's primarily a K through 12 machine and home productivity machine for families.
Okay.
So what we're booting into right now is basically the heart of the new system software, which is GSOS, the new operating system. And some of the improvements that GSOS brings to the GS are, first of all, increased disk access, which, as you can see, definitely speeds the boot time of the system over our previous system software. And we've also introduced the concept of file system translation. And essentially what file system translation allows us to do is access data files from other operating systems. And what we've done is we've created new tools called FSTs, or file system translators, which allow us to do that. And one of the things I'd like to demonstrate today is the file system translator for the High Sierra file system. And as you can see, we've got a system right here that's configured with CD-ROM. And one of the things that we can do is, through using the High Sierra FST, we can actually access applications, CD-ROM applications such as Bookshelf, which is from Microsoft.
And bring it right into Multiscribe.
And bring it right into Multiscribe. Multiscribe is a very popular GS word processing program. A lot of our users have it. So what I am right now, I'm in a Multiscribe file, and what I'm going to do is go into my disk area, and I'll go ahead and scan through some of my different volumes here until I bring up Bookshelf. And I'll go ahead and open a Bookshelf file. Let's just say I want to access Bartlett's quotations, for instance. And I've actually imported a data file from Bookshelf into my Multiscribe package. And this really opens up the world of CD-ROM for our users, and especially our education customers are very interested in being able to access all the data that you can find on CD-ROM applications.
What other kind of applications do you really see in the CD-ROM area?
Well, CD-ROM is really a new industry for us, and it's really exploding, and we're supporting it now with the CD-ROM drive that we introduced in March. And this is the first time we've actually supported it on the Apple II line. So any large storage application, this one is a good example.
I guess encyclopedia.
Exactly.
Quickly, Ann, could you run us back to the operating system and show us some of the new tools that are in the OS?
Yeah, in addition to the new operating system, we've created 2 new utilities that will really help our users better manage their hard files, as well as configure their systems. As you probably know better than I, computing is becoming much more complex. And so 2 of the new utilities that we have, what I'm launching right now, is the installer. The installer is a great program because it allows the user to really easily configure their systems. If you start adding hard drives and CD-ROMs and various other things, it becomes somewhat complicated to make sure you have the right drivers. So on the right our left-hand side right here, I have some of the different drivers that you can add to your system, everything from MIDI to image writer support to CD-ROM support. Let's just click on CD-ROM and install this driver. That way I know I'll definitely be able to run this program. And what you can see right now is a little box that's giving you feedback on the process of adding the driver as well as what files are being added. So you don't have to worry about the different system file management. It's taken care of it for you.
Okay, you got one other new utility in there, don't you?
Sure. Let me get out of this and we'll go into the advanced disk utility.
Right. And that lets you do what?
The advanced disk utility really helps you set up your hard drive and manage the information that's found there. And users, when they first start setting up their hard drive, they'll need to either initialize it or zero it out if it has other information. But another important element to this is partitioning. And that's something we haven't supported prior to today, or actually in the last month. And what I'm showing you right now is a new partitioning utility. And what I have on the right side here are 3 different partitions that we've set up on this particular hard drive, and I'll show you that we can change the partition size as well as...
and why are you partitioning the disk?
Sure. One of the reasons you might partition a disk is to have different file formats.
Okay.
Maybe you want to mix pastel files with Protos files, things like that. So I can add and delete partitions and change the partition sizes. So.
Okay, Ann, can I ask you to load up Stu's program while I talk to Stu? How important is the 2GS as a product line to software developers like Activision?
Well, Activision is really dedicated to the Apple 2GS and to that education and home marketplace that Ann had mentioned. To the large growing developer base, I think you're seeing a lot more activity in the GS as some of the original Apple II developers have now started shifting their emphasis over to the new machine.
Do you have any idea what the size of that market is now?
Right now, there's over 300,000 2GSs installed, and that's growing. We anticipate, as what happened last year, that during the Christmas quarter, they'll sell more Apple 2GSs than any other Apple CPU.
Stu, you've got a paint program from Activision, which takes advantage of the graphics of the GS. Describe it and show it to us.
Yeah, this is PaintWorks Gold, and PaintWorks Gold is one of 8 products that we make for the Apple 2GS. PaintWorks Gold was derived from PaintWorks Plus, which is a 512K version of the product for ease of use and has made its way into many schools. What we're going to take a look at here is some of the advanced features that you can do with the 2GS using PaintWorks Gold. Now, the image it's going to load is one that you may have seen. It's the Taj Mahal. And we're going to use 2 features, Slippy colors, which is a unique feature, and then masking colors to make the Taj Mahal actually reflected in the pool below. What Slippy colors actually allows you to do is define colors for your lasso tool to slip around. So we're going to define all the colors that are used in the sky. Then we're going to choose our lasso tool and select the Taj Mahal. You'll note once I have released this that just the Taj Mahal is selected. This allows you to pick out objects that you want from any painting. Now we're going to go ahead and flip this Taj Mahal around to paste it down below. So we'll just flip it vertically. And now we have our Taj. Now I'm going to move the screen around a bit. So first we'll cut this out, grab our handle. Now let's paste in the Taj Mahal. As we move it up, now we have a perfect reflection. Well, near perfect, because you can see it's overlapping the grass. Well, that's where masking colors comes in. We can actually mask these colors so that you can paint behind them or around them.
Show us how you do that.
Go ahead and mask some colors here. And I'm going to mask every single color and then unmask the colors that may be in the water. Now you'll note as it has made its selection that instantly the Taj goes behind. In fact, you can actually paint behind the other objects that you see here on the screen. Now the last thing that we're going to do here is just make this a nice sunset picture. And we'll do that by changing the colors. Now the sky was actually created using some gradient colors. We'll go in and change those colors. We'll choose a color of red, and I want to adjust my entire palette to it. And I'll start picking out some oranges that might work well in a sunset sky. And there you have it.
Very nice. Well, that's an impressive product. Stu, thank you very much. It's a nice looking machine and operating system, and thank you. That's our look at the new Apple IIc Plus and the new Apple II GS. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
random access file this week. An announcement from Toshiba that could replace floppy and hard disk drives in the near future. Toshiba says it has developed a 4 megabit electronically erasable programmable read-only memory chip. The chip provides a readout time of 1.6 microseconds. This is approximately 1,000 times faster than conventional floppy disk, and it takes the chip 1 microsecond to erase or store data. Toshiba says the chip eliminates the need for floppy or hard disk drives, and Toshiba believes without the cumbersome disk drives, drastically smaller computer systems could be on the market within 3 years. A new Macintosh laptop should be out by this summer. Still, no specific launch date has been announced, price range, or specifications for the system. But there have been leaks by Dylan Reed analyst who says the new model should be introduced in June and cost about $6,000. And the word is the launch of the laptop has been delayed by problems with screen display. President Bush has okayed the foreign takeover of the U.S.'s last major producer of silicon wafers used to make computer chips. A West German firm has bought the California Monsanto Electronic Company. The U.S. now produces none of the silicon wafers made in the world, while the Japanese provide 70% and European companies 26%. The sale of Monsanto, the world's 6th largest producer of the wafers, was announced last November. TV newsman in St. Petersburg, Florida, has been arrested for allegedly cracking his former employer's computer system. Michael Shapiro left his station for a competitor 4 months ago. In January, an investigation showed that files were missing from his former station's newsroom computer. A probe by the phone company led police to Shapiro. Shapiro is now on a leave of absence from his current job. He is facing 14 counts of computer-related crime. His bond is set at $14,000. Making long-distance phone calls and charging them to your home couldn't get much easier than this. U.S. Sprint is testing a telephone calling card that can only be used when the cardholder's voice print is verified. The voice card, as it's being called, is being tested by employees and selected customers. Here's how it works. Dial the 800 number, then dial in an easy-to-remember number like your birth date, then give a 2-second verbal password. Your voice is then compared to your voice print on Sprint's record. If it matches, the call goes through. If not, it's blocked. Here's something students may be interested in. Microsoft and Simon & Schuster's Prentice Hall College Book Division will publish a student version of Microsoft's Excel spreadsheet. The release date is scheduled for April. The student edition will include all the features of the retail edition. Candilia, a vast kingdom, a peaceful, futuristic world ruled by the Lockarm dynasty for ages. Its secrets are locked in the sword of power. Its creation is from the imagination of one 15-year-old Jeffrey Campbell of Colorado. Campbell just won first prize for his story. He was competing in a contest by Nintendo. The contest was to come up with the wildest plot for a new video game. Campbell did and won. Campbell's game idea was just one of over 10,000 entries by youngsters ages 8 to 15. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This spreadsheet has 16,000 cells in it, so it better be able to recalculate pretty fast. This spreadsheet's being used in a presentation, so it has to look good. You know, spreadsheet users like the accountants here at Price Waterhouse are power users. They want more functionality out of their spreadsheet programs, so software vendors are courting them with a whole new generation of spreadsheet software, trying to get them to break their old 1, 2, 3 habits. Today we take a look at the spreadsheet wars, 1, 2, 3 versus the world, on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, today's show begins with a quiz. What do these three things have in common?
Now, Stuart, I can't imagine. See, it's transparent tape, facial tissues, and gelatin dessert. I can't imagine.
You're making my life difficult, Gary. This is Scotch tape, Kleenex, and Jell-O. The whole point being that these are three products in which the product, one brand name, was so dominant it became the generic name for that category. Now, in spreadsheets, people thought maybe that was going to be Lotus 123, but not quite. We've got all kinds of competitors out there in the spreadsheet world. The problem, of course, is the delay, or one of the problems, is the delay of the new 3.0 version of Lotus 123, which is now about a year behind schedule. From a programmer's point of view, so our viewers can understand, what kind of problem can you run into in writing a program that takes a year to solve?
Well, you know, Stuart, 10 years ago, these programs we were writing are very, very small and not very complex. One or two people did the programming, all the design work, documentation, maybe even the marketing. But nowadays, the complexity of the successful, expensive programs is very, very high, and it takes a whole team of programmers, documenters, marketeers, and so forth to introduce these products. And as a result, this whole thing mushrooms out and becomes a very, very complicated process, organizationally as well as from a programming standpoint.
Gary, today we'll see the major players in the new spreadsheet wars. We'll take a look at Quattro from Borland, the new version of Excel from Microsoft. We'll see some add-ons and add-ins that enhance your spreadsheets, and we will see Lotus 123 version 3.0. Now, one of the new players in the spreadsheet wars is from Ashton Tate. It's called Full Impact. We begin today by visiting one company which has just switched to Full Impact.
The Panamax company in San Rafael, California, produces electronic surge suppressors for personal computers. Panamax sales are on the rise, and to help maintain that trend, the company relies on a Macintosh-based spreadsheet called Full Impact from Ashton Tate.
I use it for persuasion, and we've got an accounting department that really keeps all the numbers, but then when we get together in meetings, we find that we really are trying to get a point across, and usually not just a list of numbers.
Full Impact belongs to a new type of spreadsheet software, incorporating desktop publishing tools. Using the familiar-looking graphic interface of the Macintosh, the program can mix numbers, text, and charts dynamically. To present data in chart form, the user picks a spot on the spreadsheet and chooses a type of chart from a pull-down menu. Graphs and charts can be moved anywhere on the screen by dragging them with the mouse.
The Macintosh really provides the environment that allows a program like Full Impact to come along and be realized. And without the appropriate environment, it'd be much more difficult on a machine that's, for instance, just text-based.
Someday, Austin would like to see an integrated package that would be like a blank page with all the graphics, text, and calculating functions available independently. Even if that happens, he recommends against counting too much on the software.
It reminds me of the question, anybody can buy paints, you know. Does that make you a painter? And of course the answer is no. So all the program can really do is provide the tools, and then the idea still has to come from a person.
Joining us in the studio now is Phil Welt, Spreadsheet Product Manager with Microsoft. Next to Phil, John Lewis, President of Lewis Research Corporation, and Jared Taylor, West Coast Editor of PC Magazine. Gary?
Jared, if we look at the history of spreadsheets, I guess it really started with VisiCalc in the old days. And Lotus came along with the integration of spreadsheets and graphics and databases, and it really took that market away. Right. Now, is this same sort of thing going to happen again? We've got Excel out there, we've got Quattro coming along, and other products. Is history going to repeat itself?
I would be the last to predict that that's what's going to happen. 123 is very, very well dug in. I think at this point there are few people who would try to argue that it is a better spreadsheet than Excel, for example, or that it's a better spreadsheet than Surpass. But the fact of the matter is it's there, it's out in force, people are loyal to it, it's just got a bunker built around it.
But why is the market kind of breaking up to some extent then?
The reason that there are serious competitors out there now is that 123 has sat still for too long. In the face of the possibilities for technological improvement, it didn't come out with a version that lets you link spreadsheet, better on-screen formatting, better graphics, printing graphs from the screen, macro libraries. There are all kinds of things 123 could have done but didn't.
But that's promised in future releases?
Yes, release, when it shows up, release 3 is liable to be an excellent program.
Okay.
But we'll
Phil,
see.
you're representing Microsoft and Excel here. Can you show us a little bit about Excel?
Sure. Excel is a very different sort of product than 123 or even 123 Release 3. It's designed to take advantage of the 286 and 386 processing power that most new computers have, and it uses those to display graphics or bits of information instead of characters. The way the product's organized is there are menus across the top, and you can get at those menus with a mouse, which many new users find easier, or you can use commands that are familiar to Lotus users, the / key, for example, to load files, and so forth. Now, adding works the same way that you might in a 123 sheet. You type a plus sign, then select a cell, and then type a minus sign, another cell, hit return, and you get your value. But what's significant about Excel is that you can use that same vocabulary across multiple sheets. Here I have several different files loaded, and as you can see, I can pick up and manipulate any of them. Now let's go to this annual sheet, size it up, and make a summary of these two other worksheets. I simply select a range of cells, type a plus sign. Let's go out to West. The first click activates the sheet. The second click creates the formula. I will type a plus sign, and we'll go back out to East. Now, you notice the way the formula works, it has the sheet name and the cell reference, sort of a 3D reference. So we'll finish up, take this sheet here, hit return, and it will link those sheets together. Now, another thing that's very easy to do in Excel is to make a very nice graph. I simply select a range, type a function key, and Excel will produce a graph. Now, if I arrange all these different files on the sheet, you'll see that they're still linked. That if I had, for example, a very good year in gear sales and change that value, it will show up first in net sales and then in the graph when I hit return. Now, the formatting capability in Excel is also very sophisticated. We think that it had to be a good analytic product to compete with 123, and we worked hard on that, but we also worked hard on the presentation capabilities. So for example, I can take this chart and add a legend. Notice that Excel knows what that legend should say, and I can add an arrow and move it around. Maybe add some text, put that on the screen. Now, if this isn't the sort of chart that I want, we have a gallery of 44 different chart types that you can select from, and I can simply page through that gallery, pick a chart type that I'd like, and say, okay, I'd like it to be that sort of chart. So you can see it's pretty simple, but actually you can get very nice effects. What I'm going to do here is load up a chart that we prepared earlier. It's actually just a slightly more elaborate version of the chart that I was using. You notice it's linked to a worksheet. I'm not going to load that worksheet, but I could have. And anytime the values would change in that worksheet, they change in the chart. Now you can do that same sort of formatting on worksheets as well. I'm going to unhide a worksheet that I had stored in the background here. And you notice that I have fonts of different sizes and color. Now this is actually a live worksheet, unlike some other products, so that I can go in and adjust these numbers. And you'll notice that the value for income changed from positive to negative. It's actually a worksheet, and it's context sensitive.
Phil, I have to ask you to kind of dump out of Excel there, because we want to take a look at Quattro, and if you get the keyboard over to Jan. While you're doing that, if you can sort of talk at the same time, the concern of most Lotus users, of course, is the retraining and the relearning of another spreadsheet. How difficult is it for someone who's used to 123 to get into Excel?
We think that it's actually quite simple. We have a lot of 123 compatibility features built in, including things like 123 help, so that if you type the 123 command, you'll get the appropriate Excel command.
I think it's probably worthwhile also mentioning that the hardware requirements are heavier in Excel because of the graphics that you got to drive and so forth.
Sure. So it does require a 286 or 386, but that interface that Excel uses is going to be the standard interface for OS2 Presentation Manager. So the investment that a user makes learning Excel will pay off over time in lots of different applications.
Jan, I want to ask you to show us Quattro, and I want to explain to our viewers that we had invited Borland to be here here to represent Quattro, but they declined, so Jan very courteously agreed to come in and show us Quattro. So go ahead.
But I think that actually turns out to be a plus, because one of the things I want to show here is the chameleon interface, the fact that you can make the interface to Quattro look like whatever you're used to. In this case, we shaped it so that it would look like Lotus 123. And again, I've been using this now for a good 5-10 minutes or so, and because we could shape the interface to look like what we wanted, I can use it very easily. So let's say I want to retrieve a file here. Again, I use exactly the same commands as you do in Lotus, although the look and feel on the screen was a little bit different. One of the things you'll notice in terms of some of the things in Quattro is the graphs. Right off, you know, without even looking at all the features of Quattro, right off, a Lotus user will be able to see the graphs are much more graphically pleasing. Let's just say that we want to take this one and we want to change it rather than a stacked bar chart. Let's say we want to make it into a pie chart. Just do that, we view it, and there it is, very simply.
Okay, Jared, what do you think of Quattro as a competitive product in the Excel 123 marketplace?
Well, I think Quattro's got some limitations in that it's not perfectly 123 compatible. And if your business requires that you use a 123 template, I'd be a little bit leery about using it. Its great advantage is it's much cheaper than either Excel or 123. Also, it has a fantastic macro debugger. It's got a way to rebuild your spreadsheet if it breaks down. It's got some good advantages. As far as its comparison with Excel is concerned, you shouldn't overlook the fact that although they're both spreadsheets, they're very different products. Excel is expensive, it requires top quality hardware, but it's the way spreadsheets are going to go, and it's very powerful. Quattro, on the other hand, will run on smaller, less powerful machines. And it is something that hews to the current 123 tradition, and if you're used to 123, Quattro will be very good for you.
Gentlemen, Jan, thank you very much. Now, you can get some extra functionality out of your spreadsheet, not by buying another program necessarily, but by buying an add-on or an add-in. Wendy Woods has a report on some spreadsheet enhancers.
You don't get to be the largest general contractor in the country unless you can do an outstanding job estimating your costs and your profits. Turner Construction has become the largest with the help of Lotus 123. While Lotus is standard equipment, however, add-ins are not, and each estimator chooses his own. Willie Mautner likes Spell-In, an add-in which checks the spelling of documents made with Lotus 123.
It allows the ability for us to present a cleaner product to the owner that gives it more validity because there isn't the spelling and the typographical errors.
Another important add-in is See More, a program which allows you to see more columns than Lotus would normally allow. The more columns, the smaller the on-screen print.
Now Lotus still has the ability to create windows and titles so that you can play some games with it. But See More I use almost on a daily basis just because I like to see more. I'm able to see more of the sheet and I'm able to manipulate the data more.
Also very popular is an add-in called Squeeze Plus, which allows more Lotus files to be stored on a disk. The sky seems to be the limit for makers of Lotus 123 add-ins, many of whose products have been very successful. In fact, with almost 4 million Lotus 123 users, there's still a very big market for products that can help them. In San Francisco, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
With us in the studio now is Jim Kinlan, Director of New Product Marketing with Funk Software. Next to Jim, Chris Randalls, Director of Marketing with Lotus. Gary?
Jim, we've heard Lotus criticized now because of its plain old character output. And what's your response to that? Is it just an old character-based application?
Well, we added a lot of new life to 123 with Always, which is an add-in to 123. And it creates great printouts for 123. It's a very easy product to describe. And I brought along a couple of printouts. This is a printout that was designed and formatted with 123. This is the exact same worksheet that was formatted with Always.
Okay, now is this just at the laser printer level, or do you actually see this on the screen in this format?
You actually see it on the screen. It's WYSIWYG. What you see on screen is what you will get on the printer. And it works with both laser printers. Great. Okay. Here is that file, and let's pop into Always. Now, I have previously formatted this worksheet, but I've left a couple of rows available for formatting. For example, here, I want to make this title row a larger font. So I simply say Format, Font, and I can select from one of 8 fonts that I can apply to the worksheet. In this case, I want to select Times Italic. And I simply paint the range that I want to apply this font to. So you can see the change automatically on screen. I might also want to make a visual impact on my bottom line. So here I might want to put a double underline. So I simply say / format underline double and paint the range for the double underline. Simple.
All right, now suppose you go back to the spreadsheet and change a number, one of the cells. What, is that reflected directly into this graph?
Yes, if you change a number in 1, 2, 3, the font will remain the same.
Okay, and how about if you change the actual configuration of the spreadsheet, rows and columns and so forth? How does that format, or do you have to rebuild the
It depends. If you've changed a row that is amid a box of rows that have already all been formatted in the same way, it will retain that new format. If it's outside of the range, you just have to simply go in and change those particular rows and columns that you might have inserted.
Jim, can you work on the spreadsheet when you're in Always? I mean, can you change the values? No, you have to go back to the spreadsheet.
That's correct.
And then into Always. What about graphs? How does Always handle graphs?
Well, let me pull up another worksheet and show you how I can merge text and graphics. In this particular case, I'm popping back into Always again. I've already put one graph into the worksheet. All right. In fact, Always allows you to put several graphs in the worksheet. In this case, I'm going to put another graph, my income file, next to my sales file, and just simply paint the range for the graph to be inserted. Always automatically sizes the graph and puts it side by side. Now I can print this out.
Okay, you have some hard copy here.
Yes,
I think
I do.
It shows a graph integrated in there?
I think it's the exact same file. Where, and again, Always and 1, 2, 3 provide an unbeatable combination of the IBM PC. It's the only spreadsheet that allows you to merge text and graphics.
Okay, Jim, I want to ask you to slide the keyboard over
Sure.
to Chris so we can take a look at Lotus 1, 2, 3 in just a second. While you're setting up Lotus over there, Chris, how much does Always cost?
It's $149.95.
Okay, and it's Always because, of course, you're the guys who did Sideways.
That's right.
And this is the next generation. How would you say the kind of output you can get out of Lotus 1, 2, 3 compares to the stuff we saw in Excel before?
Well, in fact, our advertising says that our output actually exceeds Excel. All right, we have more levels of shade. You can put more fonts on the worksheet. You can merge text and graphics. And actually, you can run it on an 8088 machine, good old XT, or the blazing fast 386.
Okay, and I might point out we are running this on a 386
That's correct.
machine right here.
That's correct.
Okay, Chris, everybody wants to know what is going on with Lotus 1, 2, 3 release 3.0. That's what you're going to show us. And what are the differences now? What are the big new features in 3.0?
Well, we've taken, with Release 3, we've really gone back to basics with the spreadsheet, but maintained full compatibility with 1, 2, 3 Release 2. And we've introduced some very key new technologies for our future spreadsheets, our future generation of spreadsheets.
Could you just show us some of these features?
Yes, I certainly can. I'll just introduce the screen because I think it's very important. When a 1, 2, 3 user is upgraded overnight, let's say, to Release 3 when it's available, they will see that screen come up, and if they press the / key, they'll see a familiar worksheet, range, copy, move menu system. We've added functionality at the end of the menu tree to maintain full macro compatibility. I just pull up a file here. One of the differences that you'll notice, apart from the cursor marker we've introduced to make navigation easier, in the top left is the A character, which tells us we're on sheet 1 of a 3D worksheet. And 3D is a key technology we've put into Release 3. What it really is think of the way you work. Think of a Rolodex on your desk. Think of the card file. We've enabled users, instead of having one 2D sheet on their desk, to put several 2D sheets in one 3-dimensional worksheet. And that can be several sheets in a file or several files in memory simultaneously, each made up of several sheets. So if by learning one simple command, which in this case is Control Page Up, I can step through this 3D worksheet, which is in fact a set of regional sales reports building up to a consolidation at the front of my worksheet. Now, we've made it easier to visualize these with a perspective command. And here you'll see 3 worksheets at a time displayed. And as I step through them, we're looking at 3 of those sheets. In fact, there are 7 altogether in this model. Now, to build up a consolidation through this worksheet file is as simple as using the familiar @sum command. Instead of going along the columns or the rows, stepping back to the next sheet, anchoring the cursor, and then Control Page Up moves us right through the set of worksheets to the end. Think of it like punching hole through paper, drilling through a set of pieces of wood. Close the parenthesis, and at the front you'll see a consolidation of all the quarterly sales for the product line bicycles in our sports company. Copy that across, all the way across, I've got a complete consolidation, a normal addition at the bottom. Will add up all of quarter one. And I can copy that across, and no 123 user will be surprised by that. But if you look at this, I can actually step all the way through the spreadsheet. So I can add up all the quarters for all the divisions right the way through. Now, in a matter of seconds, what I've done is build up about 150 complex relationships to form a financial model for my company. That would have taken a long time before.
How about the graph with this? Do you have an ability then to do a 3D graph?
Yes, indeed. If you want to do a graph in the Z dimension through the worksheet, you can indeed do that. Although we've introduced a lot of presentation quality features in the graphing end of the spreadsheet.
Show us what you can do with the graph.
I'll show you a couple of things like that.
One of the complaints.
Well, I'll open another file. This was one file I was working on it. If I open another file in front of this worksheet, in this case a sample income statement, one of the things I'll do to complete the model is link this file to the 3D consolidation. And that's as simple as the familiar plus key, moving to the sheet we were on, and you can see in the top left-hand corner the reference to that file, and bring it into the sheet. Copying across will replicate that formula all the way across. And what I've done is set up here a nice-looking graph which is inside the spreadsheet, and that's a new feature. You can look at a graph as it's seen on the spreadsheet, and if I change data in the spreadsheet, it'll be reflected automatically in the graph. Or if I zoom it full size. And 123 users will be familiar with the graphing today, and they'll see some dramatic changes there. More fonts, more annotations, more colors, cross-hatchings, and options.
Now, both of these graphs that we've seen, or the two different, through Always and through version 3, seem to be on character boundaries. Is that true, or are you using a pixel boundary?
That's true. Well, that graph you're seeing there is running in a graphics mode, but that's like 123 today. But we've maintained the familiar character-based interface for 123. After all, 123 is not just a phenomenon of a one product 5 years ago. It's been the choice for 8 out of 10 spreadsheet users for 6 years in a row. And this interface is the most commonly used interface on PCs throughout the world today.
Chris, we have about 30 seconds left. Everybody wants to know, what has been the problem with 3.0? Why is it so behind schedule, and when will it come out?
Well, I'm glad you asked it, because I know that a lot of people are interested to know what's going on. Quite simply, we deliver quality products. I think our users expect that, and we're not just in the business of delivering a few quick improvements and features in a few months. And we chose not to ship Release 3 this year because it's got quite a few bugs and things we wanted to iron out. And what we're confident of is we can ship in the second quarter of next year with a fully functioned, fully featured product which is bug-free, and I think that's what they expect of us. I'm glad to say our users are very loyal, and this is more an issue for the press and the analysts than it is for us and our users.
So April 89 or so for 3.0.
Well, in Q2 next year.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's our look at the spreadsheet wars. Hope we'll see you here next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the random access file this week, the early reviews on the new Macintosh 2CX are generally favorable. Apple says the Mac 2CX will be its mainstream Macintosh product now. The 2CX has 3 expansion slots, a small footprint, and PS2-type modular snap-out design. A typical configuration of 4 megabytes in RAM and an 80-megabyte hard drive will retail for about $7,000. Base price for the 1 meg floppy version is $46.69. Apple also hinted that the Mac laptop will be out later this year, and there's also talk of a new low-end Macintosh to sell for under $1,000. Apple has unveiled 2 new large full-page monitors. The 15-inch monitor offers 4 shades of gray and 640 by 870 resolution. The 21-inch monitor displays 2 pages side by side. It can show up to 16 shades of gray. Resolution is 1152 by 870. A federal court in Connecticut has ruled that 3 software clone makers are guilty of copyright violations, even though they didn't copy any code. The court said they did imitate the look and feel of the program called Costimator and were therefore guilty. Remember the good old Hercules graphics card? Well, Hercules is back with a new VGA card that's half the price of the IBM card and fully IBM compatible. At a list price of $299, the board is about 25% less than most competitive products. Sun Microsystems has announced the development of a new font technology called Open Fonts, which will be challenging Adobe's PostScript as a font scaling standard. Sun says OpenFonts is an automatic system which works independently of the imaging model. And Raster Image Processing Systems says it has broken the PostScript encryption scheme and will be making available off-the-shelf Adobe fonts for use with clone printers. Commodore has introduced a host of new Amiga products, including a new Unix version of the 2500, a new Amiga 500 desktop video system, and a new high-res color graphics card for the 2000. Online information services continued to grow last year, though the growth was slower than in the previous 2 years. Online subscriptions were up 14%. CompuServe is still the biggest online service with nearly 500,000 subscribers. Apple Plus Magazine will be no more. Ziv Davis has sold the Apple II Mag to IDG, which will merge it with its own Insider publication. Finally, MicroSync has unveiled a new power protection system that does more than just protect against power surges. The system is called Boomerang, and if it detects a power dip for longer than 1 second, it automatically backs up your work onto a hard drive, parks the head, and shuts down. When you turn the computer back on, it automatically restores the system to where it was when the power went out. It includes a lithium battery to ensure backup completion. The combination hardware-software package sells for $299. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next week.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte Magazine, and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
We're talking about acquisition quality. Can everyone see this? Let me see if I can adjust the focus a little bit and straighten that out. Well, forget it. That's the old way of doing presentations. No color, no pictures, no excitement, boring. That's why one of the fastest growing segments of the computer software business is desktop presentation graphics. Computer programs that let you create your own quality, professional-looking desktop presentations. Today we begin a special two-part look at desktop presentation graphics on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you that software piracy is a federal offense. When a few people steal software, everyone loses. Additional funding is provided by CompuServe, by PC Connection and Mac Connection, by Byte Magazine and Bix, the Byte Information Exchange, and by Intel Corporation, Personal Computer Enhancement.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. This is Gary Kildall. And Gary, as you can hear, I've got a little computer virus in my output device here, so you're going to have to talk a lot today. This is an output device, by the way, and I'll prove it to you by showing you the ports on this little box over here. What you do with this great little box is if you're preparing desktop presentations on your computer, then you want 35mm slides, that's what you get from this. Drop a standard roll of 35mm film in here, press the button, and boom, you've got 35mm slides. That's great. Gary, I know you use computers to prepare the presentations you work on in your role in digital research. How has the use of a computer changed the way you do a presentation?
It makes it a whole lot easier. That's a real big advantage. First of all, you don't have to worry about interfacing or working with a graphics designer and waiting, say, a week or 2 weeks to get the slides back like we used to do in the old days. A second thing is just the economics involved. And you can produce the slides right there in your own office and or overhead transparencies, whatever it happens to be. So it's just much cheaper to do. And the third thing I think is really important for procrastinators like myself, or
busy
busy executives, okay? is that you can make changes to those slides right in the very last minute. For example, if you are going to do an overhead transparency presentation, you might as well use an LCD overlay on your laptop right there, and you can make changes right on the airplane as you're going to the discussion.
Gary, today we'll take a look at some of the top-rated desktop presentation graphics packages for the Macintosh, including More 2, Altus Persuasion, PowerPoint, and MacroMind Director. Now, if you don't have one of these neat little boxes and you do need hard copy from your desktop presentations you've created on a computer, you have to sooner or later interface with a graphics service bureau. We begin with a report on one such bureau in San Francisco.
Chartmasters is a graphics service bureau in San Francisco that relies on some very expensive professional equipment to produce visual materials with a professional look. The company can complete a project from scratch or just create the output based on a client's design. Chartmasters recently added a new department to deal with clients using desktop presentation software. The new desktop services department accepts files by modem and creates finished 35mm slides or color prints. The arrival of inexpensive PC-based presentation software is beginning to have an effect at the professional level.
Custom production work that goes through a company like this is not cheap. It's expensive. And now people are trying to save money, and that's the beauty of the desktop presentation tools, is companies can achieve the kind of professional quality image that a custom production shop produces, but they can do it for lesser cost and they have more control. That's the big sell with desktop presentations. They want control, they want to make the changes, they want to feel free at the last minute.
For clients that still feel shaky about doing their own desktop designs, Chartmasters offers artistic help and technical support for software problems. But the final look of the graphic depends as much on the quality of output as on the talent that created the original design. The office at Chartmasters includes a photo lab, special effects and animation cameras, and a crew of professional designers.
The work we do for desktop clients really narrows down our responsibility. The work we do for clients narrows down our responsibility to doing the imaging. But we also find that no computer is so simple and no program is so simple that people still don't need help in understanding how to use it well.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
Joining us in the studio now is David Whitney with Symantec, and next to David, Connie Clark of Microsoft. Gary?
Stuart, I think we can all kind of remember the days in which we produced slides for presentations.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, $50, $100 per slide.
Yeah,
and sometimes the whole presentation would cost maybe $2,000, $3,000. And now we can get a whole computer system for the same price. Connie, what is your view about how presentation graphics are being used nowadays? Who uses them and so forth?
We see a lot of business people using them, doing departmental meetings, doing project meetings, and it's also used quite a bit for doing training, for development of people, both in companies and for training on different products.
And you see it also, can you do the entire presentation all the way down to producing the slides and so forth on a desktop?
Absolutely. You get everything from speaker's notes to handouts for your audience to 35mm slides or overheads, any type of output that you really need.
Now, David, you have a product called More 2, right? And, could you give us an idea what it's all about and maybe a little demo?
Well, sure. Well, the approach to doing a presentation with More 2 is first to begin with an outline. I just happen to have an outline here of a business conference presentation I'm going to do, so I think I could walk you through actually doing that right now.
The outline is what, of the points you would make during the presentation?
Right. Actually, it's the actual text that will appear on the slides, and I'll just go down through here and show you each of the bold-faced text there you see is the title of the slide. And so by working with an outline, I can work on the content without necessarily making all the aesthetic decisions right away, and I can move things around. When I'm done with the outline, I can just move to the lower left-hand corner here and press on the bullet chart view, and More 2 will go ahead and generate a series of bullet charts for me automatically, and I can have preset styles or whatever. This particular one is in black and white.
When you say generate automatically, is it defaulting to a certain
It defaults to a certain format. Now I can come over here and I can pick from a variety of styles if I want. and but this is the one that I'm working with right now. I can also drop graphics directly into this, and that's one of the things that we encourage people to do, is to use graphics. A lot of first-time presenters tend to overuse text, so I can put a graphic over here, and this is an Apple logo, and something that I frequently use, but we'll just take it out of there. Now, what I'd like to do here is I'd like to add a little bit of color, so I can select this background here, and we'll go here, and we'll pick a color here. We'll pick a nice, rich, dark blue here, and I want to bring out the text, so I'll select all the text on here, and we'll move to text color, and I'll make it yellow because yellow stands out really well. And this particular presentation I'm going to do live. That is, I'm going to do right on the screen here, so I can ask more to show me what it would look like, and that's what it will currently look like. A particularly professional looking color scheme is to add what's known as a graduated color background, and I can add that right now, switch that right on there, and let's just take a look at what that would look like there. We have
is that done automatically too?
No, well, actually, what this was, I previously set this up so that I'd have a graduated color, but you can pick from a library of graduated color backgrounds and then add them right to this.
Would you expect that this would normally be, would you produce a slide, or would you actually do a presentation like in front of the group right off the computer system with this?
Well, this particular one I will use on a large screen monitor, and I'll do that. And I get the benefit of that is that I can make last-minute changes. I can walk right into the conference room and do my presentation. Plus, I can use special effects. More 2 has a variety of transition effects, and I can use those.
Show some of those features.
Okay, so I'll come up here, and I can pick slideshow settings here. And this is a little like television here. I can pick the effect. Now, these are known as dissolves and wipes. Now, here's a transition of moving from the lower right-hand corner to the upper. So I can close the dialog box right now, and let's just take a look at what that would look like so you see the transition. So, and that makes your presentation interesting. And so if you look...
Has a little more pizzazz to it.
Right, if you look a little bit like NBC News, I think people will give you the benefit of that.
Connie, can you tell us a little bit about the Microsoft product?
Yes, Microsoft PowerPoint was actually the very first product created specifically for doing desktop presentations. It's still the best-selling package today, and we think it's really a very fast and easy way to create any type of materials, whether it's overhead, 35mm slides, or even flip charts for perhaps a one-on-one sales meeting.
How would the approach of PowerPoint differ from, say, what we just saw with More 2?
PowerPoint works more on a storyboard type of feature where you really deal with all of your slides together and get a very visual appearance of it versus working from an outline format.
Okay. Well, show us PowerPoint, would you?
Okay, let me bring it up here.
And you tell us what you're doing as you do it here, so you don't leave us in the dark.
All I'm doing here is actually starting up some files. Let's go ahead and bring these up. I'm opening a presentation that was actually it started in black and white, so this might be something you'd use for doing black and white overheads. If we go to our slide sorter, you'll see what I mean by getting a very visual appearance of your presentation. You see all of the slides at one time. Right. Now, let's say that we want to reorganize this presentation. I can very simply just take a slide there and drag it to where I want it to be in my presentation. Very easy to reorganize it. And you'll notice, too, if we go and take a look at a slide here, we have a very consistent look throughout the presentation. This is done through a slide master that we have. Now, one common thing that we see done in presentations is that people who are doing presentations have done a lot of presentations in the past. They have libraries of slides that they've used, at least in the old technology. Nowadays, they'd have libraries of PowerPoint presentations. So let's go ahead and open up another presentation that perhaps I had created before, or maybe this is from the finance department. If we copy this, if we open this up, I can simply select the slides by just dragging around those, copy them onto the clipboard, go back to my existing presentation, select where I want those to be, and paste those in. Very quickly, very easy. They picked up the slide masters, so they don't look like they came from another presentation. We also have a very powerful way of working with color called color schemes. The Mac has 16.8 million colors to work with. It's a little overwhelming for a business person to deal with. So we came up with this concept of color schemes. You pick a background color. So for example, let's go to our RV2 here. Then go ahead and pick a foreground color, or actually a number of foreground colors are suggested for you. Once you pick the foreground, a number of accent colors are suggested for you. So we simply select the color scheme we want, apply it to our slides, And my entire presentation has now been updated.
That's great. Now, Connie, if you were to make a slide out of this, high-resolution slide, what would that cost to do? I mean, is there a special device you'd be using, or a peripheral, or would you use a service bureau?
We actually ship a driver for Genographics, which is the top service bureau in the United States, in the box. So all you do is simply go like you would, we're going to print a presentation. It creates a file for you, and then you can send that over the modem to Genographics, and then you get your slides back the next day. And it's about $11 a slide, depending on what type of a turnaround you need.
Actually, if we're talking about hard copy and slides, you don't have to go to a photo lab or a service bureau to get slides. You can do it yourself now with a nifty new gadget called the Mirus film printer. Here's a report.
Dr. Robert Markison is a hand surgeon in San Francisco. In addition to working with patients, he also teaches and lectures, making presentations to medical students and lay groups on various treatments and surgical techniques. To make his presentations more interesting, Dr. Markison, like any other presenter, uses visuals. He starts out drawing his ideas by hand, then he uses presentation graphics software like PowerPoint to create the graphics and text on his computer. Then, instead of going out to a service bureau to prepare slides, Dr. Markison prints his computer graphics directly onto film with a Mirus film printer.
Well, the advantage is it's a time-saving device. It's certainly a money-saving device in terms of cost per slide. But more than that, it's a device for creative ideas, because you can make many mistakes. You can make mistakes as you print to film, try several things, and get them done quickly. Within an hour, usually, you can get development, E6 processing of the type of film we use. And if you've made a horrible error overall, then you can just redo the whole process and still be within the same evening.
In addition to being a surgeon, Dr. Markison is also an inventor. He's now marketing one of his inventions, a hand grip for windsurfers. And here, too, he turns to computer graphics and the Mirus film printer for making his presentations.
It's made it seem as though there was a whole team working on this idea rather than just one person. So I think anybody that likes to communicate new and old ideas would benefit from communicating them on slides. And this is a very quick, simple, rapid kind of way to do it.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
With us in the studio now is Mark Sherman of Aldus Corporation and also David Kleinberg of Macromind.
Mark, we think of presentation graphics as being primarily a business tool. Does a company have to have a graphics department, or can anybody use it in their corporation?
Really, the beauty of the product, Gary, is that with Persuasion, based on a particular type of technology that we developed called auto-template technology, the average business person can create a wonderful presentation in very little time. In fact, most of us take about 30 or 40 minutes to prepare for a staff meeting.
Right before the staff meeting, right?
Okay. So you're saying you've sort of built in the artist's ability inside the software.
In fact, why don't I give you a brief demo of how auto-template technology works. We were the latecomer in the market, frankly, and we looked at some of the other technology that was available, and frankly, we didn't see anything like this. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a title slide for a weekly staff meeting, and I'll just type my name here, and I'm done. I've just created my first slide. In fact, let's take a look at it. You'll see that I selected the Aldus black and white template for this. You can select from a number of different template designs.
So you just enter text into a predetermined template.
Precisely. And this is the second slide that I had prepared just before we went on the air, and this has a few bullets on it.
Okay.
So maybe what I should do now is take us to a slideshow showing you some of the other capabilities of the program. I'll just click all here. Put it on automatic.
Okay, so where are we going?
And what we're going to do here is we're going to take a look. This is actually an on-screen presentation, but one of the things I'd like to emphasize is that most of the people that use this software use it to produce black and white overheads and at the last minute. Now, it has all the color capabilities. Everything that you're seeing now was created within Persuasion. And I guess another point I'd like to make is that we were really committed to providing all of the tools needed to create a presentation in one environment. So all the charting and graphing and drawing tools clip art, speaker notes, and handouts that you're seeing were generated from within Persuasion.
But you can import files, you can import spreadsheets and so on.
That's right. In fact, you can actually import presentations from other products. We will accept any scrapbook presentation, but certainly compatibility with all the major software.
All right, I want David to get a chance to get MacroMind Director up and running here.
Sure, let me quit out of Persuasion here.
Now, tell us a little bit about the output devices and so forth that you're able to control.
Sure thing. Well, once again, most people are actually using the laser writer, and you know, typically in a network configuration. But there are other options, and we're seeing them come down in price. For example, some of the color printers. The HP PaintJet is a great example of something.
You have an example of some printer.
That's right. I actually brought some hard copy. This might have just as easily been an overhead. Of course, it would have shown up a little poorly.
So again, you can take the output, put it right through a laser printer on a transparency.
That's right. And the beauty with Persuasion is I just changed the template to create this color presentation. I didn't have to do any of the design work. The program did it all, and this is actually a color overhead on a Tektronix printer.
Now, what kind of pricing are we talking about in terms of a printer that would produce this kind of output?
I think that's actually in the $7,000 or $8,000 range from Tektronix. Of course, you have much higher-end models and lower-end models from Tektronix and other companies as well.
All right, David, now, as Mark said, you know, 75% of the people simply turn out black and white transparencies using presentation graphics programs. MacroMind Director is way at the other end, isn't it?
Well, MacroMind Director, as you can hear from the sounds in our audience, is different because we combine text graphics, as you've seen in some of the other products, as well as sounds with music and animation. So it's a multimedia presentation and animation tool. That name's been become more popular lately, and MacroMind Director is the product of choice. Well, what you're seeing here is MacroMind Director in motion. We've got text, graphics, animation, sound, and video. What we're going to look at next is a presentation that was put together from a company that was bidding on a hotel in China, and they used MacroMind Director to show that they could capture the aesthetics of the building a hotel in downtown Shanghai, as well as the neighboring architecture. So we're looking at this example, which is showing us how the hotel would appear, where it was located, and the quality of the animation and music lend itself very well to that Chinese culture.
And again, we're not watching video now, we're watching the computers out.
All the animation you're seeing was generated in MacroMind Director. The color photos here were scanned in from a color scanner, and then we have, of course, the building appearing. What I'd like to do is show you another example of how Director was used to visualize the construction of a factory floor. Rather than present a set of graphs or slides on creating a factory, it was really important to visualize what the factory would look like. So in this next example, we see a visualization of a factory using animations created in Swivel 3D, and the company was able to identify potential bottlenecks in the factory, solve those problems by merely creating this visualization.
Dave, how long would it take somebody to produce this particular animation right here?
Well, that animation,
in terms of time,
that animation took a couple of weeks. Most of the work was generating the artwork in Swivel 3D, but once they brought it into Director, it was quite fast to generate this type of animation. Let me show you how easy it is to get started with MacroMind Director. What we'll do is create a simple presentation here. We'll start by bringing in a background, and once we've got our background logo for our company Global Airways, we'll bring in some animated text, and I could just type this text in. We've got a lot of auto-animate capabilities built in. We'll choose Zoom text, and I've got my Global Airways, and we'll preview that to see what it looks like, and we'll put it up a little bit higher. So boom, I've got animation right away. Now what I'll do is add some sound to this by selecting the sounds icon, dragging it down, and choosing which sound file I want, so we can add sound, sound effects, and music, and there are a number of music files that come with MacroMind Director. For this, we'll add the capability of, we'll add the sound of a little jet.
Okay, and that sampled sound you brought in from outside?
We brought that using in the Fairline Mac recorder. And we'll have the animation then at the end to show how all this might come together. Let's just look at what we've created in just a few short seconds here. We have the text appearing with the sound of the jet, as you hear. Then we move into, let's say, a board of directors presentation where we present on Global Airways with the jet sequence. Sales for this year, $65 billion, with music to add that emphasis. A word from the company president with another scanned image, Jill Smith, who has to say,
"We believe strongly that Global Air will meet its projected revenue."
And I guarantee you that that would sell the board of directors.
David, two quick questions before we're out of time here. What kind of hardware configuration does it take to run Director here?
MacroMind Director will run in black and white on a Macintosh Plus SE, and it will run in color on a Macintosh 2, 2CX, and 2X. There are no specialized third-party boards that are required, although if you want to do video in a window or specialized video, you would use one of those cards.
And how about the price on the products we've seen? Persuasion from
$495.
And Macromine Direct?
$695. Available since March.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. Gary and I will be back in just a minute with some final thoughts. Gary, we saw a lot of complicated stuff, I think, really on that show. I know at one point you asked the guy, do you have to be an artist to do this stuff, or can an ordinary businessman like you do this stuff? And he said, no, you don't have to be an artist. But I wonder, really, it's like desktop publishing. You know, guys started doing that stuff and turned out horrendous-looking newsletters.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down. We saw a range, really, of products on the show. We saw some stuff that was very, very simple, just a word charting kind of a...
The black and white overheads.
Exactly, you can take it into a meeting and show it. And then we saw, of course, a little spinning globe in there, and I looked at that and I thought, well, I don't know if...
Could you do that on your own? Right.
And I think another thing that's probably a point is that a lot of these programs do have libraries of clip art, and so there's a point at which you can pull some of that stuff in and make pretty fancy looking
I think the
graphics.
other factor is, too, you can do a lot of the stuff on your own, but it takes a lot of time, and you have the time to really spend a couple of weeks, like that one animation we saw in Macromine Direct at the factory floor, that you and I are not going to do that so easily.
That was very, very impressive, but it was 2 weeks or something to do that?
At least.
Just that portion of it, yeah.
Well, that's our look at desktop presentation software for the Macintosh. Next week, we'll be looking at desktop presentation packages for the IBM-compatible world. Stay tuned now for this week's Computer News. In the random access file this week, Chips and Technologies has announced a complete AT-compatible computer on one board. The motherboard contains 3 chips to handle all system logic, I/O, mass storage, and VGA. Industry analysts are saying they see a move away from basic PC motherboards that require add-in cards for routine peripheral control. The new integrated motherboard will open up expansion slots for more sophisticated uses. The Chips and Technologies highly integrated AT chipset will sell for only $69. Grid Systems is hosting the world's first Pen Interface Conference. It's a national gathering for VARs and MIS managers involved in the new generation of computers which use handwriting recognition rather than the keyboard as an input device. Grid already sells the Grid Pad computer, a laptop without a keyboard that uses pen interface technology. In Moscow last week, Bill Gates introduced the first ever Russian language version of MS-DOS, and the company also announced it's planning a Russian language version of Microsoft Works for this summer. Hewlett-Packard has announced a new color printer for the Macintosh, the HP PaintWriter XL. It was shown for the first time at last week's Macworld Expo in San Francisco. The PaintWriter turns out a full color page in 90 seconds. Also at Macworld, Interactive Media Technologies unveiled the world's first professional audio and video control unit for the Macintosh. The IMTX 8000 enables a desktop Mac user to operate a variety of audio-video sources such as VCRs, CDs, MIDI music devices, Laserdisc players, and audio tape recorders. The IMTX 8000 incorporates sync generation, SMPTE timecode, and NTSC output. Taking a look at this week's software top 10 for the Macintosh, according to Mac Connection, Symantec's antivirus program SAM is the bestseller this week, followed by Adobe Type Manager, Macintax, Quicken, and Deltagraph. Microsoft Word 4.0 moves into the 6th slot. A newcomer to the top 10 is Suitcase 2 from 5th generation. Pyro ranks 8th. The award-winning simulation SimCity moves into the top 10 in the number 9 slot, and Type-Align for Adobe Type Manager is number 10. In our software review this week, Paul Schindler takes a look at a new game called Cosmic Osmo.
Ah, boy, what a life!
I'm blown away. My daughters, Marlo, 9, and Ray, 5, are blown away. Even my wife's impressed, and she hates computers. We're talking here about the best HyperCard game for the Macintosh yet, Cosmic Osmo. Now, it's $70, but it's worth every penny. Since Osmo has a soundtrack, I'll let it speak for itself.
My name is Osmo.
Just go ahead in. Senor Osmo is standing around in there.
Holy mackerel indeed. If this is what HyperCard can do, sign me up for more Macintoshes. But make sure they have at least a meg of memory. $70 Cosmic Osmo from Activision in Menlo Park, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Finally, the Bard has made it on a CD-ROM. The complete works of Shakespeare, 300 pages worth of 37 plays, 159 poems, has just been released by CMC of Portland, Oregon. Shakespeare on a disc comes in 2 versions on the same disc, Queen's English and American English. It includes search and retrieval software, and it sells for only $99. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next week.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, which offers online information related to today's subject. Members type Go Chronicles. Non-members call for more information. Additional funding is provided by the Software Publishers Association, by PC Connection and Mac Connection, by Byte Magazine and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange, and by Intel Corporation, Personal Computer Enhancement. For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio, 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is a light table at Dolphin Multimedia in Palo Alto, California. They specialize in presentation graphics, but guess what? They use IBM PS2s. Yes, you can find Macs here also, of course, but the moral of the story is you can do high-quality business graphics without a Macintosh using your good old PC. Today, on part 2 of our special series on desktop presentation graphics, we take a look at some of the top-rated DPG software packages for the IBM-compatible world on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you that software piracy is a federal offense. When a few people steal software, everyone loses. Additional funding is provided by CompuServe, by PC Connection and Mac Connection, by Byte Magazine and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange, and by Intel Corporation, Personal Computer Enhancement.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. This is Gary Kildall. And Gary, I haven't gone into the software business. These are all DPG, desktop presentation graphics programs. For
wait a minute, I don't see the GEM presentation team here anywhere.
Digital research is the yeah. GEM presentation team is sitting right here, as you know.
Okay.
Gary, we're talking about desktop presentation software for the IBM-compatible world. Give us an example of your approach to it.
Well, what I'm going to do, first of all, is give you an idea what business graphics is, and just to refresh that. We're dealing basically with trying to, say, do charts for overhead transparencies, bulleted items, things like that, or trying to graph, say, Lotus 123 files or DBase files. And so we do this with 3 programs, actually. We do use our graphing program, graph application. We also have the word chart application, and then we combine these with Draw. Now, what I'm going to do here, just in the interest of time, is just to show you the final result. So we can get on with looking at some of the other things. So I'm bringing up Draw right here, and I'll open up a prepared graph, and we'll see what the combination of text and graphics look like. I'm going to go to a full screen here. You can see here's the final result of putting it together, text with graphics. And I'll just go ahead and send this to the output device. And in this case, we're going to just use a screen, but it could be a slide maker or overhead transparency maker, whatever it happens to be. And that would be the final result that you'd see.
Sure. Gary, we're going to look at the competition today. One of them is this package over here. Xerox Presents was one of the first ones for the PC to use a Mac-like graphic interface. We're going to start with a visit to a company in San Jose that uses Xerox Presents.
The FMC Corporation in San Jose, California designs and builds armored vehicles, like the all-terrain Bradley fighting vehicle. The San Jose office is also home to the company's Computer Product Testing Center, where hardware and software are evaluated. A recent addition to FMC's software lineup was Xerox Presents, a desktop presentation package for PCs running in the Microsoft Windows environment. The ability to create in-house slide presentations on a moment's notice has already paid off for FMC.
We had 3 days to put together a large slide presentation, 35mm slides, from scratch. We had no time to contact an outside agency. And we had just received the Xerox Presents and decided to give it a try. We had to use something. It was available. And we put together a fairly extensive 35mm slide presentation, including the turnaround time in sending the images to a slide service and back with proofs and so on, all in 72 hours.
The FMC office has a mixture of PCs, PS2s, and Macintoshes, an arrangement that often implies different machines for different applications. But FMC departments mix software types with machine types. Xerox Presents, for example, brings some Mac-like graphics abilities to the company's large base of PC users, with a few drawbacks.
There is an immature file exchange capability at this point on the IBM PC platform. What should be a standard file format isn't quite standard, and there are differences. You'll import a picture and it will have changed somehow.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
Joining us in the studio now is Carrie Fulbright with Harvard Graphics, and next to Carrie, Michael Rubenstein of Lotus, makers of Freelance Plus. Carrie?
Carrie, last week we looked at 4 desktop presentation graphics packages for the Macintosh. Now, what makes the IBM PC better or worse, let's say, for presentation graphics than the Mac?
Well, I'd say that what makes it better is that most of our users in corporate America have PCs, many more PCs than they do Macs. And by giving them Harvard Graphics, what we're allowing them to do is create equal or better presentations on a PC without having to go to a Mac for presentation graphics.
So you see the primary use of presentation graphics in the business market then?
Very much so. People don't do presentations at home, of course. What we find is our users are doing, whether it's hard copy output or slides or overhead presentations.
All right, Carrie, Harvard Graphics is pretty commonly used in the PC world, as you mentioned. Give us a little introduction to how one would use it.
All right. We create various types of text and data charts, as well as have drawing capabilities. We're here in a text chart, and I've entered some data already. I'm going to hit F2 to preview this chart, and we've got a very basic pre-formatted bullet chart, which I could use right now, outputted on a slide or on a transparency. A lot of our users are importing data when they're creating data charts from a Lotus spreadsheet. They've already entered the data. They don't want to retype that. And we've got a capability both to import the data. Harvard Graphics warns you if you haven't saved what you've done. I'm going to import a graph set up in Lotus here and customize that somewhat. One thing I'd like to do is add a total column. And one of the unique features of Harvard Graphics is the ability to do calculations in your chart. Take a look at that. I've now got both the total line and the component.
Because you imported the graph from Lotus, you then did the calculation inside Harvard Graphics.
Inside Harvard Graphics. Okay. Just to clean this up a little, I'll make the individual components into bars, and I'll make it a 3D overlap chart. And this way I can look both across January as across the products. A lot of people, when they look at graphs, they think people are trying to mislead them with graphs, and so we've added a feature we call Data Table. And what Data Table does is puts a spreadsheet underneath your chart so that you can actually, if you want to look up the data, you don't have to go to a separate page there.
Do you have a drawing capability also then?
Yes, we do. We have, in Harvard Graphics, most of the drawing tools that people need, adding, moving, editing objects, deleting. We also come with 300 symbols.
All right. If we'd like to take a look at Freelance Plus, if you can sort of get out of Harvard Graphics there for a minute.
And Carrie, you also have an example of some of the graphed output, right?
Yes.
From Harvard Graphics.
This is transparency, and I've created in Harvard Graphics using both the pre-format pie chart as well as one of the existing symbols.
And what would you get that output on? You can do that on a laser printer, or what?
This was printed on a color thermal printer.
On a color thermal.
Yes.
Okay. How are you doing? We have Freelance Plus we could take a look at.
Sure. What I'm going to do is load up Freelance Plus, and as I do, I'd like to mention that Freelance Plus is a full charting package as well, offers full drawing capabilities, and what I'll be showing you is how Freelance can take data out of 123, build a chart, size and position that chart, and then add some drawing elements, if you will, so that you don't have to be an artist. I'm going to retrieve a chart file that will have some data already formatted for me, and what I'd like you to notice is that as I move through this form, I can enter data. For example, I've got my legend data entered, and on the next form, I've got all of my information that I would like to chart. Well, almost all of it. Actually, up here, I want to get some information still from 123. I can move to the data links portion, and notice that most of the information has been entered into this form.
Okay, these are existing 123 range names.
Exactly. I'm going to be pulling information from 123 via the range name capability, so I don't have to know cell locations. And I'll just fill in this form. Now, I've got everything except the heading. And what I would like to do, because I don't know exactly where that is pull up the 123 file itself. This is a release 3 file, by the way, and we will support each of the earlier versions of 123 also. I can, using the same pointer movement keys that you have in 123, highlight a range and actually pull that into the chart form. And as I update this chart form, what you'll see is very quickly, I can draw that chart on screen. I'm going to put it on screen, full screen, first of all. And then what I'd like to do is, well, now that I can see how it looks, I'd like to back out of here and move down and add some 3D effects, for example. And when I go back to drawing the chart, rather than drawing it full screen, I'd like to demonstrate that I can shrink that chart down to fit in the area of the screen that I would like it. And as I draw it, everything will be quite a bit smaller, but it has sized itself appropriately to fit in the available space. Now that I've got the chart, I'd like to show you a little bit of the drawing capability. I'm going to move down to page 2, as it's called. This is a blank form right now. I'm going to retrieve a drawing file that will be the western states of the U.S. Presumably, this is what I want to bring up to put on the same page as my chart. This is rather small on screen right now. What I would like to do is select all of this and then copy it back up to page 1. It is fairly small right now. Freelance Plus does support a mouse, and I can move this object, if you will, around, and I will get those states on screen, as you see. Still fairly small, so what I can do is edit the size of this and actually stretch this and have it fit exactly as I would like on screen. Once I have drawn the states where I want them, what I can do is edit the color of them. Perhaps I want them to be red so that they will stand out a little bit more. Freelance Plus will also allow me to add text wherever I would like. I'd like to point out that California is #1, and I'll just do that. CA is #1 and position that up at the top of the screen. That is fairly small, so I'd like to edit the height of the text, and maybe we'll make it 10 millimeters high. It looks a little bit better. How about if I add an arrow for emphasis and point out really what we are talking about with California? And if I switch to the mouse, notice that I can switch between the mouse and the keyboard easily.
Carrie, on Harvard Graphics, I know you have lots of different accessories right now. Are there plans to sort of bring that together in an integrated package?
Some of them. Some of the accessories are products that some of our users, a limited market of our users want, such as a US map maker. Some of them, such as our new Draw Partner accessory, add features like zoom and rotate point editing, which we expect to include in the next version of Harvard Graphics.
I guess both of these packages have libraries of objects that you can bring and build your own graphs out of the predefined libraries. Right?
Yes, Freelance Plus has over 900 already drawn symbols, so you don't have to be an artist. And we let you take any of those and change them as you wish so that they really fit for your purpose.
Harvard Graphics and Freelance Plus. Thanks very much, gentlemen. If you want to add some pizzazz to your presentation, you may want to do more than just a slideshow. Maybe you want animation. Well, here's a report on one animation product, Animator, from Autodesk.
Video presentations like this one can be quite expensive to produce, but this animation was done inexpensively on an IBM PC using a program called Animator from Autodesk. The secret to Animator is its use of automated animation techniques.
Well, traditionally, when you animate, you draw each frame one at a time, and it's a painstaking process of incremental motion. And in Autodesk Animator, out of the 5 kinds of animation that we allow people to produce, 4 of those kinds are automatic and interpolate shapes from one position to another. So people just draw the first position and the last position, and it creates all of the in-between shapes.
Images can be created with Animator's Paint program or imported from a wide range of drawing programs. Images, text, and photographs can be combined to create animations which can run on your computer or be output to a VCR. While the business user can easily learn how to work with Animator, more complicated animations may require some additional expertise.
Talent is always very useful, and depending on the level of presentation that you're creating, it may be very useful to have a graphics specialist. But if you just want to have your company logo float in, or tear off a piece of, say, an image that might represent, say, your corporate headquarters to get people's attention, that kind of thing is very easy to do in Animator.
Autodesk's Animator runs on any IBM-compatible 286 or 386 PC with a VGA card, a hard drive, and a mouse. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
With us in the studio now is Ted Salamone from IBM's Desktop Software Division, and next to Ted we have Steve Cullen with Micrographics.
Steve, earlier in the show we viewed 2 packages that I think it was more traditional, spreadsheet-based graphing and so forth. Now, how does your product Graph Plus differ from, say, Freelance or Harvard Graphics?
Well, Graph Plus differs in a number of ways. Most notably is that it runs in the Windows environment, so that we work with pull-down menus and icons and dialog boxes and use the mouse interface primarily, or some of the other applications we use the keyboard.
And what's the overall purpose, and how do you present it?
The overall purpose of that is, number one, to provide an easier and more consistent interface to the user.
What is the overall purpose of what does your package do?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. The Graph Plus package is intended to be a 2- and 3-dimensional charting application to read Lotus 1, 2, 3, Symphony, and Excel spreadsheet data.
Okay.
It works primarily as a financial and statistical.
All right, Steve, I think you're going to show this all off without a keyboard, right?
I'm going to try.
You're using a P70 IBM Portable and just a mouse.
I'm going to give it my best shot.
Show us the product.
Okay. Well, first of all, we'll bring up the worksheet to show you that it actually does look like your existing spreadsheet products. And we'll pull down the File menu and open up some data and bring it into the worksheet area. And you notice I just double-click on the file that I want to load. And now I'll just highlight the information and go over to the chart type that I want to select. And we'll start off with a column chart. And these are some predefined formats. And I'll scroll through the different chart types. And here we have a bar chart and an area chart with different formats as well. A table chart, which allows us to put a picture of the worksheet in the graph itself. And scatter charts and pie charts. And of course, line charts. So we'll start off with a column chart and make it 3D to start with. Just by selecting New, I'll place the chart on the page wherever I want it to start. And we're actually looking at a full 8.5 by 11 landscape page, which we can customize in Graph Plus. Now I'll just size the chart, and you'll see that we can just grab any of the handles to do that sizing. And here's the column chart as we needed it. If we view out, we can look at all the pages, and we're actually working on 12 8.5 by 11 pages, so we can do a full presentation right within one Graph Plus file. We'll view back into the existing page, and we'll scale this chart back down because we want to put multiple charts on that page. Graph Plus allows you to put as many charts on one page as you like. So we'll bring the worksheet back up and highlight just one set of data. So as you can see, we'll put multiple charts on the page based on different sets of data.
What was the size of this worksheet you're using here?
The worksheet is 16,384 by 256.
So you're pulling in a lot of data.
We can bring in a very large set of data. Okay. That's what makes it so good for financial and statistical and scientific uses. So here's a pie chart. Again, it automatically labels the chart for you. We'll show off the projection capabilities of Graph Plus, which allow us to do a 3-dimensional view of that chart. And there you have it. And we'll scale that down to give it a little perspective. Then we can grab any wedge of the chart and explode it, just to add that little pizzazz to it. And that works with any part of the chart. We also have up to 16 million colors in Graph Plus to work with. So we can go in and pull up a color palette and scroll through the different colors. Let's select the Miami Vice palette, as we call it, and we'll set that on the screen. And there you can see how simple it is to change the chart colors all in one fell swoop.
Now, what about, do you have any special effects between the displays as these things come in?
We do have a product called Slideshow that comes with Graph Plus and allows you to use either Designer, which is another micrographics product, or Graph Plus files and do the transitions between the screens.
Also, Steve, can you import from different software programs, bring in spreadsheets from not just 123 files, but somewhere else?
Yes, we work with 123, Symphony, Microsoft Excel, diff files, so if you want to bring in database files. And because we run in a Windows environment, we can also bring Excel files through the Windows clipboard. So that's very nice.
Steve, you actually did do an entire demo without touching the keyboard, using only the mouse.
That's right.
You've got a keyboard, I'm afraid,
Yes,
but you've got Storyboard Plus. Tell us again, what new element does Storyboard Plus add to presentations?
Well, Storyboard Plus version 2 is a business multimedia product that allows you to mix text, voice, music, animation, and video in an interactive manner through pull-down menus and icons.
All right, give us a little idea of what's inside.
Certainly.
Here.
Well, there are 5 modules. We have Picture Maker, which is where you create your images. You have Picture Taker, which allows you to capture screens in a DOS environment. Story Editor is where you assemble all the files and put time sequences and the interactivity into them. Storyteller is a runtime module which can ship on diskette with your story, so people don't have to have Storyboard Plus to actually see the communications you're sending. And Text Maker is a module which allows you to annotate any text screens you may happen to take with Picture Taker.
All right, show us how you would actually build something.
Okay, we're going to go into Picture Maker here very quickly. I'll show you a sample of it, and then I'll show a finished product for you. You can come in very easily and pull down the menu to the library, and without any graphic skill or very little at all, find an image that you might want to bring in, such as this truck here, and we'll bring it down here, and I'm going to pull down the menu and flip it because I really don't like the direction it's facing. So let's flip that, and that's perfectly fine now. I'm going to come over here to the brush icon and come down and select a different active color in the lower left-hand screen, come back up and take that rectangle, make it a fill shape, just come down so how you can start to adjust the images on screen. And basically, it doesn't take much. You just point the mouse and click. What I'm also going to show you is the finished picture. We did just a little while ago, but it's going to load it in here. And you'll see exactly what I mean, how easy it is to take a frame. The time I'm spending to load this file is about how much time I actually use to finish it before.
And you could be combining this with text and putting it as part of one picture in a presentation.
Yes, this would be a frame, and you would be able to add music or text or start animating different portions of this.
How many objects do you have in the library? Do you ship with it?
There are 300 pieces in the library that comes with it.
All right, now you said this does animation and combines animation and video. Now
Yes,
that's
it
what I
does.
want to see.
Okay, what we're going to do is go into the other module that will allow us to do that, and come down to Storyteller and show the folks basically how it's done when you're sending a story to someone that doesn't have storyboard. And this demonstration that we're about to see comes by way of a third-party publisher called Carphacom Publishing, and they sell an art pack with more animations. And there you see
there's your animation.
There's a sprite, and basically his movements are pre-canned, and you can specify.
So you don't have to develop that animation on your own.
No, you just say whether you want them to go left or right or whatever happens there. The nice part about this is...
Wow, okay, now what's that?
Well, you see the art pack comes with a video editor that allows you to go to a maximum of 20 frames per second in color or black and white video. The very nice part about this is that you do not need hardware to play back the video. Of course, you need it to capture and the output, but you can send this to anyone, and they don't have to have a video board to play it back with.
Now, how much storage does it take for each one of these video frames?
The video frames, they're actually, it depends on how much you do as far as the resolution you use.
But it's quite a bit.
It's not small, but also here there's no compression or decompression. It just sits on a hard file, and that's why we're able to play it back without any extra hardware.
And you could digitize stills and put them in there and integrate that as part of the process.
Exactly right.
Also.
It doesn't have to be animated. It can be stills as well.
Ted, now what use do you see for this type of package? Is it, again, presentations or?
Well, presentation is a part of it to spice them up, to go beyond just linear slideshows. But the fact of the matter is that you can incorporate people's images when they're doing training sessions, so that when they're playing them back, they're actively involved in it, and there's more retention. They'll play it back later at trade shows to draw crowds, any seminars or sessions.
In terms of the sound, how does the sound, we obviously don't have it here today, but is it quite audible voice
There,
level.
there are two boards. There's an IBM Music feature board, and we have music soundtracks that you can tie in here, and there's a speech adapter where you can digitize your own voice and then play it back.
Ted, Steve, we're out of time. Gary and I are going to be back in just a minute with some final thoughts. All right, Gary, that last thing we saw, Storyboard Plus, was pretty impressive, really. I mean, that brings desktop presentations to a different level.
Yeah, I guess it's really multimedia, right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about sound and animation and live video and all sorts of things.
It's not just doing slideshows on a computer.
Right, and I think that's what we've been sort of seeing to this point is like, how do we do the same thing with a computer that we did with a slideshow? And this takes us to the next level where we're really using the computer system in a good way.
Final point, Gary, would be we've done 2 shows on this. We saw DPG software for the Mac and for the PC. And you used to think you could only do this with a Macintosh. Do you think the products for the PC are of equivalent
Well, I think what we've seen on the show is that they seem to be pretty much the same on the low end and the high end. Doesn't it seem like it to you?
Well, certainly the Storyboard Plus, I mean, you had all the elements there, didn't you?
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be real interesting when we start getting the right peripherals, you know, so we get projectors that are really inexpensive and then be able to use this true multimedia in presentations at every level.
And then have to go back to hiring a full-time person to do it. Yeah. That's our look at desktop presentation graphics. We'll be back in just a minute with this week's Computer News.
In the random access file this week, now you can use a special camera to put still photo images on your Mac. Canon sells 3 still video cameras which resemble standard pocket cameras. But instead of capturing the images on film, these cameras store up to 50 images on a 2-inch disc. Now Canon has introduced a SCSI disk drive that can read these discs and place the images on a Mac 2 system. The quality is good enough for color newspaper photos. Delta Tau Software is offering a powerful 24-bit color painting application that costs under $100. Color Mac Cheese does full color picture manipulation for any screen depth. It also includes blends and wash effects, a dynamic help window, and full support of color printing through Apple's LaserWriter 6.0 driver. To keep the price down, Mac Cheese supports Apple's PICT format only. Japanese sources say Hitachi is breaking records with a faster new fiber optics device. The device transmits coherent light signals at 10 gigabytes a second and has a response time of 30 picoseconds. The emitter packet consists of a miniaturized laser controlled by an integrated circuit. It is supposedly only a few centimeters wide. Commercial production is expected to begin this summer. Electronic information kiosks combining video, telecommunications, voicemail, and computers are apparently becoming a trend. And trendy Los Angeles County has unveiled its first information kiosk in the Pasadena Superior Court. The kiosk features touchscreen access to information such as how to obtain a marriage license or where to find entertainment events in LA. Discussions on a CompuServe forum indicate that computer manufacturers are opposed to legislation pending in California that would expand the rights of software and hardware purchasers. The legislation would penalize manufacturers if support and upgrade policies are not clearly displayed on products. Violators would be required to provide customer support for an additional 10 years, or buyers could demand a full refund and still keep the product. Hearings on the bill started last week. Well, this week we take a look at the top-selling software programs for the PC according to PC Connection. Topping the list are Expanded Memory Manager and QRAM, both from QuarterDeck, followed by WordPerfect 5.1, DeskView, and TurboTax. Quicken 3.0 is number 5, followed by PC Globe, Peter Norton Advanced Utilities, PC USA, and Procom Plus. Mobius Technologies is selling a full-page display monitor that's roughly half the cost of a Radius full-page display. The Mobius monitor includes an integrated video controller and accelerator at no extra charge. The price until May 31st is $695. After that, the company doesn't say what the price will be. Well, finally, if you were inspired by Earth Day to do something about global pollution, you might want to take a look at Chris Crawford's new simulation, Balance of the Planet. The program puts you in charge of the Earth's environment, and you have to handle problems such as acid rain, nuclear waste, depletion of rainforests, and global warming. Balance of the Planet is available for the PC and the Mac. Retail price is $49.95. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Maria Gabriel.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, which offers online information related to today's subject. Members type Go Chronicles. Non-members call for more information. Additional funding is provided by the Software Publishers Association, by PC Connection and Mac Connection, by Byte Magazine and VIX, the Byte Information Exchange, and by Intel Corporation, Personal Computer Enhancement. For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio, 44240. Please indicate program date.
This is the video lab at Electronic Arts in San Mateo, California. What they're doing here is digitizing this video shot earlier in Hollywood so they can use these scenes in a new CD-ROM-based game called The Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes. CD-ROMs are bringing full-motion video, stereo sound, and tons of data into computer games and other software applications. Today we'll take a look at the newest in CD-ROM software and hardware on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me this week is Gina Smith, senior editor at PC Computing Magazine. Gina, I have two different chess games up here. This is the chess that comes with one of the Windows Entertainment Packs, and if you move, you know, it's sort of the usual looking chess game. Over here, though, I have chess, battle chess, coming off a CD-ROM. You get, of course, soundtrack here and music that'll come along with this and all kinds of sound effects. Now watch, this is the animation of a capture by that bishop of the knight. Okay.
Well, it took a while.
It does.
Sure.
All right, this is kind of a little trivial example of what you get from CD-ROM, but seriously, if I'm a computer user, what do I get for my money by going out and buying a CD-ROM drive and buying CD-ROM software?
Stuart, the amazing and exciting thing about CD-ROM is just the pure volume of data that you can get on one of these things. As most people know, you can get over 600 megabytes on one of these little disks. That's a few times the size of the average hard disk, and when you've got all that room, software developers can do some really incredible things. For instance, they can put digitized photos, digitized animations, sound, graphics, things you would never even want to fit on your hard disk if you have any files at all.
What about serious business applications?
Well, those are slow in coming, but they're just now starting to arrive. And right now, the prime area is reference materials. You can fit over 300,000 pages, typed pages on one of these disks, so they're natural for putting, say, the entire yellow pages of the country on a disk.
All on one disk.
All on one disk, or a technical reference, or the complete works of Shakespeare. And some vendors are even selling collections of sound, animation, and audio clips that you can use to snazz up your presentations.
Okay. Well, we're going to look at what CD-ROM software can do in applications like games, education, and business. But before you buy CD-ROM software, you have to buy a CD-ROM drive. And that choice is getting more and more complicated. So today we'll start out with a visit to the PC Week Labs in Foster City to find out what you should look for when you buy a CD-ROM drive.
The most important distinctions from a user view are, first of all, the speed is important, and that is both transfer speed, getting the data off, and access speed, or seek, the time that it takes to actually seek something on the disk. The second most important thing is the format. What types of CDs can it run? Nobody right now who doesn't have a CD drive ought to go out and buy anything that's not an XA format, because all the standards are converging. There are probably 20 or 30 CD-ROM standards right now, but they're all starting to converge up to this XA pinnacle, which lets you run Photo CD, it lets you run the ISO standard, it lets you run High Sierra. And finally, I recommend to people to get a standard interface on their CD-ROM drives, which means a SCSI, SCSI, or Small Computer Systems Interface.
Some of the decisions you have to make are simple. Do you want an internal drive or an external drive? The internal drive is a little more complicated to install. And since a CD-ROM drive can usually do double duty as an audio CD player, you should look for a headphone jack on the front and RCA jacks in the back so you can plug the output into your stereo. How much should you spend on a CD-ROM drive?
Well, the cheapest thing possible is going to end up being not SCSI, not XA, and slow. So if somewhere down the road you're willing to put the investment into getting something better, when prices fall, and if you don't need photo CD now, and if you don't need a lot of speed and you're not going to do video, if all you want to do is run a couple games and be able to look up a little data, that's fine. $150, $200, $250 is great. But if you've got the time and the investment and you want to do it once and you want to do it right, look for something that's XA and something that's SCSI, and that's going to be significantly more expensive.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Jonelle Patterson.
CD-ROM means different things to different users. It means monumental amounts of data storage, but it also means multimedia capability. Here to show us some examples are Eugene Evans of ICOM Simulations and Blake Schneider of Compton's New Media. Let's start with you, Eugene, in ICOM Simulations' Sherlock Holmes game. And I guess this, in fact, is the most successful entertainment product on a CD-ROM with hundreds of thousands already sold out there.
That's correct. When you take
All right, now, we've seen animation and music so far in the battle chess thing. Now, you have actually real rolling video inside this game, don't you?
That's right.
Show us how you use it here.
Well, on each disc there are 3 different murder mysteries to solve, and they're illustrated by a total of 90 minutes of video on each disc. Real actors, real actresses on sets.
This has been a very upsetting day.
So here we see Sherlock and Watson in 221B Baker Street explaining what's been going on.
Okay, so they're setting up the problem that we have to solve and playing the
That's
game.
correct. What was stolen, who was murdered, so on.
Okay, where do we go from here then if we want to play this?
Well, we have these VCR type controls, so we can stop that and go into the game itself, where we have on hand various tools that give us access to a list of names of people that are potential suspects, or might be some of people like Inspector Lestrade, the local coroner in London, who are the type of people who can give us information. So we hear names in the video of people, we get clues from the actual video, and then you can go select somebody to go and visit, send Sherlock and Watson to visit those people and hear what they get out of the case. Watch the video, pick up the clues.
So you get more video as you're playing the game.
That's correct.
So where are we going now?
Now we're off to see H.R. Murray.
Excuse me, Dr. Murray. May I have a moment of your time? Ah, Whitson. So nice to see you again. It's Watson, sir. Glad to hear it. Now, what can I do for you, Whitson? Holmes and I are interested
We'll
in the
mention
debris
the
from
names of
fire
other
Matthew
suspects
Cole's
during the
hotel.
video, and then
such
you
a
have to decide, okay, well, maybe that person is a potential suspect. Select from maybe the directory or the notebook and go and visit those people. Eventually you'll decide who was the murderer, and you get to go to court and try and prove to the judge that you truly understand who murdered the person, why, where, and so on.
Yeah, this is pretty close to that interactive TV. You've got 90 minutes of video.
That's correct. We think of it as interactive video.
Right. Well, now, you're playing this on the Macintosh right now. Is it available on all platforms?
It's available on just about any type of machine that has a CD.
And is there a minimum hardware requirement you need to run something like Sherlock?
We recommend a reasonably fast CD drive. It works on most of the newer drives that are available out there, and but it will work on the slower machines and machines with VGA and running DOS, and the whole line of Macintoshes, and things like the new Sega CD or the Tandy VIS.
All right. Pretty neat. All right, let's turn to Compton's New Media, Blake, and you're going to show something called Jazz. And first thing I want to ask you is, when you come out with this kind of CD, what is it? Is this an audio CD with words and pictures? It is a book with sound? How do you position this?
Jazz, a multimedia history, I suppose you say it would be edutainment. It's educational, it's entertainment. It is a CD version of a book.
So this started out as a book?
It started out as a book, and now this is the most current version. that is put out.
Okay, could you show us a little bit of the CD-ROM and what's in here?
Certainly. I've just clicked on the opening menu, and I'm going to the contents, which will take me either to text, pictures, or the music sections. I'm going to go ahead and click on text, and it will take me to the area where I can look at one of the 24 different chapters that are included.
And so what do we have here?
And as you can see, it's an introduction. It's not only specific persons, but different eras throughout jazz. And I'm going to click down, and I'm going to go to Chapter 13, Charlie Parker.
Okay. And you're just calling up that chapter, and at the same time calling up the text and the music, and
exactly.
And you have video clips in here too?
I do as well. Jazz, I think this is an excellent example of a multimedia product because we're dealing with music, and as we read the text, we come across a number of multimedia events. Here's one of them. This happens to be a photo, and I go ahead and I'm going to click there.
Metronome All-Stars.
Yes.
And so you can blow up that photo if
That's
you want.
correct. A number of the photos have a magnifying glass icon, which lets me know that I...
Can you blow it up even more then? I mean, oh, I see.
And the quality is excellent.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so what else can we do?
Let me go ahead and close that. Now, as you scroll down, we're talking about jazz, keep in mind. This is something normally that we listen to. A lot of times in the articles or chapters that we're reading, it'll talk about a specific music style, an example, and as we come across musical examples, we've got the sheet music, and I can go ahead and click to get a specific example.
So you can pull up that actual audio clip. Is that actually a clip of Charlie Parker playing that piece of sheet music?
This one, I believe it's his music done that's synthesized.
I see, okay.
Okay.
All right, what else can we do?
And one of the more exciting features is, like we saw with ICOM, we've got a number of videos included. And this one is Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie. This is from 1952.
Yeah.
This is the only known footage of Charlie Parker with audio.
Huh. Wow.
Now, if we like, I can enlarge the picture by pressing my space bar.
You're not stuck with the little mini window there?
Correct.
So this is Charlie and Dizzy Gillespie's in this clip too?
Yeah, we'll be seeing Dizzy in just a moment.
So how much audio and video do you have on this one, CD?
There's a total of about 20 minutes of the video for Windows, what we're looking at now. It's got a total of 240 photographs, 137 musical examples, and 128 MIDI files, in addition to the total of 6 videos.
Yeah. And there it is. Oh, that is a long time ago, isn't it? All right, what else could you show us about the Jazz CD?
Now, the Jazz, I've got a search feature as well. If I'm looking for something specific, maybe I want to look up the hi-hat.
Right.
I can type in hi-hat, and it's going to do a search. These are all the locations where it appears in my text. I've just clicked on Next.
Right.
Now, I'm going to hi-hat for a reason. There's another type of musical example. We don't have sheet music in this case. This is shows the swing style hi-hat playing.
Right. That's pretty neat. What do you think is the market for this kind of stuff? I mean, we saw Sherlock Holmes. You're going to buy that, take it home and play with it. Is this institutional? Is it the individual person who's going to buy something like this?
The thing that's neat about jazz is jazz is ageless. People who are teenagers, who are just learning to appreciate music, are interested in jazz. Older folks who have grew up with jazz are interested. I think that it's the type of product that everyone's interested in.
But you see an individual just taking it home as you would a book or as you would an
Exactly,
audio CD.
yes.
All right, 2 impressive examples of CD-ROM software. Thank you. This is a lot of fun, of course, playing games and listening to music, but CD-ROM technology can also be an incredible educational tool. At one small-town high school in Ephrata, Pennsylvania, the students now have access to a 3 million book library thanks to CD-ROM software.
There are 1,200 students here at Ephrata Senior High School. The Media Center, which in the good old days was just the library, contains 25,000 books, cassettes, and videos. But these students have use of nearly 3 million volumes through a CD-ROM system called Access Pennsylvania. Students can search the 4-disc collection by author, title, or subject to find information on books available throughout the state. This makes the old card catalog obsolete.
It's easier than going to the card catalog, and then if we don't have books here, I can get it from somewhere else.
If the material is available at their library, they can go right to the bookshelf. If not, they can just print the screen and the librarian can fax a loan request for the item. The books are delivered regularly by UPS.
They can find the materials that they want, and those materials can be books, encyclopedia materials, they can be periodical materials, and really no topic is off limits. So they are never turned away from this library without the materials that they desire. And that's a major change in how libraries operate.
In addition to the information in state libraries, students can also search through 10 years worth of reader's guides to periodical literature in just seconds. They also have a career exploration module and Grolier's multimedia encyclopedia.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Rocket Tranquility, we copy you on the ground.
Librarian Deborah Cockle says these students may have an edge in the future because of this high-tech system.
It is teaching students how to search an electronic database, and I think that's a skill for the 21st century. Students, whether they go to college or not, are going to have to deal with getting information out of databases. For example, in the automotive industry, inventory parts are now on CD-ROMs, and students that take those kind of jobs will have to learn how to get in those databases, find what they want, and get out. So I think information retrieval is a skill that needs to be taught these days in high schools.
And the latest technology makes time in the library more fun. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Jonelle Patterson.
It's no secret that computers aren't the only platform for optical storage technology. CDs are now showing up on game consoles and as portable information managers. Here to show us some examples are John Brandstetter of Turbo Technologies, also with us Les Ininci of Sony. Les, I want to ask you about the multimedia player in just a second, which is the newest thing. But first of all, you guys sell one of these bundles that includes software, sound, board, and drive. Tell us what's in that bundle.
Yes, Stuart. The desktop library, which I'm showing today, is a new version of our bundled product, including a CD-ROM drive, a 16-bit soundboard that allows you to have, allows you to get the latest audio capabilities available on CD-ROM titles.
And what are the discs that come with this?
We include a set of 7 CD-ROM titles in this particular kit, including Grolier's Encyclopedia, the Time Compact Almanac, The Presidents by National Geographic, Great Wonders of the World, Carmen Sandiego, and a photo CD title.
All right, this is your drive, by the way, that comes with the bundle, and you have the President's disc up here. Just show us for a second how that works.
Right. Most people in CD-ROM titles are looking for high multimedia content, and this title has everything. It has text, it has pictures, and it has video. This is a clip of President Kennedy's speech to Congress about the mission to the moon.
Longest strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a...
Okay, I'm going to get back to you in a second, Les. I want to turn to you now, John. You guys have an interesting solution, too. In your Turbo Duo game console, you're actually selling a card now that will let this run as an external CD-ROM drive into your personal computer, right?
Correct. It'll be a CD-ROM card or interface that allows you to use SCSI interface from a Mac or an IBM, which virtually turns our Turbo Duo game system into a CD-ROM drive for an IBM PC or a Macintosh.
Okay, this is obviously a prototype of the card. It's not going to quite look like that,
yeah.
But you've got this plugged in here now. Show me that this actually works. We have the same Sherlock Holmes game up we had before on the Apple Drive, and that's running off the Turbo Duo. Okay, now I want you to reconfigure this. Now show me the kinds of things I can do with this just on its own as a game console running through a standard TV set.
Okay, let me jump out of this here.
Okay, so you've got to get rid of the Macintosh part of it.
Right.
Okay, so what you would do is you pull out your...
You pull out the SCSI interface.
Your card there.
Right.
Okay.
Then you have to, of course, take the Macintosh CD out.
All right, now what kind of software can you show me that runs on the console itself?
I'll be showing you our newest game coming out called Lords of Thunder, which this is a prototype disc, so it doesn't have the real artwork on it.
Okay. So now we're going out, not to the Macintosh, but right out to a TV set. And what kind of game is Lords of Thunder?
Lords of Thunder is a shooting game, which we call a VHD shooter, which is a new term that we're coming out with. And it's an assault of graphics, sight, and sound.
VHD stands for?
Vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. Because the game actually goes in all directions.
All right, so tell me now, as we look at this opening, what are some of the advantages of having a game off a CD-ROM?
The advantage of CD-ROM is storage capacity, obviously, and also you can use CD audio sound. In this particular game, there's an opening sequence which takes several megabytes, would have eaten up a normal cartridge just for the introduction.
So we in the game
screens.
now?
We're going to the game. And you can hear the CD quality audio.
So what you're getting here is
game.
great audio, lots of animation, great graphics, and so on and so forth.
A standard cartridge, you couldn't even do this game.
On a regular game cartridge?
That's correct. On a normal CD, one cartridge, if you put a cartridge on CD, you could put a couple thousand cartridges on one CD.
A couple of thousand cartridges equals one CD.
Right.
Okay, and there's your sort of basic shoot-'em-up game,
Yeah.
huh?
And this is Lords of Thunder, and you can see the backgrounds, the colors.
Yeah, yeah, horizontal, vertical, and
right.
depth,
On the later on in the game, you'll see it goes vertical and horizontal.
Okay.
Let me show you one of our other games, which is not really a game like this. It's more of an educational.
Okay, yeah. Some people, don't think that's the greatest use of technology is to do shoot-'em-up games, but you do have some educational software that actually runs off the game console.
That's correct.
And which one is this?
This is a game called, or not a game, it's a book called Thomas's Snowsuit by Discus Books. And they put out some software for Mac, which is the same application, and they also are putting it out on our system now, which it's basically a language tool and also a tool to learn about how to say different words.
So it's a sort of interactive kind of book that you might normally see on a computer platform.
Correct. And if you go and touch the pictures, it'll tell you what it is. It'll also tell you in Spanish, so if you're letting somebody learn a language, this is fairly easy to get started in learning the language.
So you're doing two things here. This can be a CD-ROM drive to run any CDs off a computer system, or you can do computer-type things, really just running off that game console.
Right, and it also runs CDGs, Kuroki CDs, and normal CD audio discs.
Okay, Les, I want to get back to you, and the neatest, newest Sony toy here, I guess, is this multimedia CD player. Show this off to us.
Yes, this is one of our newest products. It was introduced last year, the multimedia CD-ROM player. And it's basically a portable appliance for those people who need to have a source of information that they can take with them. They may not be heavy-duty computer users, but they still need to have access to the hundreds of megabytes of information that are available on CD-ROM disk.
Now, what can I get out of this? I mean, video, audio, everything?
Well, because of the technology that's used in this, CD-ROM XA, it has capabilities that far exceed what you'd imagine from its size. It's able to play both audio CDs and CD-ROMs. You can get video clips, animation, synchronized audio.
Can you fire it up for me so we can see some of this?
Sure. It's a great product for that person, as I said, who needs to have portable information available, typically a business user. There'll be a lot of business titles available, but they'll all be able to be enhanced through use of things like video and audio.
So is there audio coming out of it? Oh, I see. We've got audio. We've got some animation there. Run through the sort of interface there. What's on the keyboard and so on. Well, first of all, where's the disc in this thing?
The disc is, I can open it for you. It's a full-size 12-centimeter CD-ROM disc player. It's got a keyboard for doing word search in something like an encyclopedia or a database. But it's designed to be very easy for the average non-computer user to navigate. It has the main navigational keys are yes, no, and a cursor pad. So you can get through most of the software that way. It's got a built-in LCD screen for viewing and also has video out, so if you want to connect it to a standard monitor with NTSC in, you can get 256 colors on the display.
So I could play a standard audio CD on this?
Standard audio CD.
I can play a CD-ROM, as you're doing now, that would have video and graphics and so on. Yes. Who's going to use this? What market is this aimed at?
Well, I think this is targeted, at least initially, at the business and professional user, the person who needs to have a large database that they can take with them, somebody like an accountant, a legal database, technical manuals, that kind of thing, a large corporate end user, vertical markets. It's specifically suited to that type of user.
What kind of software titles are out that you could buy to actually use on that?
Well, there are quite a few available now and more to come. There are things like full encyclopedias, dictionaries, foreign language tutorials.
The same kinds of CD-ROMs you might find for a computer. What about the Kodak Photo CD standard? Can you use that for that?
Well, although this uses the XA data structure that's used for Photo CD, this particular player cannot play Photo CDs because of the display limitations. Our desktop system, the desktop library, can do Photo CD, yes.
All right, lots of impressive toys, guys. Thank you very much. That is our look at CD-ROM software. Stay tuned now for this week's computer news on Random Access.
the Random Access File this week, this is a special summer edition with a software review from Paul Schindler of Windows Magazine, provided courtesy of CMP Publications.
The world's most popular home desktop publishing software has come to Windows. It's PrintShop Deluxe, and if you're a PrintShop fan, you'll love it. If you've never seen PrintShop, you'll still love it. For the novice, the package is very comforting. It steps you through the type of document you wish to print, the orientation, the background, and the layout. It shows you where to put the type, tells you how big it should be, and suggests a typeface. Of course, you can change that if you wish. Suppose you select greeting card, side fold, bon voyage, and the number 2 layout. If you double-click on the T, you're presented with your text options. If you double-click on the exclamation point, you can see the kind of options that PrintShop Deluxe offers for headlines. You never have to remember your choices. Everything is available through pull-down menus. This package is so much easier to use than the DOS version. Plus, it works with any printer supported by Windows. PrintShop Deluxe, $80 from Broderbund in Novato, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Janelle Stelson.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Video cassette copies of this program are available. Computer Chronicles also publishes a companion newsletter containing details on products demonstrated, plus background information on program topics. To order a video cassette or a subscription to the newsletter, call 1-800-366-9484 or write Computer Chronicles. Please specify program subject for tapes. All orders include a free software program for auditing software use and information on the definitive guide to keeping your organization's software legal.
Creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Gary, what I have here is a ROM chip in this cartridge, and I'm going to take this ROM chip and stick it inside this machine and load it in there and press a couple of buttons, and if everything works according to plan, this is an example of computer music, and computer music is our subject today. This little RAM pack, which I have over here, has 15 songs on it. Matter of fact, there's a ROM Chip of the Month Club now where you can buy your popular songs on a chip instead of on a cassette tape or on a record. This is a simple example, but how does a computer make music? How is it doing this?
Well, as you're aware, Stuart, this is a very special device. It's not a general-purpose computer. But most of the home computers that are available now, like the Commodore 64 or the IBM personal computer, have special hardware for sound generation or tone generation. And what you do is you write a program in BASIC or Logo or one of those languages, if you like, and then you can produce tones, series of tones, and a certain frequency and duration. And I understand there are also some software packages coming about that are like word processing packages, only it's for music processing or score processing. And it's going to be interesting today, I think, because we'll have some real experts that will tell us all about it.
Indeed we will. We'll be meeting Will Harvey, the author of Music Instruction Set. We'll see a demonstration of the Alpha Centauri music system. And there are two major centers for computer music in the country, one here in Northern California at Stanford. We'll be meeting the director of the Stanford Center later on in the program. First, let's go across the country to Cambridge, Massachusetts, and a visit to MIT's Experimental Music Studio. The use of computers in musical composing is not a new idea, but recent advances are giving composers a new degree of power over their medium, the ability to create and manipulate sound waves of their own design. Systems like MIT's Music 100 can dissect a note into its sound wave components. The composer can then make adjustments to each aspect of the note's physical characteristics independently and instantly. Specially developed music languages translate the sound processing as specified by the composer. From this input, a digital data stream is computed. Finally, the digital form is translated into a signal for amplification, pre-recorded, and played back over audio tape during the performance. A computer that can reassemble the building blocks of a sound wave opens up a new spectrum to the composer and the musician, a range of sounds beyond the natural limits of mechanical instruments and the human voice. In a sense, the music program can compose not only the score, but the instrument as well. The next step in computer-composer interaction is real-time production synthesis, a live interactive performance between computer and instrument. To achieve this kind of instantaneous but programmed manipulation requires very high-speed computers capable of several 100 million calculations per second. Okay, joining us now is Will Harvey. Will created Music Instruction Set, a hot piece of software being offered by Electronic Arts right now. And John Chowning. John is director of Stanford's Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics. Did I get that right?
Right. Karma, we call it.
Karma. Gary.
You know, I was just going to mention, I think with that Casio tone, I finally found an instrument that I can play.
I think we have some more here.
Right. John, I think it'd be worthwhile just to talk for a minute about the state of computer-generated music. Where are we at today?
Well, it's, I guess, nearly 20 years old since Bell Labs engineers and scientists first conceived the idea. And what's happened in the recent years is evident in things like personal computers, and that is large-scale integration. And what that means specifically as far as computer music is concerned is that we're getting more and more power in smaller and smaller units, which means that what was once in the lab now can be put in concert hall or into smaller environments.
Mm-hmm. Some purists, John, and maybe Will, you could talk from your end on this too, think that computers and music is somehow wrong and somehow depersonalizing composition and creativity. What role really does the computer play in computer music, John?
Well, a computer, of course, being based upon programming languages, is really an access, I think, to a mode of thought or a body of thought that really represents, I guess, tens of thousands of man-years of thought about thought. And I think that's the significant difference between computers and music and electronic musical instruments of the preceding years. That is, as soon as a computer language is involved, one has access to a degree of power and generality, which was certainly not the case in ordinary electronic musical instruments. I mean, look what Will's done here with a personal computer and a programming language and a considerable amount of imagination. So it really doesn't depersonalize music, I think, but rather maybe humanizes computers, I guess I would.
Do you think it helps with the composition process of this composing music to be able to have it interactive?
Sure. I think a programming language is such an enormously rich resource that it must, at any level, enhance the compositional process.
Will, you guys are different ends a bit. John is working at Stanford with a big mini and a complex operation, and you're selling a $40 software. From your end, how do you see computers and music meshing? I mean, how did you get involved in this combination?
I think computers are a way that people can be introduced to music. And with this program, what we tried to do is allow a person who doesn't know anything about music and who might be intimidated even by it to go out and to fool around with music already created, or to create his own, and be able to do everything just with a joystick.
Maybe you can show us a little bit about how a music instruction set works.
Okay. Well, basically, you're moving around with the joystick a little hand, and that hand represents your hand. So in order to create music, what you do is you move your hand around and you pick up notes and you set them on the staff, which you see there. After you get the notes set up on the staff, you can move to one of these little pictures here, and the pictures do things. For instance, if you want to play the music, you go to the little piano, which is there. Or if you want to go to the home position, which is at the beginning of the song, you go to little home and press the button. I've got a piece here that is included with the product, and so I'll move the hand down to the piano and press the button, it'll play through the piece. Then going to the home, we can go back to the beginning of the song.
The notes going across the staff are showing us the music that the computer's playing at the time.
Right. Basically, it's tying together what it sounds like and what is on the screen. So it's like having sheet music in front of you that scrolls right past your desk. Whereas with the sheet music, you can pick up your pencil and eraser and erase notes and change them or move them around, or even pull out the scissors and cut and paste in different areas. With this, you can move your hand around, pick up a note, move it somewhere else, and drop it. If you want to sharpen a note, you just pick up...
And what you did is press the button to hear what the note on that particular place sounds like.
Right. Actually, I dropped the note, which actually changed the music that's in there right now, so if I played this, it wouldn't sound very pretty. It also tells me what that note sounds like. So if I were composing music, for instance, or just wanted to know where it was, I could tune my ear.
Certainly makes learning about music a lot more fun.
A lot of fun. You can start out, instead of having to learn to play an instrument, you have to learn to use a joystick, which isn't all that difficult. But you can start out by taking Mozart or Bach and then fooling around with it and changing notes and seeing what it sounds like.
What's your experience with people that are first playing around with this? Do they like to learn about music because of this interaction?
The first thing whenever they see a new computer program is to be overly cautious. So they'll move around the hand and be very careful not to move a note too far, this or that. But it doesn't take too long, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, before they realize, hey, this is fun. I'm not going to kill myself if I do something wrong.
Will, you said this program is for people who don't know too much about music, but you said you've got to take a note and place it on the staff, and a person who doesn't know much about music doesn't really know how to do that, does he?
Well, as far as moving a note around, the instruction manual tells you what the staff is and some of the basic music notations. You are required to be able to move around notes, move around the hand, pick up and drop notes, but you don't have to know if this is an A or a B or a C sharp or what. For instance, I can point to this position here. I'm pointing to that note, and I could say, well, what am I pointing to right now? And press P. And it plays the note. It says I'm on D. And it also says down here, you're sitting on note D. So it correlates the position on the staff of a note, the sound of the note, and the letter name of the note, which is a novel idea.
Mm-hmm. John, briefly, how would that compare with the kinds of things you're doing at Stanford?
Well, let's see. We assume, for example, in our environment that these abstract symbols notation have already been learned. I mean, our activity is really centered around musicians who have studied for some considerable time, and engineers and psychoacousticians, for example. And our interest in notation is maybe at a slightly different level, having to do rather with music manuscripting, and perhaps later we can talk a bit about that. But I find this very interesting because it's as Will has pointed out, it's a very accessible medium, and through which one can learn a rather abstract and difficult sort of language, if you will. I mean, music notation. I think that's good.
Okay.
Certainly it's the right price.
In just a moment, we're going to take a look at a reasonably sophisticated device which you can plug into your computer, the Alpha Centauri system, and that's coming up next. With us now is Ellen Lapham. Ellen is president and co-founder of Centauri Corporation, the people who make the Alpha Centauri computer music system. Gary?
Ellen, what you have here seems to be somewhat different from Will's previous demonstration. How does what you're doing differ from the music instruction set?
Well, we're both in the music business, and we're both, in fact, using computers to do things that are musical. The key concept behind Centauri and what we do with music, simply music, is turn it into a musical instrument, a live musical instrument that you can play, you can listen to, you can transform sounds with, you can design sound, you can compose, and you can even learn keyboard. So what I actually can show you today is a program we call Simply Music. What I'm looking at on the screen here is a list of albums. Just as I have a 45 RPM record on my player, or 33, so I have a diskette. It goes into my disk drive, and now when I do a directory or catalog, I can see the list of songs I have previously recorded or someone else recorded loaded in. Why don't we listen to Yezu? Now, I played that piece in a couple of weeks ago, or someone else did, or perhaps you played it in yesterday. If you're learning to play keyboard, though, listening to music is not just what you need to do. You also need to see what's going on. So we're using the power of the computer now to give you a keyboard instrument that you can play and listen to, give you a video screen that shows you the music you're playing, and if you don't know how to read music, I will help you even further. I can load in a display of the keyboard itself, so that when I play back Yezu, I can see the parts that were played. Now that's a fairly complex piece. If I were learning to play music, if I'd never approached a musical instrument before or a computer music system, I might choose a more easy to learn song. For instance, Merrily. Now this is a pretty simple song, but it gets the point across that you too can learn to play keyboard with this fairly fancy technology just by
That sounds like segue music, Ellen, and I'm going to take advantage of that music to turn to John for a second. And John, one thing, of course, you're dealing with a computer so large we couldn't bring it here in the studio at your Stanford location. One thing you're involved in is music notation. I think you have an example of that in front of you. Show us what that is.
It's an extension of the same idea, and I guess demonstrates what one can do with an enormous amount of effort and over a large number of years. This is a program that was developed by Leland Smith, also on the music faculty, who over a 10-year period has refined the music manuscripting program, which allows one to use a standard printer plotter to output music in large scale, and then it's photo-reduced to become publishable quality. Well, the advantages are that his program automatically does part extraction, finds page turns, and of course eliminates all the problems of error making in music publishing. So it's a contribution of considerable importance, I think, in the music industry. The same basic ideas, but reaching a very high degree of refinement.
John, okay, you've brought with you an audio tape from your system at Stanford. We're going to play that tape right now, and if you can put on the headset so that you can hear it as we play it, and tell us what's going on in this audio tape.
Okay, this is an example of high-quality vocal synthesis using frequency modulation synthesis. It took me about 6 months to find the little cues to naturalness that seem to be so very often lacking in most electronic music synthesis. Now, having worked out this algorithm, we can play the next example and hear an extension of nature into a slightly unreal domain. For example, I've modeled now the human voice, but of a very, very large man. So it's deeper than any real human being could sing, as if he had a 6-foot chest, I guess, and a 3-foot neck. So the vocal resonances are greatly amplified because we have this independent control over the dimensions of sound in its abstract form. Now, one of the most important things about synthesis, and which will accrue to devices such as this and the things that little synthesis algorithm that Will was using, has to do with using the technology in such a way that we have a very clear sense of what's natural sounding. The next example demonstrates first just a pure tone, which we'll hear, which is the pitch of what will become a sung vocal tone. Then in a few seconds we add all the harmonics or information that would be present in a real sung tone, but it only becomes natural at the moment we introduce the vibrato and this kind of wiggling in the pitch space, which is common to all natural sounds virtually. Okay, once more, pure tone. Now harmonics, but not natural. And now it sounds natural, sounds vocal-like. So we can, by doing a vast amount of research and analysis in psychoacoustics and signal processing, we can extend to this miniaturization, which we see, a kind of quality of sound which I think will be a very great improvement.
Okay, John, we're going to move from Stanford now and go back across the country to Cambridge and MIT's Experimental Music Studio for a brief performance of a duet for piano and computer.
John, is the work that we're seeing in computer-generated music, is that still mostly in the laboratory, or is it being used in production?
Well, I think with the large-scale integration, we're seeing many of the techniques that have been developed in programs, et cetera, over the years in the context of a lab, finding application now in industry. There are, music synthesis algorithms that can be implemented in large-scale integrated circuits. We'll certainly more and more find use in devices of this sort, and organs and synthesizers and who knows what else.
Ellen, you mentioned earlier the concept of your floppy disk as a kind of record album with titles on it. We saw at the beginning of the program this kind of ROM cartridge. Do you see a kind of new form of music publishing in which you could buy floppy disks for a computer playback system?
Absolutely. In fact, my floppy disk is my personal diskette. I can self-publish, which means that now I'm a composer and a publisher all rolled up into one. That is, I have my Centauri. I generate my own music, I save it on diskette, and I can send it off to friends across the country or around the world. So now every musician and every student becomes a publisher, and that means also that the teachers become publishers of their own musical material, and the professional composers can also publish for the audience of people who have the same instrument. So absolutely, yes, it is a new form of publishing, but a very personal one.
Very quickly, we have about a half minute left. Do you find a resistance among professional musicians and composers, or they really love to get into this?
Well, I mean, at Stanford, virtually every composer who comes to study there not only learns about computer music, but becomes a rather exceptionally good programmer. So I think there's very little resistance, especially in the young generation. After all, people the age of is at Will, the young man. Well, I mean, he's already beat the hurdle, you see. He already understands a great deal about programming because these things are in the environment, and that's good.
Okay, John Chowning of Stanford and Ellen Lapham of Centauri, thanks so much for being here, and thank you for joining us. We'll see you next week again on the Computer Chronicles.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution. Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall, whom I'm trying to beat in a game of Pong.
Pay attention.
Pong is the granddaddy of all computer games, and that's the subject of our program today, computer games. And Gary, computer games, in fact, were important, weren't they, in getting the whole personal computer thing going?
Well, they certainly were a part of it. One of the unique aspects of a personal computer is that it often has bitmap color graphics, like the Apple II, for example. And that way you can do very dynamic things, games that you couldn't do, say, with a teletype style or scrolling display you would find in a larger computer system. This particular game, obviously, is a pretty old vintage, and they've gotten a lot more sophisticated since then, and we're going to see some of that today.
Indeed, we've got a very exciting show. We'll be meeting some of the superstars of computer game programming from Electronic Arts, from Atari, and from Activision. And while the idea of computers in games may be new, the idea of people playing games with machines is not really new.
Now that
Got me. That was
the first one.
That was legitimate. Before the first program was written to simulate a starry background or a speeding racer, penny arcades offered simpler, more mechanical amusements, but with the same goals in mind: to challenge and entertain. If the locale was less exotic and the competition less ferocious, at least some of the game's interactions were similar. A player needed manual dexterity in competing for points or a reward, more tangible in some cases than in others. As a device for escaping daily routine, computer-generated graphics brought a level of fantasy that no mechanical game could ever approach. Instead of escaping from a schoolroom or an office, a player could leave the Earth or move to a different universe. Modern arcade computer games offer different kinds of challenges, from fast action games that demand even faster reactions, to maze-type games where the player threads his way around obstacles, and war games where the object is to destroy or be destroyed. In one of the latest adventure games, animated images are stored on Laserdisc to be recalled sequentially, following the story's plot and according to the player's responses. If the player moves the control stick in the right direction, he is rewarded with a successful escape. But if the player makes a mistake, the program picks an alternative sequence of images, and the results can be extremely uncomfortable. Whether used to create unknown worlds or to enhance the reality of familiar worlds, computer games succeed in an unlikely domain, transforming pinpoints of light on a little screen into a believable realm, larger than life, and usually more exciting. studio are Steve Kitchen, designer of an incredible new game, Space Shuttle, from Activision, and Chris Crawford, one of the top game designers with Atari. Gary?
Steve and Chris, you both build computer-based games. Do you call yourselves designers or programmers?
I call myself a designer because most of the sweat and blood I expend occurs in the design phase, not in the programming phase. I spend a great deal of time worrying about what my audience will experience in the game, and only towards the end of the project do I actually get down to writing any code.
When you think about the design of the game, what are the elements of the game that make it interesting?
Well, that has to do a great deal with what I'm trying to accomplish. I set a goal. I want a game to achieve a certain effect. I want to somehow communicate a message to my audience. That message then dictates the topic and the style of the game, the nature of the graphics, the feel. That's what the texture of the game that I'm trying to build into it. That's what I spend most of my time worrying about.
Chris, you're talking more like a writer rather than a computer programmer. Steve, is that how you see what you do?
That's basically what we are. We're writers. We're writing a book, a novel, creating a vicarious universe in this computer program. We have to model everything we want, put every small detail in. Very often, in my game, for instance, I had to do extensive research for 1.5 years to understand my subject before I could distill the important aspects out and then put them into this cartridge.
Like a writer would.
Exactly like a writer would. When a writer writes a book, the book is a vicarious universe. You read it and become part of it. It's the same thing. When you play these games, these programs, you vicariously become part of the universe that the programmer puts into it.
Okay, you've got Space Shuttle up here, and give us a demonstration of how this works.
Well, this is an automatic demo flight we're going to fly. This is a complete Space Shuttle mission from launch to landing. This is actually themed after the STS-2 flight back in November of 1981. We're starting off now at Cape Kennedy in the morning. The clouds are rolling by, the sun is coming up, and we're doing our countdown now. Now at T-minus 4 seconds, we're going to turn our main engines on. You're going to see the thrust indicators at the top of the screen there moving along. There we go. At T plus 3 seconds, the solid rocket boosters are going to turn on, and we're going to go through the clouds and off the pad. And there we go. Now, the aspect of the game here is to fly the space shuttle successfully into a 210 nautical mile orbit, doing all the control functions that an astronaut would really do, setting your yaw and your pitch, keeping on a trajectory line. At 26.2 nautical miles, the solid rocket boosters will jettison off. Now, this is a very important point of accuracy, is there's a yellow flash. There we go. This is something that wasn't noted until STS-1 when the first astronauts went up, that this actually happened. I had to find all of these details out about what you would experience if you were inside of the space shuttle and you were doing the flying, so that when you play this game, you feel like you've actually flown.
Steve, it seems to me the incredible thing is this game is running on an Atari 2600, not a computer. How do you squeeze all of this into that unit?
Well, it takes a lot of time programming, coding. You have to model the universe as you feel it should really be, and then you have to find how you can fit it all in piece by piece. You start off with the basic mission, and then you add features and you add the functions all along the way. When I finished the game, I was not happy with it, and I had an additional list of 146 separate items I wanted to put in that I still felt were important. I spent an additional 3 months finishing those off and getting them all in. I wanted this to be absolutely accurate and absolutely complete. And it
you
is.
put this all inside of how big a ROM?
It's an 8K cartridge.
8K cartridge. That's an incredible amount of...
It took 13 months of programming, and a lot of that time was spent putting it all together. Now, we've just achieved orbit. There's the Earth's rim rolling underneath. The external tank will jettison. There it goes. And we've docked with an orbiting satellite, which actually was themed after the Skylab. In fact, Dr. Ed Gibson did a review on the game, and he noted that it looked like you were trying to fly into his old nemesis in space. And then we do our deorbit, and we come in for a landing at Edwards Air Force Base.
Now, one thing unique you did in adapting this game to the 2600 is using the switches in the 2600 as functional switches. How did you do that?
Yeah, what we had to do was I had to throw out all the old ideas of what this machine would do. This was originally a video game console, so I said, look, all these switches are controlled by the computer. I'm going to redefine them to be computer switches. I'm going to control the main engines, the backup engines, the cargo bay doors, the landing gear, the sequence of information on the screen. It became so different that we had to develop an overlay to fit over the screen. We had to develop what's called a cheat sheet, which is just what the astronauts use. This gives you all the instructions that are necessary to fly your shuttle. And the instruction book is 30 pages long. And it gives you a lot of detail into exactly how to fly the space shuttle. And basically, it's a small flight manual. We provide a glossary, We provide drawings of the space shuttle, engine indicators. Here's a side view of the space shuttle that we provide. So really, you understand all about the space shuttle in order to fly this game accurately.
You get a little pilot's license when you get through this?
If you fly successfully, you receive a patch, and if you fly just as an astronaut would, you might get your wings. We're entering the Earth's atmosphere now, and you see we're getting the ionization cone that appears around the space shuttle. If you saw the movie The Right Stuff, you would see in the sequence with John Glenn, this is what the astronauts see in the window. This is hot ionized gas being superheated by the friction of the shuttle on the way in. We've even lost our signals. We've lost our altitude and speed information, and we've lost our computer screens.
Steve, it seems piloting the space shuttle is very difficult to do, one would think. Can a kid or a normal person actually pull this off?
Well, what I did when I designed this was I understood that problem. Having the average individual fly the space shuttle would take years of work. But I looked at how NASA trains its astronauts, and they start off, first of all, by giving them a lot of book exercises. They give them film strips of what it's like to fly the space shuttle. This is flight number 1. You're seeing essentially a film strip. You can pick up the joystick and take control at any time you want to, but you don't have to. There's a second flight called a training flight, and that basically is like flying in a simulator. You can make mistakes, you can make errors, and the computer will compensate, and it will let you know. And then flight 3 is the actual real thing. So you work your way up to flying the actual mission. You can get into it very easily, and then work your way up and finally try to achieve your wings.
The interesting thing about this game, I think, is that it's an educational learning experience as well as
vicariously educational. Right. You're not sitting there playing flashcards. You're learning about one of the most technologically advanced items today. There are the dual sonic booms that occur. The first one was the space shuttle. The second one was the chase planes. And we're coming in now at Edwards Air Force Base. When you get done mastering this game, you've effectively learned all about what an astronaut does when he's in orbit. So the next time you see a launch go off, you're going to know what he has to do, when he has to do it, and what he goes through.
It's incredible. We need another minute or so before we land here. While we're waiting, Chris, let's talk about, your new game is called Excalibur. What is that about?
Excalibur is a game of leadership. The concept, I wanted to express to people the ideas behind von Clausewitz's statement, war is the extension of policy to other means. That is, I was a little tired of war games that glorify war. So I wanted to show that war is something that sometimes cannot be avoided, but must never be entered into in a cavalier manner. And so really I was trying to teach concepts of leadership. And so in the game Excalibur, I make you as King Arthur. I give you the task of unifying Britain. Now, unification is entirely different from conquest. That is, you have to convince people of your authority. You have to convince them to follow you, and that involves more than merely brute force.
Chris, we have a little bit of time left. Can you get Excalibur up on the screen and show us just a piece of that?
This is the title scene to Excalibur, and it's does nothing more than give the title and set a tone and show off who did it.
Mm-hmm. And this was designed to run on the Atari 800, or?
Yes, I've cut it off. This was designed for the 800 with 48K and a disk drive. It's a huge game. It actually won't fit on the 800. It requires disk swapping. And so you bring in whole chunks of game at a time. It's actually 66K of object code. Very, very large game, all written in assembly language.
Okay, well, if you've played Raster Blaster or messed around with Pinball Construction Set, you've been manipulated by the mind of Bill Budge, one of the premier game designers. We'll meet Bill and the president of Electronic Arts in just a moment. Joining us now is game designer Bill Budge, who works with Electronic Arts, and the president of Electronic Arts, Trip Hawkins.
Bill, there's quite an array of games out here on the table. And what is it that makes a game successful, or what kind of factors go into the design of a game?
It's really hard to, you can't ask people what they want to see on the computer and what kind of programs they want. I really think that a person writing a program has to have an inner conviction of something and write a program that they want to write and a program that they want to use. When I started writing this program, it was something I really wanted to do. I wanted to see it work. And
where'd you get the idea for say?
I always liked building things, and it was a funny indirect kind of process. I got tired of writing video games. I was really sick of playing them by this time. And I thought, well, it's fun to make video games. I still kind of like to write them, and I bet other people would really like to write them.
You're talking about the pinball construction set.
Right.
And this is kind of a nice game because it actually involves you in the construction of the game itself. It's kind of like a metagame. Is the success of that been pretty good in the sense that, is there a special segment that you're selling to as far as the construction
Well,
set?
when you start out, yeah, you're looking to the really avant-garde computer users. It takes a while for the message to get out there when everyone is still discovering Pac-Man and a program comes along that's telling them they can build video games. Well, it doesn't register at first, but it's got a slow growth that builds up, and finally now we're getting very good results. The game kind of craze dies out. This stuff's taken off.
Trip, on the business side, what do you look for a successful software game?
Well, I think Pinball Construction Set has a lot of the things that you look for, and that's why it's now one of the top 10 sellers in the country, according to Billboard magazine. We have a philosophy of having products that are simple, hot, and deep. Simple so that you don't have to read a lot of instructions. Of course, most people don't want to have to learn how to operate the computer. They want to just do things with it right away. And Pinball Construction Set, you can immediately play one of the pinball games that are included, or you can quickly make up one of your own, and it's very simple to do that, as I think Bill will illustrate. We also like to have products that are hot in that they should fully use the sound and graphics and other capabilities of the machine. And we also look for programs that are deep. In the case of Pinball Construction Set, you can make your own pinball games, so it has a lot of creative possibilities and allows people to control what they're going to make and interact with it and change it. And that's one of the things that extends the life of the product and causes people to come back to it again and again.
Bill, it's kind of fun to take a look at this.
I'm dying. Dying to say. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, well, this is a very simple sort of real-world idea. It's a construction set. You have something that you're building on this side of the screen and a set of parts over here. And I have a hand here that I control with the joystick, and I use that to move things around, say, on the board, the game I'm building. I can modify this game. And I can get parts out of the box, and I can just add them over.
So they're kind of bumpers you're putting into your game.
I'm just putting bumpers, yeah. This is a favorite of really young kids. They like to just grab a whole bunch of bumpers, fill the board up with them, and put a ball on there. A pinball aficionado would gasp, but little kids don't really build pinball machines. They just sort of build things with this. And I can get a ball and put that over here. Then if I want to try out the game, I can just push this menu selection right here, and the game starts to play. Now, you can see I've got two balls, one up there. I can launch this one, and I can go out and play the game a little bit, and the balls drop down at the bottom eventually. But before I let that happen, I'll just go back to the parts box and start editing again, get rid of some of these.
Bill, this was kind of a new level, I suppose, of computer game where you really can design the game yourself. What, if you can tell us, what are you working on now? What would be the next step in computer games?
I want to extend the idea of a construction set. I think this one was hard to do when I started, and because there are lots of combinations and things you can't really predict when you're making a kit to make a meta game, as you said. I'd like to extend the idea even further, and the problem there is then designing the parts box. In pinball, it's a small set of parts. You don't really have to worry about thinking up abstractions. And a general construction set, it's not clear what the parts should be. It's almost like you're inventing a new language for representing specifications for programs. It gets very difficult computer science problems.
Trip, at the arcade level, we hear that maybe games sort of peaked and people aren't quite as interested. Are computer games here to stay, or is it a fad?
I think computer games are fundamentally different from video games, mainly because computer technology in the home can be extended and become a much broader base of technology. Just as an example, all of these programs that we're talking about here, they come on floppy disks, and each one of these holds much more memory than can be held in the memory of a coin-operated arcade game. And it really is, it becomes a question of the program size when you finally want to know how good a program can I have and how much can I do with it and how long will it take before I'm bored with it or I've exhausted the educational value. And I can get, something like 3 or 4 times more program on here than I can fit into the memory of a coin-operated game.
Okay, you've got one-on-one there. Maybe we can get it loaded. Well, I think, Gary, you had a question.
Well, the only thing I was going to mention is it seems like the games have gone from relatively unsophisticated games to something that requires a lot of sophistication in terms of programming, and the memory size is really an important thing, important aspect of that.
Yeah,
it's hard to really put that back into 8K.
Has that been the difference really in the early computer games, pretty limited now, the incredible graphics and speed? Has it really been a function of the available memory?
Part of it is just programmers getting better, I think. Not many people wrote video games 5 years ago. There was a small selection. Now there are thousands of people who are capable of writing a good video game. And a few people have upped the ante, so it's not enough maybe to write a video game. You have to write a video game plus a game editor. I think the more popular games really have these extra features built in.
Can we get one-on-one in there? That's a kind of exciting demonstration of what you can do. And I think, Trip, you're going to take on either Dr. J or Larry Bird here. Is that right? Tell us about one-on-one.
Well, the basic idea of one-on-one was to get these two guys, Julie serving Larry Bird, who are probably the two best-known basketball players and probably the two best forwards that have ever played the game, and to capture their personalities in the game. And so we decided to hire them to help us design the game, and we had photo sessions where we took pictures of them in action. In fact, we had a camera mounted at mid-court just exactly from this angle while we photographed them. And then we worked with them on prototypes of the product where we'd sit down and talk to them about the moves that they would use and some of the strategies and the shooting percentages that they would have in different places on the court. And that was a fascinating learning experience.
You say programmed in the personality. I mean, these characters play like Larry Bird.
Very much so. In fact, why don't I go ahead and get started? Right now they're playing against one another in a demonstration game, but if I press the button on my joystick, it'll take me to a menu, and I can quickly make a selection. I want to play against the computer. I'm going to allow the computer to play Larry Bird, and I'm going to play at the varsity level. There are different levels depending on how good a player I am. And now I go ahead and start the game. And that's Larry Bird taking an outside shot, and he hit it. Now, Bird is particularly effective at outside shots. But watch Julius now. I'm going to be able to drive around him, I hope. Oops, he stole the ball from me.
You're Larry Bird now.
No, I'm Dr. J.
You're
and
Dr.
unfortunately,
J,
I let Bird steal the ball.
computer's Larry, okay.
He's trying to work his way into the basket. So he's got a quick 4-0 lead over me. Oh, now I have to have the indignation of seeing an instant replay.
That's great. Where do you think, Trip, the software games are going to next? I mean, what's the next generation of this kind of stuff? I hate to interrupt you. I'm trying to get back on.
I had to have a slam dunk there. Sorry.
Yeah, what's happening next? I mean, what's the next tier, the next level of computer
games? At a really simplistic level,
maybe you could turn
it's
that
very
level
easy
down,
it's very easy to extend the realism and the graphics that are in the current products, and I think it's also you're going to increasingly see more creative possibilities for the player, which is I think where a lot of the educational value comes from. Being able to create your own pinball game is one example. We've extended that with Music Construction Set to a product that is about music, and of course there are a lot of people that are really interested in music and interested in having their children learn about music, and it uses a lot of the ideas that Bill pioneered with the pinball construction set. And I think that the area where the greatest challenges will come is in looking for original ideas and new creative ways to break the mold. I mean, a lot of people look at what other people have done and try to do something that's a spin-off from that, but the really creative geniuses in the industry are capable of coming up with something completely new.
Do they just come to you, they say, we've got an idea and here's a program I've written, and then you turn around and sell it?
It happens all different ways. We have one of our better products, it's called Hard Hat Mac, and 2 high school boys came into our office one day and they had 3 sheets of high school notebook paper they'd drawn up in their physics class, and we signed a contract based on that.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. Bill, Trip, thanks so much. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Random Access is made possible by a grant from Popular Computing, a McGraw-Hill magazine. In the random access file, Hewlett-Packard has made another major move into the personal computer field with a new portable printer designed for the PC market. It is a non-impact inkjet printer with low noise operation, battery-powered, 150 characters per second, and an 11 by 12 character matrix. The price is under $500, and it will be available next month. IBM in the news again this week. First of all, IBM announced a licensing agreement with Intel to allow IBM to produce its own 8088 chips, the microprocessor used in the PC. Tremendous demand on Intel's output of the 8088 has kept IBM from producing enough PCs to meet its demand. Perhaps more important, though, is the fact that Intel apparently also gave IBM the right to make its own 8286 chips, a much more advanced microprocessor, which analysts believe IBM will use in its new personal computer, codenamed Popcorn. With the ability to turn out the chips, it is thought that IBM may now be able to introduce the Popcorn this summer. The use of the advanced microprocessor will enable Popcorn to do sophisticated graphics and other complex integrated functions. Sounds like Popcorn may take on the Macintosh Lisa crowd. Victor Technologies, the high-flying hardware computer company which took a nosedive this year, may be bought out by the British firm Applied Computer Technologies. The would-be buyer indicated it might close down the Silicon Valley factory and move operations to Scotland. Also on the ailing list, Tandon Corporation, the nation's largest maker of disk drives, says it will lay off about 1,000 employees and transfer most of its manufacturing overseas to cut production costs. In fact, countries all over the world are dropping in on the Silicon Valley trying to get a piece of the high-tech action. In the last year, 20 different countries have sent delegations to the Silicon Valley in an effort to lure their business abroad. The countries offer incentives such as government subsidies and attractive tax packages. The most successful recruiter by far has been Ireland. One foreign country very much on the mind of high-tech executives is Japan, with particular attention focused now on the debate in the Japanese parliament on a new proposed software bill which would limit software copyright protection for U.S. products to 15 years and force American companies to allow Japanese firms to sell U.S.-made software. The net result would be little protection for American manufacturers, with Japanese companies able to sell the same software at a lower price by avoiding the high research and development cost. And speaking of software, you say you have a modem but can't use all the bells and whistles because you don't have the right communication software? Listen to Paul Schindler.
Okay, it's all set. 3 men in a monkey suit. Listen, I'm going to have to get back to you later. Bye-bye. Communications. Did you know that using one of these devices, called modems, computers can talk on the phone, just like us, only faster? But if you already have PC communications, you might be surprised to hear that you're in a minority. Fewer than 1/4 of PCs communicate. So many of you are waiting to make the plunge. Perhaps the hundreds of communications packages on the market have daunted you. Well, the Whole Earth Software Catalog and Review has sorted communications out for beginners. Now, if your computer runs the CP/M operating system, we suggest you consider MITE, or Modem 7. For users of the IBM PC, the best packages are SmartCom 2 and Crosstalk 16. PC Talk 3 is more limited, but then at $35 it's also the cheapest communications package. Apple computer users may want TSC Terminal if they use 40-column screens, or Data Capture 2 for 80 columns. Commodore and Radio Shack users will find CompuServe's VidTex a best buy. Now, there simply isn't time to get into all the wonderful things you can do once you have communications, but believe me, a PC on the phone opens up new worlds. Just ask someone who already has a modem. Call them, or call their computer. For Random Access, I'm Paul Schindler.
Next week, Paul takes a look at Ken Houston's professional blackjack program. Well, the hot software this month, tax preparation programs. 2 of the more than 20 tax packages have hit the software top 10 this week. The 2 bestsellers are Tax Advantage from Continental Software. It sells for about $70, and Tax Prepare from Howard Soft. It's a bit more complex and sells for $250. And as if you hadn't noticed, there are still more computer magazines coming out on the market. The latest count shows more than 300 computer periodicals. The fastest growing ones are Compute, Personal Computing, Popular Computing, and InfoWorld. Finally, the last place you want to see a computer, let alone a robot, is in your neighborhood bar. Yet it seems the sweep of technology has no limits. In San Francisco this week, the world's first robot bartender was unveiled. The robot can talk, can take spoken orders, and can mix 200 different drinks. But on the first test run, when the waitress yelled out, "Give me a Bloody Mary and a beer," the robot knocked a glass off the bar and onto the floor and poured beer all over the counter. The robot's designer said there were still some bugs to be worked out. Kind of makes a human feel good. That's it for this week's Random Access File. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Random Access is made possible by a grant from Popular Computing, a McGraw-Hill magazine.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we've done a lot of shows about computer hardware and software, but of course it takes people to design and build these things, and that's the subject of our program today, the people in the computer business, and I guess the Silicon Valley is in fact as famous for its young entrepreneurs as it is for its products. And speaking of young entrepreneurs, you're one of them, having founded Digital Research about 9 or 10 years ago. Gary, how has the people side of this business changed during that period?
Well, I know I've traded in my cowboy boots and blue jeans for a three-piece suit here, so some changes have gone on. I think the biggest change I've seen has been in, say, the impact of just having no products that are competitive at all to a market now where everybody's in there, including IBM, that have multi-million-dollar budgets, and you've got to figure out how to work around big giants like that. It's become much more professional, and the stakes are higher, and it's been a lot more fun, I think.
Okay, we're going to meet some of the superstars of the computer field. We'll meet a man who's called the father of the Silicon Valley. We'll meet a man who revolutionized the computer business by coming out with the first low-cost portable. And we'll meet a woman who didn't know a computer from a commuter, but she's now the CEO of a major computer company. First, let's take a look at some of the other people who played a key role in the evolution of the computer business.
Those of us involved with micros back in 1974, 75, we had not already designed all of the interface cards and the peripherals and the software that goes into the mini computers of the day, or the larger systems. And to us, it was so exciting because it was like we thought we were doing the things for the first time they'd ever been done. And it was the first time they'd ever been done that cheap, using a lot of the LSI technology. And so there was a lot of just the excitement everywhere we went. It was like putting out a little table and showing off a little card that would play music on a computer or make color was the most exciting thing in the world, and we thought we were way ahead of the rest of the world. What I was doing around that time was not even thinking about what are the right steps to take to have a very large successful company or a large successful product. It was just, I had been working my whole life to build a certain type of computer for myself, and I just built the best one that was doable in that day with the particular components available, etc. And in that sense, it wasn't like an intelligence that can lead you towards the right path. It was just being very free. I had the freedom because I was only doing it for myself. It was not a company project where a manager defined what had to be done. So I was lucky to be able to do what I did. Everywhere I go now, I go to business meetings and presentations, and they're all sitting there in three-piece suits. It's a large business. There's a lot of dollars involved. The people who have come out of school trained to run and manage business is the key element today, and that's where most of the creativity is going. There's very few technically creative products in the microcomputer world.
Is a garage operation still feasible in the small computer industry today, or is that stage over?
Well, that stage is pretty much becoming over for hardware. It used to be people could quickly manufacture some simple little PC boards on a small budget, get an ad in a little hobbyist magazine and start selling a bunch of them. And so very small entrepreneurships, thousands of them sprung up, many of them centered around Apple. That was probably the biggest direction to go. Now it's pretty much that's possible for software groups to come up with a good software project, and there are avenues to find companies that will market it for you or turn it into a product if you got something good going. Perhaps once a decade, a very large market comes from zero up to billions of dollars within a few years. It's very rare that there's such a dramatic explosion out of nowhere of a new market. It may happen again in microelectronics and computers before too long. Maybe every 10 years, a new group of people come out, and they haven't been along with the Apple and the thousands of peripherals and the thousands of softwares, and they think every time they're doing it for the first time ever. They're going to get a couple of their own hobby computer magazines that are in their group. They don't come to our group. They're going to start talking and having little trade shows and showing each other projects, and they'll start new businesses of their own. And I think that's probably about to happen. It's like you go to a trade show and they pull up in their mobile home, and it's a little garage shop, you know, they pull it out the back and they show it off, and you want to buy a couple, and you know, these may be very large companies in a few years. But right now we all shun them on them. We just say, oh, you know, that's just a couple guys who drove out of their home with it. That's what they said about us. Yes. You can understand it. When you're looking down on someone else, you can understand how you were perceived back in those days, and then you also realize they were right. It's just a quirk of fate that they were wrong.
Though the computer industry is quite young and heavily dependent upon technology, it is the people who make it grow. Throughout this series, one can find some of the most influential individuals in the entire industry. Our very own Gary Kildall created the first standard operating system, CPM, or control program for microprocessors, in 1974. In 1975, he started Digital Research, one of the top software development companies in the world. Al Shugart, a pioneer in magnetic storage devices, founded Shugart Incorporated, which he later sold before founding Seagate Technologies, also a disk drive manufacturer. Ed Feigenbaum is a professor at Stanford University and a noted author on the fifth generation, artificial intelligence, and expert systems. J. David Eisenberg is senior engineer of software development for Apple Computer. Dr. Kazuhiro Fushi is director of Japan's fifth generation project. Bill Budge is a game developer for Electronic Arts. Wanda Smith is Hewlett-Packard's Human Factors Engineering Manager. David Nitzen is an expert in robotics. Professor Patrick Supis of Stanford University is a pioneer in the field of computer-aided instruction. Dr. Roger Summit founded Dialog, one of the original online databases. John Couch made a big contribution to the popularization of integrated software as head of Apple's Lisa project. Michael Arendt is a commercial artist who uses a computer as a design tool. Stanford University professor John McCarthy developed Lisp as a fundamental language for artificial intelligence work. And of course there are many more. It should be noted that the computer industry is made up of many different kinds of people, performing many different functions. In our next segment, we'll meet some more fascinating people. So let's go back to our program.
Joining us now is Adam Osborne, formerly of Osborne Computers and now CEO of Paperback Software, Inc., and Laurie Harp, CEO of Vector Graphic. Gary?
You know, Adam, you and Laurie have been in this business for a long time, as long as I have. In fact, I remember you when we were at Intel, we were working on some documentation together, and that must have been in '73.
That's right. Yes.
And I know that a lot of viewers probably have some questions about, you know, is it possible really to get into this industry now, or has it been completely dominated by companies like IBM and Tandy and so forth? Is there a place for a young inventor to really make his mark?
Well, I think that all depends really in what area. If you want to build a microcomputer, it's probably not a good idea at this point because it's going to be the clash of the titans now. Mm-hmm. There's nothing high-tech about microcomputers anymore. It's very simply, you know, it's like building a washing machine or a refrigerator, quite honestly. It's the economics of volume and reliability, and that's it. That's the end of it. If, on the other hand, you want to go into some other area, good grief, you know, there's probably more opportunities today than there's ever been. It's just that you're better off building razor blades rather than razors.
If the opportunities are not in computers, where are these areas in which there are opportunities?
Peripherals, add-ons, software. You know, you can make a lot of money with extra cards that'll fit into a popular computer, attachments, peripherals, particularly the software industry. Now, it's very much in its infancy right now. The organization and methodology is going to undergo massive change, but on the other hand, there will be probably 10 to 100 times as much software sold every year, 5 or 6 years from now, as there is now. Obviously, that's hypergrowth. Obviously, that's where there are the opportunities.
Adam, you talked about the titans, by the way. Who do you see as the titans right now?
Well, IBM's obviously there. I'm quite certain that AT&T are going to come in to challenge them in a big way, and there will be one or more Japanese companies that come in as well, and they're going to dominate the market.
Laura, you are in the business of making computers now. Do you agree with Adam's perspective?
Yes, I would say, what he said is pretty accurate. And to just go back to your first question, is it possible for companies to get started today? I think the costs involved are going to be prohibitive. When we started our company, you could do it with $5,000, a lot of sleepless nights, and you would be rolling. Today, that's an impossibility. I mean, capitalization has to be several $million, and you still, I don't think, have enough money to really get enough critical mass in short enough of a period of time to, to be one of the contenders. But the peripheral market, and I think especially in the area of communications, is going to be extremely significant to make add-on devices that link the kind of systems that have been installed to, together.
When you talk about communications, you mean like communications with the source or CompuServe and hooking small computers up with the...
Yes, that's part of it, right.
I think another important point is that large companies, the titans, really only get into an area of software or hardware when it's been proven to be successful. IBM is a good example of that.
Oh, absolutely.
And the small garage shop operations have opportunities where the large company is just not willing to put the effort. Yeah. And so those are the spin-off areas that I think that will be.
There's also price consideration as well. When people are talking about investing thousands of dollars, they tend to be very careful about where they're buying because it's an investment. When they're buying a $50 product, or even up to maybe sometimes a couple of $100, they say, what the heck? If it doesn't work, I've learned something. That's why a lot of these very inexpensive computers sold as well as they did later just to collect dust. There never will be an IBM in software, for example, because you're now eventually you'll be dealing with $50 products. And just the vicariousness of human nature, everyone's going to want to buy that little something different. And it's only a $50 investment.
That's where a lot of the real inventors are going to show up, would be in the software area. Right. There's a comment you just made about the number of small computers that are gathering dust. Do you have any just ideas of what you think the number of, or the percentage, say, of personal computers that, let's say, below the $1,000 mark, that are actually being used productively, in, say, a home or?
I would say probably 50% are catching dust. I have no way to totally substantiate that because I don't think a lot of research has been done on non-utilization of computers. But I personally know several people who had gone out in the early days, bought a Radio Shack, bought the early available computers, and are going out now. They bring them home, and they really suddenly realize they don't have quite the need they thought they had for a system. I would say probably 50%. I don't know if you agree with that, Adam, but...
Well, we've done a little bit of research in this area. It does tend to vary quite a lot by brand. The ZX80 and ZX81, probably more than any, are now collecting dust, simply because they were bought initially by people who just wanted to find out what a computer was all about, and they spent $100 doing it. So that it served its purpose, so the fact it's collecting dust is no longer an indictment of the product. The Commodore 64, we find, more than any is collecting dust, and that's a lot of it to do with reliability problems where people just say, they're just not going to get it fixed when it stops working. It only costs $200 in the first place.
It seems like a lot of the inventiveness that's going to go into software is really going to be around products that really make personal computers are useful in the home and take them out of the closet. Well, if they haven't been purchased yet, but actually make when they come into a home that they're actually used in a way that's productive.
Is that a concern of the industry, Adam? You suggested, well, it doesn't matter, something like the Sinclair. Well, it served its purpose. Or are people in this industry concerned about making sure that I assume you want people to use these products, because then they'll go out and buy the peripherals and buy the software and so on.
Well, it depends really on each company in what direction the company is going into. We, for example, have no intention of going into the home computer market where, you go into this under $500 rat race. I mean, the economies of scale in manufacturing companies such as ours can never accomplish that. So, from my vantage point, it's not an area I'm interested in. I mean, anything under $3,000 is, an absolute no. For our company.
We hear about the falling out that is starting to take place and will take place in the computer field, and Adam, people cite your company as one of those examples. Is that, in fact, something that has to happen and is going to happen?
Well, Osborne Computer's failure was nothing to do with falling out. It was nothing to do with industry competition or collapse. The company, plain and simple, committed suicide. All I will say about it right now is that everything you have read in the paper you can hit the reset button on because it's not right. This is not yet the right time for me to say what really happened, so I'm not going to.
So you don't, Adam.
That's right. No, but very specifically, your answer is partially yes and partially no. If IBM were not consuming 70% of the market, which they are right now, today, the numbers that you read about are actually inaccurate. IBM dominates the market far more than any of the statistics you read. What I like to say, I've said before, is that IBM is one, there is no second. After IBM, it picks up again at somewhere like 5th or 6th. If they weren't there, clearly a lot of other people would be able to do a lot better. But on the other hand, if you take 30% of the market, it is so huge that it will support an awful lot of people who are selling 3, 4, 5, 10,000 computers a month. Sure, there'll be a shakeout, but then there's been a shakeout in the hardware industry. Gary, you remember a lot of the early companies. Where's IMSI? Where's MIPS? Yes, I mean, it's been going on for years. It's nothing new.
Okay, you mentioned IBM, and of course IBM is a key player. We're going to soon meet a gentleman who played a key role at IBM and in the IBM competitors. That's coming up in just a moment.
We are unfortunately limited to brief comments about a very few computer entrepreneurs who typify the vast contributions of their colleagues. But we can't leave this subject without one more example, that of the original Silicon Valley garage-based startup, Hewlett-Packard. William Hewlett and David Packard both graduated from Stanford University in 1934. The two engineering classmates became close friends and formed their partnership in 1939. Their first plant was a small garage in Palo Alto, and their initial capital investment around $500. Their first product was a resistance capacity audio oscillator based on a design developed by Hewlett while attending graduate school. Hewlett-Packard has grown to be a major designer and manufacturer of computers and computer peripherals, test and measurement instruments, handheld calculators, electronic components, medical electronic equipment, and instrumentation for chemical analysis. The company employs about 70,000 people worldwide, with annual sales between $4 and $5 billion. Packard and Hewlett have been extremely influential in the industry, and both remain active in the company as chairman of the board and vice chairman respectively. We'll meet Gene Amdahl in our next segment, so let's get back to our program.
Joining us now is Gene Amdahl, formerly of IBM, formerly of Amdahl Corporation, and now of Trilogy Systems, Inc. Welcome, Gene.
Gene, I think it's very interesting to have your perspective on IBM and the IBM PC lookalikes that have come out here, because you've been, if there's anybody that's been working with following IBM and trying to get at that customer base, it's been Amdahl. And so what is your feeling about the IBM PC clones or the lookalikes? Can they be successful?
Well, I'm not as familiar with the PC area as I am with the large computer area, but I am quite familiar with IBM, and their pattern really hasn't changed over all of the years that I've known them. And that is, they move into a field when the field is just proven well enough in terms of it becoming of a size sufficiently large to be of interest, and secondly, that somebody has learned what it takes to satisfy that market. Once this is learned, IBM is then ready to move in for their share of the action. And if they have the same degree of success in this area as they had in the high-performance area, their architecture will become a de facto standard, not because they will have the best architecture, but because so many people will be expecting them to be successful. And the cost of developing your applications on even your personal computer are going to be sufficiently great so that even as a person, an individual, you really won't like to change architectures in order to progress through the advancements.
Now, how do you track a change that IBM might make in the future? If there's one company that I've seen that's probably more secure than even Mattel or the U.S. government has been IBM. And when you stock up your large inventory, how do you take care of that transition IBM might make, say, in a moment's notice?
Well, you can't do it perfectly, but if you are in a portion of the field where the technology or certain functional limitations have formed the boundary of where you could go, as those possibilities get moved forward, then, or as you expect them to be moved forward, you can expect that the offerings by IBM are most likely going to move in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and
so you sort of indicators of what's going on, right? Laurie, I know that you've been involved very closely with the whole industry as it's switched toward IBM hardware. What are your feelings about the PC clones?
In my opinion, they're not going to have a future. I think right now they're enjoying a tremendous wave because of the inability of IBM to deliver in sufficient quantities. And I think most of the clone companies, if you look at them carefully, are not creating any value. They are putting hardware together, they're buying software that is available to everyone, and they're not really creating anything that makes them proprietary. Mm-hmm. And I believe that if IBM takes a different turn, a lot of the software generators will follow suit, and many of the clone companies have to protect some of their installed base, and I don't think they can turn as quickly as IBM will, because IBM will have planned this move, a year or more in advance. So quite frankly, I don't think that they're going to be a long-term solution.
Adam, you described earlier the computer business now is like the dishwasher business, basically, and Gene said that IBM's power is really not that it has a better technology. Is the computer business now not really as technology-driven, but marketing and advertising and packaging?
Well, I think that the major difference between the PC market as it is today and the industry that Gene was talking about is the fact that it's really got nothing to do with high-tech anymore. For that reason, I would both agree and disagree with what Laurie said. I think the bulk of the clone companies existing today won't make it. The reason is that they look upon themselves as computer manufacturers. However, I believe that there is a vast market for clone companies. The reason is that a rough kind of estimate that we've made is that there's something like 15% of the market where hell will freeze over before they'll buy IBM. There's 15% of another 15% of the market that don't care, and 70% of the market who prefer IBM. Now, 15% of the market is huge. Furthermore, there's another consideration. If you're talking about people who are looking at it as though it's a dishwasher or a refrigerator, you're now talking about people who can come in to a huge installed base. IBM is shipping 10,000 PCs a day right now. It doesn't really matter very much if they do go on to something else. The base they leave behind is so big that there are a lot of people can run out their inventories. And furthermore, because they're building entirely on a low-cost, high-quality basis, you get somebody who comes in who knows how to manufacture, and they can start eating into the IBM PC market more than they ever could a mainframe market, because it's the same. For the very fact that it's the same, people eventually say, well, what have I got to lose? If a piece goes wrong, it's almost interchangeable.
So the companies that would be successful are the ones that think of themselves as manufacturing companies rather than computer companies.
That's right, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Gene, you've been in this for a long time, starting Amdahl some time ago, starting Trilogy recently. Let's talk about the venture capital situation. How is it different now in trying to get a computer company going than it was a decade ago?
Well, a decade ago, there was a great recession. There was also a situation in which the capital gains taxes were much higher than they are today, some 50%. With the capital gains taxes like that, and with the recession, the stock market for new issues was abysmal, to say the least. It was essentially non-functional entirely.
And how about today?
Today, there's a rather buoyant market, extremely buoyant compared to 10 years ago.
Lori, what's your perspective on venture capital today? You just went through that, didn't you?
Well, I went through it twice, once in '79 when the venture capital pool was just growing, and you know, I went through it again today. It depends on at what point in time you actually go out to look for money. In the history of Vector, having gone through the difficulties we have gone through, we did not have, you know, too much leverage to determine, determine price because we needed the cash so badly. But in many startup situations where you have something that has a very good angle, you are the ones who can really, you're the one who can essentially determine price, because there are not that many good deals around, but there's a tremendous amount of venture capital available.
I'm sorry we're out of time. Thanks so much, all of you, for being here with us. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
This program has focused on some of the more successful industry entrepreneurs, those who had vision and an insight into the new technology and the perseverance to see their ideas through. For the most part, these individuals had strong technical backgrounds as engineers, programmers, scientists, and the like. And this was enough to get the business off the ground in its very early phase. Later, there came a second phase in the enterprise when a different kind of entrepreneurialism was needed to take the enterprise from a strong technical startup into the successful mature business. Once the ideas are formulated, the investment capital is secured, and the assembly lines are rolling, the product must be sold and serviced, and continuing return realized on the investment. That's when people with strong marketing and financial backgrounds are needed to make the company profitable. Good marketing people are trained not necessarily in high-tech or electronic fields, but in business and product marketing. As the computer industry matures, it becomes more and more like any other business, with all the various departments: design, manufacturing, marketing, sales, public relations, advertising, and the like. The only difference is the speed at which the computer technology changes, which continues to promote competition and entrepreneurialism by all participants in this dynamic field. Our next lesson covers computer security. Be sure and read Chapter 23 of your text, and I'll see you then. I'm Herb Lechner.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution. Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and sitting in this week for Gary Kildall is Herb Lechner of SRI. Herb, what we have up on our Apple computer here today is the Koala Micro Illustrator and my handy Koala pad here. And we see a menu of some artists' choices, and if I can, I'm going to try to communicate to you here in some computer graphics. And so far, it's working. If I get your name right. There we go, and I can even make it a little more sexy than that. We'll give you a little brighter background color so it's a kind of more upbeat message. Herb, computer graphics is the subject of our show today, and computer graphics, in fact, involves more than just this little thing we're playing with or even video games, which some people associate with computer graphics. There are some pretty serious applications, aren't there?
Very much so, Stuart. Computer fine art hangs in galleries right alongside of traditional art. And of course, in the commercial area, computers aid animators and play a very important role in TV advertising today. And of course, the basic building blocks of computer art, that is the graphics subsystems, play a role not only in art, but in related activities such as computer-aided design and other graphic applications.
Okay, on today's program, we'll be looking at one of the newest computer graphic systems called Iris. We'll look at a computer art system called the Paint Box, and we'll meet two computer artists, real people, that is. First, let's take a look at the kind of computer art being done now on mainframe computers. Since the first light pen and graphics displays of the 1950s, computer-assisted artwork has been associated with beautiful, if mathematical, images of symmetry and abstraction. But the applications today extend far beyond repetitive patterns. With enough computing power, computer graphics can extend an artist's reach to cover the height and length of a wall, or compress the time it takes to animate something from a month to an hour. Using a digitizing tablet, MIT artist Ron McNeil chooses from a palette of colors and pre-programmed images to create a collage that exists only in the computer's memory. Before ever seeing a canvas, it undergoes some dramatic transformations. Starting with materials from different sources like photographs or three-dimensional objects, the composite can be manipulated to change in color, size, or geometric aspect. The screen-sized image shown here is only an intermediate step toward the final hard copy, a painting that is 14 feet high and 48 feet long. Like a colossal paintbrush with a memory, the giant XY plotter magnifies the completed artwork into a wall-sized mural, strip by strip and color by color. As an ingenious collaboration between digital imagery and robotics, the giant plotter is unique. But the special talents of computer graphics are increasingly used in another area of the visual arts, animation. To an art form that was once the near exclusive province of film, computers offer a much faster method of animating images. Again, through a digitizing tablet, an artist can create a figure by drawing in just enough points to determine its size and rough shape. For a symmetrical object, all the computer needs is the outline of one side, which is then shaped into a fluid form, regenerated, and filled in with color and three-dimensional detail. The software calculates and reproduces the characteristics of light and shadow that the object would possess in 3D. Finally, to animate the drawing, the artist specifies some key camera positions from which the object is viewed in space. The program then fills in the missing frames that simulate movement between those points. Making a drawing come to life is the most tedious part of an animator's job. Fortunately, it is also readily adaptable to digital processing. The systems used to produce these images are not designed to replace artists, but to assist them. And with enough human talent, they can mimic reality in detail or expand it to the fringes of our imagination. Our guests around the table now are Michael Arendt. Michael's a computer artist and design director with Aaron Marcus and Associates in Berkeley. And next to Michael is Don McKinney, vice president with Silicon Graphics here in Mountain View in the Silicon Valley. Herb?
Michael, in your consultant role, you use all kinds of computers graphics equipment. You have a setup here today for us. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this equipment and what you're going to do?
Well, this is an 8-bit microcomputer, which is very similar to the type of computers that most of the viewers would use in their home, for instance, to play games. And we use these type of systems, for instance, to create imagery for digital directories and education software and such like that.
And what exactly do you show us how you use this system here?
Okay, well, the traditional artist tool is a brush. This is an electronic artist tool, and it's using a graphics tablet, which you see here, and an electronic pen. And with this, I can paint images and put graphics, combine graphics, photographic images, and text on the screen. I can very quickly load in an image here, for instance, to show you a raw photographic image that was input using a video digitizer, which is simply a video camera. And once I get the image into the computer...
That's an unfortunate example, by the way, Michael, but we'll go with it.
Once I get the image into the computer, then I can use this graphics tablet to take away parts of the image that I don't want. As you can see here, it's loading in this microcomputer.
What do you mean by parts of the images you don't want, Michael?
Well, for instance, maybe I want to take out a background and put in another background, or I want to take out areas where I would like to put in other types of things like text and things like that, which I'll demonstrate here. I'll show you, for instance, I'm showing you the build of an image.
Don, while Michael is working here a second, there are great memory demands, aren't there, in doing graphics? How do you accomplish that with just a small microcomputer?
Well, and really it depends on the exact amount of memory. The memory requirements really are the requirements of the amount of color that you have, and also what we call the resolution of the screen. So the higher and smoother the image appears, the more memory is required. In the case of what you'll see later today, we have approximately 3 million bytes of memory just used to store an image in real time.
Okay, Michael, I'm sorry, you're ready.
Okay, now I've taken away the background. Now I've put in a cartoon bubble here. And then I can load in another image here to show you other things that I've...
So you're loading images you've pre-prepared?
Yes, I pre-prepared these images.
How did you go about getting the old background out? Did you trace around it or something?
Yes, you can block it out with a function on the tablet using a black background blockout. And then, so as you can see, the image is slowly building here, and then I'll show you the final image that I've created, and then I can show you how you can manipulate that image other ways also.
What is the tablet you're using? Tell me how that works.
Well, it works by addressing various areas in the computer memory, and essentially it's giving it a command either to put color onto the screen or putting geometric figures on the screen like circles or grids, and you can also put text on the screen as you see here. Here's the final image I've built, which has a combination of a photographic image. It has graphics in the background, and it has text also combined with those graphics. And I've been able to do that with this tablet. I can also, for instance, do things like turn the image upside down, or I can also flip-flop the image this way here, and then I could bring it back up. I can also invert the colors, for instance, so I can make it negative or make them in new colors. And then there are other functions on the tablet, too, that you can do. For instance, you can create textures with what's called electronic brushes and things like that.
Okay, well, we're moving our way up from the simple koala pad to something more sophisticated, and Don, that gets us into your area. And I think you have your Iris system set up over in the other part of the studio here, so let's take a walk over and see what Iris does. Don, how does your Iris system here differ from what we've seen up until now?
Up until now, we've really been looking at microcomputers, really personal computers, and this is really a different class of machine. The biggest difference, though, that separates us out is the idea of us using custom chips developed by Silicon Graphics for our own use to do these three-dimensional calculations. This example here is the Rubik's Cube, and what's going on here is we're calculating the location of all the endpoints of all the faces so that we can rotate those in 3D and do all the hidden surface removals all in a very real-time mode. Why don't we go on to the next demonstration here to give an idea of how our machine can be used.
What kind of machine, what's the hardware we're using here, Don?
This is a terminal configuration that has a little floppy disk on top, but the basic computer that we're using here is a Motorola 68000, often used in some of the other reasonably high-performance microcomputers. The other chips that we actually have are called what we call our geometry engine, and it's a high-speed three-dimensional floating point calculation unit that runs at 6.5 million floating point operations per second. This speed we are planning to enhance to over 10 million floating point operations just in a few minutes.
What's the demo here?
This one is a series of pictures of a series of buildings where we're doing a calculation in real time. So I'm going to angle up away from the buildings, and I'm going to zoom back away. And as I'm zooming away, you can see this building going further and further back. You can see that the light sourcing is done so that the certain surfaces that are closer to the rays of sun are visible. Now what I'll do is I'll add buildings in 3D. So you can see as I move around the space, I can actually get the full panoramic effect of this block, or I can even zoom in. So I can go through areas. Let's skip on to the next. The next is...
before we get to that, Don, what would the application be, say, of something like this architectural thing you just showed me?
We have several customers that are in the AE and C market, the architectural engineering and construction business, and we have several local companies that are doing piping diagrams and piping calculations for intersections of pipes in, say, nuclear plants. Another case might be for an architectural firm that would add software to our product and sell it to the end-user architectural people for doing building design, for doing construction of faces, landscape architectural design, even an interior decorating, use it to place desk and furniture within a given room.
Okay, tell me about this demo now.
Okay, this one is, again, it's a three-dimensional object. It's a rendering of a robot. So the first thing I'm going to do here is get it a little bit larger. And then what I'll do is I'll tip it over so you can actually look at this robot arm from the top. And I'll spin the arm around. And now as I'm closer, let me tilt it back up so you can see it from the front view. And in this case, what I'm doing is I have one button. By touching it, I can cause the shoulder to move the entire arm up and down, or I can cause another button can cause the forearm to move up and down, and then the last series I can cause the pinchers to actually open and close, or to even grip something. An application for this might be an auto assembly plant where you're grabbing a metal part to be welded into another area.
Okay, we have time maybe for one more, and I'll load your disk for you.
Okay, this is another sophisticated 3D application where we're actually computing the location of an aircraft in flight. So the first thing that will happen is we'll be looking out the front of the airplane at a building or a hangar, and then we're going to taxi up the runway, make a right turn, taxi down the runway, make another right turn, and take off.
Okay, and you talked about the speed of about 6.5 million. What was the units?
Floating point computations per second. Most computers are measured in MIPS, and some are measured in what's called flops. And the difference being that it's either an integer mathematics or it's a floating point mathematics.
Okay, let's see what this is.
Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm sitting at the runway. I'm going to accelerate the plane as it goes toward the building. I'm turning the rudder now using the mouse and locking in on a direction. And then I'm going to sweep around and get back onto the main runway. And now as I'll accelerate the plane still further, raise the flaps, just like in a normal takeoff, I can switch between the viewing angle of the pilot looking out the front of the window to the viewing angle of the from the tower, and now I'm off the ground.
Done. That's very impressive. Okay, if you watch television, you are familiar with computer graphics. Some of the effects you see on the Computer Chronicles are in fact generated by computer. Well, we'll see a very sophisticated video computer graphics system in just a minute. Joining us now is Ann Chase, who is a freelance computer artist, and Kevin Prince. Kevin is engineering manager at MCI Quantel. Now, Ann, you played around with a picture of me at the break just before we got to the segment. That was animation, I take it, and how do you do that with this system?
Well, basically, I can find that animation stack in the library and show you how I set it up. Just by tapping. It's cell by cell is how it's set up. And here you can see that I just drew the tie and rolled it up on your neck.
So you captured the real picture and then drew on top of the real picture and then just did the cell animation.
Right, just cycled the animation in.
Does this machine do all that with just commands that you give it?
Yeah, basically just your artistic ability and what you can do using the capabilities of the machine.
Kevin, what are the capabilities of the machine? What kind of hardware, software is supporting this system?
Well, hardware-wise, we're based around the 68,000 processor, as previous people were talking about. But we've got a lot of dedicated hardware to do all the fast wipes, the actual painting and drawing in the system, and changing all the brush sizes, etc. It's taken us some time to develop that, but associated with that is, probably more importantly, is the actual software interaction with the user. Everything you see is obviously a very large operating system that we've had to divide for the system.
And could you show us, you mentioned drawing and brush strokes, some of the freehand capability of the system?
Basically what I'll do here is just wipe the canvas, and you can see that I'm in a paint mode. And this shows me my brush size, and I'll take a white here, and you can see that I can just paint right on the screen. I can choose a different color just by tapping and say a larger brush size and paint over the top of that. Then I can go back and choose that mixed color right off the image and store it to use later.
Now, this is obviously much finer drawing, greater resolution than some of the earlier things we saw at the beginning of the program. But that's a function of what, Kevin?
That's basically the way we do our store manipulation, the way we actually store the picture. We have various methods of mapping the image that we're actually trying to work with into the store. Very different to individual pixel operations, which the other machines will be working with.
And Paintbox is in fact in use right now in television graphics. How is it being used?
Well, most of the networks have actually got several of these systems, and they very often use the machine for their news production. And practically every night you will see some form of over-the-shoulder shot that's probably been generated on the Paintbox. But hopefully it's so good you would never notice.
Now, this system gives you the capability of mixing that which is artistically drawn with that which is real-life photograph, sort of a thing. How is that done?
Well, actually, I can just go to the live source, and you can see that right now we're taking in a live video source of what we're doing, and at any time I don't even look at myself. Let's just tap something down and see what we have here. There we have me. And I can go ahead and manipulate this right now.
So you have just captured a still frame from this live coverage of what you're doing right now, and now you can paint with it.
Right, or I could, let's say I'd like to create a stencil. And just very quickly, I can go in here with a stencil medium and just outline something and fill it.
And why are you filling that now?
What I'm going to do is a cut and paste technique. This is a stencil medium that's laid over the image. What I'll do is...
This is the word processing of art. Cut and paste.
That's it, yes. And then I'll just paste it up.
At this point we're taking a portion of that image, and we've now got, as you can see, two images.
There we are.
Twins.
I think that's a vast improvement.
That's right. That's right. Incredible. And you seem to have a lot of fun doing this. Is there is there resistance to an artist, or shall we say a pure artist who's used to dealing in brushes and paints, getting comfortable with using this technology?
Maybe at first it's a little difficult to use the menu, to learn to think and actually read at the same time while you're drawing. But once you've worked with the system for a short period of time, it's just like second nature. Very simple to use, set up in artist terms.
It's clear how valuable this would be to a television media. What about the area of fine art? And is computer art catching on there too, or growing?
Definitely, definitely. It's the wave of the future. That's what's going to be happening in art in a couple of years. In fact, it already is.
Should brush manufacturers worry?
No,
I mean,
no.
They're not in trouble yet.
Not yet.
Kevin, we have about a minute left. How far can you go with this technology? Will we get to the point where you could have, where we could be replaced by animated people and sync it up with words?
I sincerely hope not. The way I see it at the moment is that we're providing the means by which an artist can extend their capabilities. We can turn a reasonable artist into a good one, and an extremely good one into a superb artist. All we're doing is allowing them to create their artwork in a much shorter space of time, and in the medium in which it's required.
Well, that's fascinating. And you don't exist anymore on that picture, Kevin, but we know you're here. We're all out of time. Thanks so much for being with us. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution. Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, what we have up on the computer right now, it's actually a game called Epidemic by Strategic Simulations, but more importantly, it's an example of how you use a computer to choose among alternatives, make a decision, establish a complex strategy for solving a problem. The problem in this case is a worldwide epidemic caused by viruses coming in from outer space. What we see here on the first screen is a view of the world, our first bit of information. It shows us the different regions of the world. For instance, region 7, which is in Western Europe, it shows us we have a 2.5 level epidemic there. The arrows show us whether it's getting worse, better, staying the same. We have a projection in days. In 7 days, it'll get really serious in that country. Whether or not any remedies are being applied there, what the success or failure rate of those remedies are, and how many people have died in that particular country. We see, say, 16 million people, it shows us have already died in Western Europe. I can go to a next screen now, and this is a satellite view of the world, as you can see, and we'll be tracking right now these meteorites that are coming in from space carrying the virus.
There's a meteorite here coming in over Africa.
Exactly. And we now have to decide whether or not to use missile launchers to try to intercept these things, or whether we should just go ahead and try to solve the epidemics on the ground. And I'm going to have to wait for a second till it tracks this very slow-moving meteorite right there. Now we can go to a third screen, and as you can see, get even more information. This is another status report on the world, and those countries in which there are these dotted liney patterns means there's a problem. We can see Western Europe, in fact, has a problem. So we can go inside Western Europe and get even more information about what's going on, and for the first time start to look at the choices we have, the decisions we have to make in terms of trying to attack this problem. We see we have a total of 12 different remedies we could apply to this situation to try to solve the problem. And the more information I can get is to actually apply one of these remedies. Say in this case Alpha 2, which is using a vaccine in that particular case.
I noticed also that it was showing you the percentage probability that a certain remedy would actually help. So this is where the computer system is
right, and also it's showing me a projection as to the percentage of reduction I would get from using that particular remedy. Now we can go back to our world view again and see what happened when we tried that vaccination in Western Europe, whether it worked, whether it didn't work, and that helps us make the next decision. Now, this is just a game, Gary, but as I say, it's a good example of how the computer helps me make decisions, choose from alternatives. What we're talking about more or less is something called computer-aided decision-making, I suppose, or decision support systems, and like some of these other things we've talked about, the first trouble is trying to define what it is we are talking about. How would you define a decision support system?
Well, I think a decision support system is a catch-all phrase for a lot of different concepts. But as we've seen here, this is an example of a computer system that's helping say a manager or a decision maker with strategies, long-term strategies, and giving information about that will help, sort of an able assistant in many cases. Now, the underlying technology might be, say, expert systems, relational databases, and even spreadsheets as a part of the tools that would be used in decision support. But it's a new area, and I think that it's going to be very interesting to see what our experts tell us about this.
Okay, we're actually going to be using a decision support system to make some real business decisions later on in the program. First, let's go out and see how computer-aided decision-making is being used right now. Decision support systems encompass a broad range of analytical tools, from forecasting programs that calculate trends and predict outcomes, to expert systems that can draw conclusions and make their own decisions. Whether or not decision aids require some degree of artificial intelligence, they are presently in routine use, having proven their efficiency and accuracy in a number of applications. At a major American railroad, decision support systems were designed in-house to assist in long-term financial and operations planning. Based on forecasts of future demand, the system reviews records of train capacities, labor costs, taxes, fuel costs, and revenues to predict the financial impact of alternative strategies. The potential risks and benefits of various models can be demonstrated graphically. An early system called Prospector analyzes the mineral content of geological formations and recommends drilling sites. Containing many of the features associated with artificial intelligence, Prospector asks for information on rock types, ground appearance, and rock chemistry. The user responds with a number from +5 to -5 on a scale of probability. Prospector draws conclusions based on these probabilities and makes its own recommendations. The system can also carry on a dialogue with its user, who can question the program's interim choices as it progresses. Unlike Prospector, the most common types of decision support systems require known facts rather than probabilities, and they cannot respond to queries about how decisions are reached. But future research is likely to narrow the gap between programs that lay the groundwork for decisions and programs that can make the decisions. Joining us now is Mike Thoma. Mike is Vice President of Management Decision Systems of Boston, Massachusetts. And next to Mike is Steve Weil. Steve is Vice President with Syntelligence of Menlo Park here in California. Gary?
Steve, I guess the concept of a decision support system is a relatively new idea, at least a commercial application. Can you give us some idea of how decision support systems are actually used?
Yeah. Well, we actually specialize in decision support systems that are sometimes called knowledge-based or expert systems that try to bring the actual judgment of an expert to the desktop of a manager or a business professional in the course of making a particular kind of decision. For example, we're working right now on a system that will help commercial lending officers at banks make decisions about small companies and their creditworthiness. So we'll actually try to capture the type of industry knowledge that a lender who had been lending for a long time to the restaurant business or some other business would bring in analyzing the financial statements and management experience of a restaurateur in deciding whether or not they're worthy for a loan that they're applying for.
Mike, does a decision support system have to be the expert system like Steve is describing?
No. Decision support systems don't need to be an expert system like Steve is deciding. I've related a lot of times when people have asked me that question, a story that happened with my father, who's 78, a consultant. I said, Dad, I'd like you to sell you a decision support system. He said, I don't need a decision support system. I make the decisions. You give me an alternative evaluation system, I'm interested, but otherwise, forget it. So I think that the requirement of adding on an expert system is like hiring a consultant, and a decision support system can be used as a very well-trained assistant who's going to carry out the analysis that I direct.
And it provides you with a lot of high-level information as a result of that.
It'll provide me with a lot of high-level information and analyses and maybe, hopefully, even more questions.
Is interactivity a key element of a decision support system? I mean, does the system have to respond uniquely to the questioner?
My own feeling is that the decision support systems really do have to be interactive. And the reason is that you're in a decision-making process, and it's very close to an innovation process, which is you have an idea, you'd like some feedback. And to operate in a non-interactive mode would be to say, gee, I've had an idea, what do you think about it? Send it through the mail, 13 weeks later you get an answer, no. I forgot what I said, I forgot what the information was, and I haven't been able to do it. So it's interactivity and responsiveness to an idea that generates another one.
So this is typically going to be then connected to a larger computer system where there's some sort of a database that gives you the facts and figures that you're going to try to put together then.
You certainly want to be operating in an interactive environment, and I think and you certainly want to be connected to a computer, whether it's big or not. I think it really depends on the problem.
Right. Steve, do your systems depend on a mainframe, in fact?
Yes, the systems we're initially developing will depend on a mainframe, though given the direction that personal computers are going these days, I expect that within a few years, at most, our systems will in fact run on future personal computers. On this element, by the way, of interactivity, we are so concerned about that that we have spent a lot of time ensuring that our systems provide full explanation of how they came to the conclusions they came to. We think that managers and professionals do not have the ability to point at the computer and say, the computer told me to make that loan, now it's too bad that the company went bust or whatever. We think that really our products have to work as a staff assistant in the same way that a good staff assistant would explain how they came to a conclusion. They need to give full explanation of their reasoning.
Mike, you have your company's system up here, and the hypothetical we're creating here is, suppose the Computer Chronicle Show would like to buy a software company, okay, and we want to use your system to help us make that decision. And we initially, I think, identified, 62 software companies that were out there. Now, how would you use this system to give me the information we needed to make that decision?
Okay, what we have here is a database of Standard & Poor's CompuStat data in a product that we market called Express Easy Scan, and as you suggested, we've zeroed in on the software marketplace. We'll pick it up here, and let's see what publicly held companies are going to show up that are in our 62 consideration set.
So, what again are you asking for now, Mike?
Are we interested in seeing those companies right now? Let's just take a brief look at those 62 companies. Which will just roll right through here. They're in any random order. They happen to be by the ticker symbol, so it would be like scanning through the San Francisco Chronicle or whatever through the pages at the back and saying, gee, these are the companies that happen to be in the software business. And my job right now is to zero in on those that I think are more interesting. And my first cut, now that I see that there's 62 and my decision isn't simple, I'd like some help in going a little farther. So one of the things that I'm interested in is to be able to say, I like a really high growth company. So I'd like to screen on a company a little bit farther, and so rather than just taking those 62 that are right there, I'd like to use some data that's in the database to help me with that. And so EasyScan is asking me which screening criteria do I want. I'm into growth, and I'd like growth greater than, let's say, 30% sales growth. Let's say it's over the, ending up in 1982, since some of them may have different time periods. In there.
So you're asking for a subset of those 62 which have a growth rate of 30% or more over the past 5-year period up to 1982.
Compound growth rate. So we've seen that the EasyScan has given us 12 companies are now in consideration. I'm curious as to who they are. That might give me a hint. But before looking at them, I might want to rank them a different way, and that might give me some more information rather than just the raw data. So I'll ask ask EasyScan to jump over and move into a ranking mode. Yeah, I think I will rank them. I can operate in one finger mode and just hit 1. And the sorting criteria will be on, well, in addition to growth, I'm interested in profitability, so like my president, I'll ask for margins. higher preferably. And the system is smart enough to rank numeric data from high to low, and the ranking is complete. So what I'd like to do now is just take a quick look at those. Why don't I show those and...
So we would now see the 12 companies which the computer has picked in the ranking you've asked it to do.
Right, which is on from high to low and in terms of after-tax.
And here they are.
Right. So these first two look pretty good. I can specify those two ticker symbols, or I can keep it, if I didn't want to see all of those, I could do it by attribute again, which is to just rank them and keep the...
Okay, could we get to see a graphic comparison of the top 2 ranking companies?
You'd like the number to keep is 2. You ask, we respond. No problem. All right. 2 companies are in consideration. So what I'd like to do now, I'm done with my ranking. I'd like to graph. For some of the people in the audience are interested in bars and venture capitalists. That's where they're found a lot. And how about the last 5 years?
Okay, last 5 years.
No problem. So.
And it's putting together the graph right now?
Right. So it's back there thinking away. And preparing a graph on those 2 companies, which I've promptly forgotten. Selecting out the last 5 years. It asked me if I want to save this for later on. I said, no, let's move right ahead. And this is operating over a fairly low-speed line. If you were plugged into your own computer, it would be a little bit faster.
Okay, you are plugged into your company's mainframe somewhere else
right it's now. Going through the a public network at 1200 baud. I happen to operate at 4000 in my office, or the one I'm plugged into, the little local machine that we have, it's 96.
And there we are.
So the decision is yours.
Okay. Now, assuming we want to go ahead and negotiate with one of these 2 companies to acquire them, we'd want to develop a kind of negotiating strategy. Well, that gets to our next decision support system we'll be looking at in just a moment. Joining us now is Jim Chapman. Jim is Vice President with Human Edge Software of Palo Alto, California. Jim, you have another example of a decision support system here, a product you have called Sales Edge. Tell us what that is.
Yes, Stuart. Somewhat different than the other packages that have been shown earlier. This package works on the IBM PC, and it's for your personal computer. It's to give you a step-by-step strategy report in such areas as sales, negotiation, and management. The particular product that I brought here is the Sales Edge. And I've loaded in 81 questions about the salesman himself. Something about his characteristics, his attitudes towards sales, and generally we get a snapshot view as we complete these items of who the salesman is and how they're likely to think.
Let's assume Gary's the salesman here and complete your profile.
I was rejected as an encyclopedia salesman right out of high school. So.
The item that's up here now, Gary, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree. It describes you. Okay. Sometimes a sales call makes me nervous.
Always makes me nervous.
Agreed. I like the freedom to travel a sales job gives me. Mm-hmm. I enjoy swapping stories with customers.
That's a lot of fun, sure.
I am sensitive to criticism from customers.
Criticism.
There you go. I enjoy putting one over on a customer.
Well, I'll agree with that one.
There goes your public interest. I like talking at company meetings.
Okay.
Okay, we've completed that section, and again, we are going to go ahead and store that information simply by putting it out on the diskette.
Okay, again, that was just a small sample of the normal dialogue that would take place.
Exactly. We're at the main menu now, and we won't look at the instructions. We've already completed the assessing yourself. Let's go ahead and take a look at a customer I've already loaded in here. And we'll bring up the customer profile by simply putting in the name of the file name. File name is Monroe. That's logged in. And what we can take a look at here is a series of adjectives that we've already logged in ahead of time that either we agree or disagree describe that particular customer. For example, talkative, we disagreed. Apprehensive, we agreed to. Now what we can do is go ahead and move on to see the actual report itself. And we'll bring the report up on the screen here in a second.
So we're now going to ask for the software's version of what strategy to take in selling this customer who's
exactly
been profiled.
What's real interesting about this is, of course, you can use it every time you're going to work for the second time with a particular customer. You get a feel for what he's like, and you're able to put that information in to the computer so that you can get this strategy. And it will tell you where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, and where you're able to work more effectively with them.
Jim, how successful has this been in actually a sales situation?
It's actually,
that out?
yeah, it's actually very successful. I've used it myself, and so has a number of customers across the country in beta testing, and we modified it so that it would work more appropriately. And what we're getting back from customers, over 1,000 of them across the country now, is that it is very useful. And just planning a strategy before you do anything.
Jim, while we're waiting for it to get its information together, is it superficial in a way? I mean, can you really come up with a meaningful, you're going to make a business decision based on 86 kind of quick yes and no questions?
I think you can, and I'll tell you the reason why. It's actually a cross-fertilization of two areas of research, and we're looking at the research when we're taking and putting together the strategy itself. The research is on personality and also in the application that we're talking about here in sales. For example, as we roll through here, we saw the what to expect section. We'll see at the very end the closing strategies. We're going to select the most appropriate closing strategy for a particular customer based on how they're likely to think and how they're likely to close a sale.
I noticed that in the report that this goes back to Steve's comment earlier that the program does make doesn't analyze the situation, tells you why it's making certain recommendations, and I think that this is probably the important part. You can take that for what it's worth.
Yes.
It would be very hard for me to trust, say, a program that was on a diskette to make a decision about the way my business would go.
Yeah, it's important to note that there are multiple diskettes. As for example, this particular report is asking for another diskette to
Why don't you put that in now? Maybe we'll have time to just see what those closing strategies were. While we're waiting for that, Steve, maybe I can get you back in here. How far can we go with this kind of decision support system stuff? Are we going to get into making legal decisions, governmental decisions beyond loan decisions?
Well, I think that many legal and governmental decisions could be approached with these types of systems, but I do think that the state of the art of the technology is such that that's still 3 or 5 years off. If you look at the kind of events that influence the sovereign heads of governments, or the kind of changes that happen in the law, these are quite a bit more difficult to model than lending decisions.
Is there a danger that, say, at some point in the evolution of decision-making programs like this, that people would tend to rely on them?
That certainly is always a danger, and that is a general thing with computer systems. We believe that these systems will improve decision-making, but they can't be followed slavishly. They really are only giving recommendations.
Jim, we have about 1 minute. Maybe you can rip us through the conclusions here.
Okay, well, we're about midway through the report, and it's telling us how to present information to this customer, Monroe, and we're getting information about this particular fellow, and he's detailed-oriented to present the details. That's important to close this customer.
And it says, like, find out what his business needs are. I mean, that sounds like the kind of stuff you might just read out of a sales text, but you're saying it's tailored to these people.
Exactly. If it's an impulsive character, you wouldn't want to find out anything about his business needs. You go right to the close. It's immediate close. This fellow is not one of those individuals.
Speaking of immediate closes, Jim, we've got to do one of those right now. Thanks for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Random Access is made possible by a grant from Popular Computing, a McGraw-Hill magazine.
I'm Susan Bimba, sitting in for Stuart Chaffee. In the Random Access files this week, the government is investigating 12 semiconductor makers across the country. All are suspected of selling faulty, counterfeit, or inadequately tested chips. Officials of National Semiconductor say it's likely the company will be indicted soon as the result of a grand jury inquiry. National Semi has been under investigation for about 2 years, suspected of inadequately testing chips it sold to government contractors. The chips have been used in everything from military jet bombers to satellites to radios and walkie-talkies. In 1982, National Semiconductor admitted its chips hadn't gotten the required hours of heat stress testing and was barred from selling to government contractors for about 3 months. The company and its officials could face criminal charges, be fined, or be sued by the government for the money paid for the chips. New legislation has been introduced that should make computer hackers here in California feel a little less secure. The state legislature will be reviewing a proposal that would make it a misdemeanor to break into any computer system, even if there's no malicious intent. The hacker could be charged with a felony if malicious intent is proven. The current law addresses the problem of malicious hacking, but supporters of the proposal say the old law is too narrow in its focus. They say the new proposal might keep some potential hackers from invading computer systems for the thrill of it. Commodore has released the figures for its second fiscal quarter. In the quarter ending December 31st, Commodore's profit margin was $50.1 million. That's more than double the profit margin of the previous year's second fiscal quarter. Commodore is also experiencing a major shift among its executives. 4 have resigned in the last 2 weeks. They include the acting president of Commodore's U.S. unit, marketing vice president, the systems engineering director, and a director of materials. The resignations occurred just 2 weeks after Jack Tramiel left the company. The home computer maker says the resignations are not related. The company is delaying plans to debut its new computer. The 264 was due to be released in April. Commodore's general manager says decisions on the kind of programs to include and what price to charge have pushed back the 264's introduction date. Apple has been reorganized since the introduction of the Macintosh and New Lisa computers. Company President John Sculley has changed it from a 6-division operation to a 3-division operation. The Apple II division will be in charge of Apple II and III. The Apple 32 division will handle the Lisas and Macintosh and all 32-bit system products. The Accessory Products division will be responsible for the equipment such as printers, keyboards, and communications products. Apple also plans to open a plant in Mexico. It's being called Apple de Mexico. The government of Mexico requires that companies wanting to sell computers in that country operate their plants there, and the plants must be majority owned by a Mexican entity. It's estimated that Apple computers make up about 40% of Mexico's personal computer market. Some owners of Hewlett-Packard computers will be able to hook up to a nationwide network soon, and they won't need a telephone. HP and the Vitalink Communications will market a high-speed data communications network with the help of a satellite. That's good for HP and Vitalink, but may cut into some of IBM and AT&T's business. 400 workers of the Storage Technology Corporation got the news that they were being laid off. They were called into the cafeteria of the Santa Clara plant Friday afternoon and told they had to be out of the building in about 2 hours. Storage Tech was working on a large IBM-compatible mainframe computer. During 1981 and 82, business was brisk for the company, but when 1983 began, so did a steady decline in Storage Tech sales. So the Colorado-based company decided to close the Santa Clara operation and get what it called a substantial write-off. Approximately 100 employees will be held over so the company can make use of the chip technology it's developed in the Silicon Valley. Well, if you've joined the chorus that's saying video games are a thing of the past, you may have to change your tune soon. And the praises you're singing might be about computer games. As people are becoming more computer-oriented, they are more willing to relax with them. And what better way to break up the monotony of working at a computer than by plugging in your favorite entertainment software and playing a while? Several Silicon Valley companies have switched from video games to computer games and say business is booming. But both video and computer game enthusiasts say they can coexist and make a profit at the same time. That's it for this week's Random Access File. Stuart Chaffee will be back next week. I'm Susan Bimba.
Random Access is made possible by a grant from Popular Computing, a McGraw-Hill magazine. This week on the Computer Chronicles, the DVD revolution. In the market for a new PC, you should buy one with a DVD drive in it. We'll explain why. DVDs are no longer just for playback. The next generation of DVDs are recordable. We'll give you a demonstration. And how does a DVD drive actually work? And why is it so much better than a CD-ROM? We'll get you some expert answers. Plus, what can you do with a DVD drive? We'll show you some very cool software that takes advantage of its powers. And my pick of the week, an email terminal for under $100. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, we have gone from tape cassettes to big floppy disks to 3.5-inch disks to CD-ROMs, and now it's on to DVD as the portable storage medium of the future. What can you do with a DVD that you can't do with a CD-ROM? The answer is lots. It's a totally different technology, and one of those cases where the hardware is driving new levels of software applications, and today we'll show you both. We're going to start out with the new generation of DVD drives for computers and look at the new Sony Vaio and its built-in DVD drive, and Bob Moulin of Sony is here to help us. And actually, let's talk about the hardware first of all. So this particular model of your Vaio comes with a DVD drive built in addition to a CD writer?
That's right. What this machine has actually is a current DVD-ROM drive built in, along with a CD rewritable drive. And that'd be one way for someone to get DVD on their PC.
They could buy a new machine.
Exactly.
Suppose you have your existing PC and you want to add a DVD drive.
What we have is also an upgrade kit that will allow you to install the drive in a card and be able to have all the full benefits of DVD on your PC.
All right, so you buy the box, you buy an interface card, and you got it.
It all comes in one box.
Now,
right?
when you say DVD, most people know you can rent a movie at Blockbuster like that. You can buy a sort of set-top box at Circuit City. Why do I want DVD in my computer?
Because instead of being able to just watch a DVD movie in your living room, now you can also move it over to your television, to your PC, and be able to watch the movie on the PC if you want, and be working on things in the background, or even use a new generation of DVD called DVD-ROM for computer data information.
Okay, so let's talk about, if I have a laptop with a DVD-ROM drive and watch movies on the airplane, right?
You could do that too.
All right, so let's talk about watching movies, sort of the baby case on your PC.
Okay.
I guess the idea is you could like put the movie in a window and be working elsewhere and doing two things at once?
Absolutely.
Show us that.
We have the Big Chill DVD here, and I'll just jump ahead and go to a scene selection.
And again, one cool thing is you can grab a particular scene when you're dealing with a DVD.
Exactly, just like on a CD.
You don't have to like find it on a piece of tape.
Right. So if you wanted to, you could sit there and watch it on your PC and enjoy it and all of its
But you can squeeze this down into a window.
You can squeeze it down into a window. In fact, it's almost as small as you can possibly want, and be working on other things in the background, working on a spreadsheet.
So it's just a Windows app, and it's there along with other things.
Exactly.
All right, now let's talk about the data part of it. You talked about putting a movie on it. That's cool, but it's not that different from sort of watching it on your set-top box. How would I use a DVD-ROM to do computer stuff, to put data on there?
Okay. We have here a DVD-ROM that's actually ships with this kind of a kit, and it's basically, this is a multimedia encyclopedia that even includes a medical encyclopedia.
Before you stick it in there, let's explain the point here. There's a huge capacity difference between a DVD and a CD-ROM, right?
You're absolutely right.
Which is what?
650 megabytes is all you can stick onto a conventional CD.
Right.
A DVD, for example, can have 4.7 gigabytes on one side, and there's even the capability to have a double-sided DVD, which would double that capacity.
Okay, so from 8 times more capacity than a CD to maybe even 16 times more capacity.
Absolutely.
One point, it's going to be hard for our audience to see that, but as you mentioned, the DVD format is actually thinner, so you can have actually 2 DVDs in this one piece of media, right?
Absolutely.
One side and the other side.
Right.
Okay.
It's maybe the same thickness as a traditional CD in that
So
case.
stick that baby in, and let's take a look at an application, a computer application using DVD.
Okay.
And what are you going to show us?
I'm going to show the Funkin' Wagnalls DVD Encyclopedia, which also includes a World Book Medical Encyclopedia. And the object here is that we have a tremendous amount of information, more that would fit on even 6 CDs. We can now take it down and put it onto one DVD-ROM.
Right. Okay. So that encyclopedia that might have taken 6 or 8 CDs is now on one DVD.
Right.
You can reasonably stick it in your machine, put it in your laptop, and actually use the thing.
Absolutely right.
All right. So what do we go? So here's the 2 encyclopedias. Let's take a look at the World Book. Can we look at that? The medical encyclopedia.
Okay.
Because I imagine that's pretty graphics and media intensive if you're doing medical stuff and demonstrations, right?
Well, you have the traditional reference materials. You have text, but also now we can bring in videos, we can bring in speeches, we can bring in a lot of things that we just can't do on a CD because we just don't have enough space.
All right, so in the guy, we've got photos, animations, video, music. So again, rich multimedia, guess you got all that capacity.
Right.
So if we're in videos, let's say an amniocentesis demonstration, which would be an interesting one to look at, I guess.
Okay, we'll bring that up here. We can play that.
Sound waves generate echoes at different rates as they bounce off different...
And I guess one of the issues is, you know, in the CD-ROM encyclopedias, I mean, they're pretty sketchy as to how many little videos they're going to give you because, you know, you're dealing with that capacity problem. You can be much more aggressive and have a lot more media going on in this.
You can have more media, and also the quality of the media is better because DVD uses MPEG-2, which is a much, much higher quality than you can put onto a CD. So you get more content and you get better content.
So I guess we need a DVD drive in our PC then, Bob.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, well, for a while, the big complaint about CD-ROMs was that you couldn't record on them. Of course, all that changed with the advent of CD burners. The same is happening now with DVD media. And what we want to show you next is a brand new rewritable, recordable DVD drive. And Jeff from Panasonic, you're going to help us do that. Let's talk about the hardware first of all.
Okay.
It's the same idea, right? I mean, this is an external DVD RAM drive?
Yes, this is an external DVD RAM drive. It's backward compatible.
RAM, not ROM, because it's recordable. You can put whatever you want on it over and over again.
That's right, rewritable. And it's also backward compatible to CD.
So you can play both.
And DVD.
And you have one actually built in, an internal inside that HP Pavilion over there.
That's correct.
Let's talk about the media for a minute. Now, this looks sort of like a typical DVD.
Right.
What's the differences here?
Well, this is recordable. This holds 2.6 gigabytes of data. And
you can have double-sided and get 5.2.
We can have double-sided and have 5.2 right here.
But you need to use a cartridge because, like, for recording, I guess you need more stability in the drive.
Right. We actually keep it inside here for data integrity.
Okay.
And what we do is we can flip this into...
All right, so let's use the internal, actually do the demonstration here. Now, we can do 2 things here, I take it. We can do video, as we saw before, or we can do data, right?
Yes.
So it's for movie-type stuff, or it's for computer data, files, etc.
Right. And what I'm going to demonstrate here today is recording of video.
Okay, great. Let me just ask you, explain capacity, not in terms of megabytes, but in terms of content. I mean, how much stuff could I record on one of these?
Okay, on this 5.2 gigabyte piece of data, we could have 50 stories of telephone books stacked one on top of each other.
As in a 50-story building?
Yes.
50 stories of telephone books on one DVD?
Right.
Okay, that's impressive. All right, so let's do a demonstration. Well, it's good we're doing video then, right? Because you got a lot of capacity. You could do what? How much video then on one of these?
2 hours of full motion video.
2 hours, dynamite. All right, so what we've done now, actually, we've taken our live camera feed here from our studio, the same thing we're feeding out to our machines, into your PC here. So what I want to ask you to do, can you actually record our show on the DVD?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
As you mentioned, we have a feed from one of your cameras. I'm going to insert this disc in. We'll take your feed, and
so
we're using a Sigma Design DVD-R encoder card.
Okay.
And what I'll do here is I'll hit this red button here to start the recording. And we're actually previewing this right before we record it.
Okay.
And you'll see, I think we should do something to show that we're recording.
Yeah, so okay, I mean, just sort of a slight, maybe 1 second delay here. But, which is an important point. You're actually showing me what's coming out rather than what's going in so I can monitor the quality and make adjustments.
Yes, add brightness, etc.
All right, so we've done about 15 seconds, so why don't we stop it and actually play this back?
Hit the stop button, and I'm going to hit the play button here. And you'll see, we'll come back, you'll move. You're sitting still now.
So, okay, I mean, just sort of a slight, maybe 1 second delay.
And what we've demonstrated is the recording of video onto our DVD RAM disc.
We need 2 hours of that on one of those DVDs.
Of professional quality.
Well, what is the quality?
Professional DVD quality.
Well, so the same quality on the DVD I would buy with a movie on it, I'm getting in my recordable right now.
That's correct. And on this card also, you have navigation software incorporated in there.
All right, so I can not only put the video on there, but the kind of stuff Bob showed us, where I can have the menus and that stuff, I can put that on my DVD also?
Yes, using the Sigma Designs card.
Well, what does this thing cost to be able to do this?
This is $7.99.
$7.99 for a box, and what does media cost?
Media today is $20.
That is not too bad. There's an issue, though, with standards of compatibility, right? I mean, you're like in your Panasonic world right now, right? Can I play that DVD anywhere right now?
On Panasonic DVD-ROMs, you can play back the DVD-RAM media.
Well, I mean, what's the future of this? That's obviously a problem.
The future, we'll also be able to play DVD-RAM media on our DVD consumer players.
Okay, but I mean, you're going to have partnerships? We're going to get together? We're going to have beta VHS wars here?
No, we'll have partnerships with the DVD form companies.
What's the lifetime of these things? One of the concerns we have about, our precious home videos is we know that tape is going to die after 5 or 10 years. What's the status of the DVD-RAM?
Our lawyers will allow us to say that you can keep this for 30 years.
30 years.
Put it on a shelf, 30 years later you play it back,
okay.
And the data is still good.
Okay, now that's video, which is kind of cool, so we can take like a home movie camera and actually put our home movies on DVD and distribute it that way. What about data? I mean, this is tremendous capability to store files, to do backups, I mean, corporate level capacity, huh?
That's correct, yeah. Actually, one of these will hold 125 four-drawer file cabinets.
What, is this a shipping product now, this
yes,
DVD-RAM
this is
business?
out in the marketplace.
You can do it right now?
You can also buy this internal DVD.
Wow. I take it where we're going then is what everybody wants is the recordable home DVD, VCR kind of thing, throw out the tapes forever, and we're going to have the playback and record DVD box at home.
That's correct. We're trying to build the DVD world, which will have complete compatibility between the consumer and the computer worlds.
This is cool. Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Thank you.
So far, we focused on DVD hardware. Let's turn now to software and what you can do with these drives so we can figure out if it's worth buying them. There are some very cool new titles that take advantage of the DVD technology. One of the best is the new DVD version of Microsoft Encarta. Here to show us Encarta and a few other things is Ron White, author of this excellent book, and we've showed you this before, How Computers Work. This is actually the brand new Millennium Edition.
Millennium had to be.
And Ron is also senior editor with PC Computing. All right, let's talk about how DVD works, okay? First of all, I mean, what is the trick? How can we get 8 times as much data on a DVD-ROM as a CD-ROM?
It is a trick, and there's some tricky things involved, because like this is the Yellow Submarine.
That's a DVD.
DVD.
Yeah, it looks like a CD.
Yeah, looks like a CD. You couldn't tell the difference. But actually, there are 3 important differences. They use an MPEG compression that just works with video and sound very well. The little spiral of information where stuff is written on here is a tighter, smaller spiral.
Narrower tracks.
But here's the really tricky thing. It looks like there's one surface to this. There's not. There's 2 surfaces.
So even on a one-sided DVD, we're really looking at 2 layers.
2 layers. And on a double-sided DVD, which they go up to, you'll get 2 layers on each side, and you reach like 17 gigabytes.
You have a great illustration in your book, which I saw before. That might help people understand what we're talking about, right?
That's right. If you see the little blue dots, that's data on one layer, and a laser beam focuses on that layer. But to read the second layer of the gold underneath, it just changes the focal length of the laser beam, so it just goes right through that first layer and reads data off the second layer.
That's pretty cool technology.
It is. It's amazing.
Now, I want to ask you, though, what are we going to do with this capacity? It's cool to watch a movie on a DVD, but from an application software point of view, what do we need? I don't know an application that takes 8 megs of RAM.
There have not been a great number of software out on DVD. It is mostly movies. Some of the stuff that's coming out on DVD is a bad idea. Give you an example, games. Some game producers thought, oh, well, this is neat. We put video in our games, which sounds good. But you watch some of these games, and you'll be open door A or door B. If you open the wrong door, you go back 20, 30 seconds in the movie, have to watch that over again. Yeah, you wind up watching the same pieces of film over and over again. Today, the thing is 3D games where you've got unlimited freedom to go any place, and you don't need a lot of disk space to hold a good 3D game. I think we're finding some stuff now is where multimedia really works out like Encarta.
Well, let's go first of all. National Geo is a great example.
National Geographic.
Because that's the use of mega capacity.
This is actually for DVDs. And originally this was 36 CD-ROMs. And it's every issue of National Geographic, 170 years.
That's ever been printed.
Every page,
170 years worth of National Geos. Right here.
Yeah, so that's one way.
A couple of garages worth of
yes, I know. There's somebody with his garage filled with these. Who's thinking, oh, I could have had this.
And this is the text and all the color pictures.
That's right,
all
and
that
it's
stuff.
all searchable text. It's really a very nice
Right.
achievement.
So this is like a huge storage room full of stuff.
That's right.
All right, that's
so that's
a good
one way
use.
to do it, just for pure storage of data. But this doesn't have sound, video, because the magazine didn't.
So that's Encarta.
Encarta, you get to use sound and video. That's where DVD really is handy.
All right, so there you're using the capacity not just for a lot of stuff, but really get lots of video. And audio and multimedia in there.
Right, because this whole process is a lot using those elements, and Microsoft does a very good job on its multimedia encyclopedia.
Well, let's take a look at Encarta. You have it up here, for example.
Yeah, yes, I've got this in my laptop, and it's I carry it because for one disc in a laptop, this Encarta DVD is the best thing you can have.
So this is the default DVD in your machine because you're carrying around the entire library.
Right, I've got a dictionary, encyclopedia, atlas, Bartlett's quotations, everything on one disc. Which, if you buy all those Microsoft products separately, you're about 3 or 4 CD-ROMs, and who wants to carry those around? So there's a very good way you'll see, and they're not even using the whole disc yet. I mean, they've got
There's
room
space left
to go.
over. Yeah.
So we've got ways to go on this, but we still haven't found a really killer app that just makes you have to go out and buy the DVD-ROM.
2 more quick questions. I say you've got a DVD laptop there, so you can actually have a DVD drive in your laptop, which also reads CD-ROMs.
Right, I can do CD-ROMs or music CDs on
now,
this.
real quick, before we saw this DVD RAM demonstration, right, how you can record now on DVDs, how do you, what's the technology? How do you record in an optical medium?
Okay, it's very interesting. It's made of a crystalline layer, one of those level layers we were talking about. You focus a hot laser beam on there, and it kind of scars the layer, which makes for ones and zeros, whether it's scarred or not.
And you can redo that over and over
again. Because then you come back later and use a slightly less hot laser beam, and it heats that material until it forms back naturally into the same crystalline structure that it was. You can do this 100,000 times,
amazing
and it's still good.
Ron, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, so DVD is great for educational stuff, but what else can you do with it? How about music videos, 3D games, even IMAX films? This is Bob Michaels, known affectionately as DVD Bob, because he's technical director with Enterprise DVD, an affiliate of Slingshot Entertainment. So let's talk about what the real value of DVD is. Ron was saying, well, we can't really figure out how to use all this capacity. The fact is it's more than just capacity, isn't there? There's a higher data rate with DVD.
That's right. I mean, using existing formats, we can increase data rates. Just as we had CD-ROM data rates, we were limited at the quality we could stream off the disk. Now we can increase those data rates, thus increasing the quality.
And how do you, I mean, what is it about DVD that gives you a greater data rate?
Well, when they created the DVD video spec, they had to create the drives to stream off data much faster to accommodate the MPEG-2 data rates that they need to achieve that quality.
Okay. So even in a game environment, you can not only put a lot of games on a DVD, but you might get better performance out of the game at the same time.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right, music videos. I know you guys have a new CD, and that's obviously going to take up a lot of storage to get the music, to get the video, and you've got a new CD that actually puts together a bunch of music videos on a DVD.
Yeah, what we have is actually our first prototype of what we're going to anticipate the new DVD audio disc.
Now, what's DVD audio?
DVD audio disc is the new emerging format that is focused in the audio arena. DVD video allows you to stream off 96 kilohertz audio, very high quality. DVD audio even takes it another step to 192 kilohertz.
All right, so we got a video rolling here.
That's right. These are the menus, the interactivity that you get in DVD, all the menus. And you can...
And that's not broken, that's the way it's supposed to look. It's a music video.
That's right. You know, this is
all right,
MTV.
so another advantage, better audio quality coming off a DVD, besides all the other stuff.
That's correct. Not only do we get the superb quality of MPEG-2, much like what you get off your satellite systems, but you get the audio.
Final application, which I think is the real killer app here, you actually have a DVD which uses all these gigabytes to really have, I mean, hundreds of pages of websites sitting there on the DVD, so you can sort of be web surfing offline in a way.
That's correct. And the killer app is the seamless connection from a DVD video application out to the web.
Okay.
Not only does it allow us to have interactivity between the DVD video and the web, but it also allows us to, in the future, unlock certain assets that we might embed on a DVD and unlock them in the future.
All right, so this is actually an original IMAX film, which you guys have converted to DVD format, right?
That's correct.
And what's the title of it, actually?
The title of this actually is Greatest Places. It's a 40-minute IMAX
Tour of the
film.
world, great.
That's
okay, the kind of thing we see on an IMAX.
That's right, and what we did here is we actually included the home site of Greatest Places, the film's home website.
Okay, so when I'm watching the Greatest Places DVD, I can go out to the website that supports the film on the DVD because I can put those gigs of information out there.
That's correct. We put non-variable data on the disc. If you're on an airplane and you're viewing our disc, you can still cruise the web.
Can you like click? I mean, is that a link? You can actually go somewhere
So we
with
can
this stuff?
actually, and if you're not connected, it'll prompt you to dial up if we go out to the web. So we can go to my catalog here, we can get descriptions of other products, and these are all embedded on the disc.
So again, with that capacity, you can go out and get whatever it is. I mean, there might be other applications where you can just suck up tremendous amount of stuff that might be sitting out there on the web, stuff you might standardly reference and have it right here on your laptop, as you say, even if you're on
That's
the plane.
correct. That's correct.
Where else are we going to go with this stuff? I mean, what is that real killer app that Ron was talking about, that you just mentioned? What's going to make people go out and buy DVDs?
The killer app is going to be versatility. I mean, DVD, it doesn't stand for digital video disc, it stands for digital versatile disc.
So is that a marketing term for you guys?
No, actually it's a DVD forum term, and that will actually, this is the true multimedia platform.
And is this the end of the line? I mean, we go from one to the other. What happens after DVD? Who knows?
HD DVD? I don't know.
There we go. Hey, thanks very much.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that's a look at the DVD revolution. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week. Don't miss it. Now for my pick of the week. Since this show started a little more than 20 minutes ago, nearly 500,000 email messages have moved over the internet. That comes out to more than 30 million emails a day. Email is by far the most popular online activity. Problem is the majority of people still don't have a personal computer, don't want to deal with one, or can't afford one. But now you, your mother, or your grandmother can get into the email game with a simple, low-cost terminal. This is it. It's called the Mail Station from Citgo. In fact, they're calling this the Email Information Appliance for the post-PC era. It comes pre-configured with your email address and all internet settings, so the user has no setup. Plug it in and click on the Get Mail button. That is all there is to do. It is like a fax machine for email. The Mail Station can automatically poll your mailbox and download your email messages, so you don't even have to log on to check your inbox. The software can handle file attachments and can also download selected website information and send it to you as an email. The device runs on AC or 3 AA batteries, so you can easily carry it with you when you travel. It weighs just over 2 pounds, and it includes an 85% keyboard, so entering text is not a problem. The on-screen user interface is graphical, easy to understand, and it has a printer port so you can get hard copy. If you subscribe to their email service for $9.95 a month, you can get the Mail Station for only $99. Without a service subscription, the price is $149. This may be the answer to getting everyone on email on an appliance that doesn't crash and that doesn't cost a lot of money. It's the Mail Station from Citgo. Details on their website at citgo.com. Well, that's it for this edition of the Chronicles. Thanks for watching us, and a reminder to catch my new web radio show called Talking About This Week. Just go to the talk radio icon at about.com. Hope we'll see you here next time.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by bigstar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
This was the very first episode of the Computer Chronicles, broadcast back in 1983. When we first launched this series, sitting by my side as co-host was Gary Kildall. But Gary was a lot more than a TV host. Gary, in fact, was one of the most important individuals in the history of personal computing. Gary died last year, leaving a legacy not matched by many in this field. Today, we're going to devote the entire show to Gary Kildall and his role in the development of the personal computer on this special edition of the Computer Chronicles. The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by RonDiamond.com, the oldies site on the internet. Music and memories from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, not just another jukebox. Additional support comes from the law offices of Ivan Hoffman, lawyering with integrity for internet law, copyright, trademark, and other intellectual property law. And by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. On a residential block in the seaside town of Pacific Grove, California, sits a modest house with a grand history. Behind its garage in a small carriage house, one of the seminal events in personal computing history took place. The first modern operating system for the microcomputer was born here over 20 years ago. It was called CP/M, and its inventor was a young computer science teacher named Gary Kildall. Kildall had started developing his control program for microcomputers, also known as Control Program Monitor, in the early 1970s, when he realized the potential for a general-purpose small computer. He was carrying a portable computer at a time when the desktop PC was just a dream.
I met Gary in 1973 in the computer science lab late one evening. He was a young kid, freckled, reddish hair, boyish enthusiasm, was in cutoffs, came into the computer center with a leather briefcase that he flipped open and connected to a teletype, an ASR-33. And that was an entire self-contained computer. It was the first personal computer I ever saw. And I went wild. I wanted to know where he got it, how he got it, what he was doing with it, how I could get one.
Gary studied computer science at the University of Washington and went on to obtain a doctorate. He soon moved to the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, where he later became a professor. In the 1970s, the seeds of CP/M were planted during his teaching career at Monterey. He continued to work on the project at home and later in this tiny rooftop office above a restaurant in Pacific Grove.
The first thing I heard that Gary did that was really brought to my attention was he invented a programming language called PLM and implemented it for the Intel microprocessors to prove that the 8088 was, or the 8080, I'm sorry, was a real computer and not a controller for microwave ovens, but that it was a real computer. And he went off and wrote a programming language that ran on microcomputers. Now we can say, well, of course that's no big deal, but at the time it was a pretty big deal. He invented this language, and then to show that the language was useful, he wrote CP/M. That's what really actually happened. He created this operating system and built it around this Intel microprocessor to show what could be done with microprocessors. And in 1975, when he was doing this, that was pretty revolutionary.
Gary's approach to computing was far ahead of the conventional notions of the time. While a consultant at Intel in the 70s, he offered to sell them CP/M, but Intel could see no use for it and turned him down. Shortly afterwards, in 1976, Gary and his wife Dorothy founded a company called Intergalactic Digital Research, later shortened to Digital Research, in an old Victorian home. In the early days, Digital Research Incorporated, or DRI, was CP/M. While the operating system is just a dim memory in most PC users' minds today, its role in the development of the microcomputer was pivotal.
What's so important about the work that Gary did was the fact that he was one of the first to introduce an operating system for personal computers that began laying the groundwork that basically all other personal computer operating systems, hardware design, and applications can take their roots from.
The main thing that CP/M brought that was different from how anybody else was approaching microcomputers was that Gary made a logical separation of the physical I/O system from what was called the BDOS. The physical I/O system was called the BIOS, the basic I/O system, and that was a term that Gary used in early CP/M. The BDOS was a basic disk operating system. The BDOS was independent of the specific hardware that you had in your microcomputer. By comparison, we were looking at the time of Unix being out as a major mini-computer operating system, and you could not move executables of any application programs from one Unix machine, unless it was an identical machine, to another system. So this was really a remarkable innovation.
CP/M sold extremely well and DRI flourished. The company expanded to larger quarters across the street. The number of employees grew from 9 to 24. When a new VAX mini-computer arrived, it was too large to fit inside the building, so the entire structure was lifted off its foundation to accommodate the machine. A beaming Gary told the staff they would all be getting a raise that week. It was a time of skyrocketing growth. By August of 1982, the company newsletter reported that DRI's revenues had grown over 1,000% in the past 2 years. DRI now had 200 employees. CP/M was established as the industry standard and the most popular 8-bit operating system in the world.
When the computer industry was just starting up, there was the computer industry. There was IBM and the Seven Dwarfs and the mainframe industry dominated by glass houses and giant mainframe computers cost millions and millions of dollars, and the personal computer industry did not descend genealogically from that gene pool. It sprung up in a completely separate way, in a completely separate place. And Gary was its spiritual leader. His company was the biggest and most successful of all of the companies, and all of the companies were modeled after Gary's.
Gary was a very busy guy. He was chairman of a large company. He was personally involved in new product development. Yet every 2 weeks he would spend 4 hours driving up and down this Pacific Coast Highway to spend a day in front of the cameras. When we come back, Gary's new role as a television host. With DRI's business growing, Gary went on to other pursuits, including the role of co-host on Computer Chronicles. His second career as television host lasted over 6 years, during which he provided acute insights into the technology and potential of hundreds of products. While appearing on the program, he also showed off products and technologies of his own that were far ahead of the market, including a multitasking operating system for PCs called Concurrent DOS.
What's even more interesting is that all is not quite as it appears, because in fact if you press a little key here, you actually see that there are lots and lots of processes actually running, lots of tasks running here. And in fact on these serial terminals even themselves, I can hit a key on this one, for example, and find that I'm running DBase 3 at the same time. So what we're seeing here is the ability of the IBM PS2 Model 80 as a 386-based machine in conjunction with concurrent DOS 386, its ability to run both standard DOS applications, because the operating system is completely DOS compatible, but to be able to run multiple DOS applications and to allow shared access to them.
DRI also had one of the first graphical user interfaces called GEM.
I'll open up a pre-prepared graph, and we'll see what the combination of text and graphics look like. I'm going to go to a full screen here. You can see here's the final result of putting it together, text with graphics. And I'll just go ahead and send this to the output device. And in this case, we're going to just use a screen, but it could be a slide maker or overhead transparency maker, whatever it happens to be. And
well, I think that his interest was in, first of all, showing that digital research was still the leader and not, and that we had, since graphical environments were sort of becoming hot, if you will, and you know, the Lisa hadn't really been successful, but word on the street was, you know, Macintosh is coming, and the fact that he could go and show a multitasking, graphical-oriented environment running as a digital research project that no one knew at all that we were even working on. I think he appreciated the kind of surprise factor of that, and I remember him coming back and saying that you know, Bill Gates and other people were at this conference that Esther Dyson had, and they were like, eyes were like glued to the screen trying to, you know, see what that was going on. So I think we put some fear in Microsoft, and I think Gary liked that.
Gary's pleasure at beating everyone to the starting gate with new ideas may have been personally satisfying, but it was also risky. By revealing DRI projects, he was also divulging information that could be appropriated by other companies. And this created a unique ethical situation for Gary and his chief competitor.
I really believe that on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being ethical, Bill Gates is about a 9. I think that there are some other corporate presidents out there that are about the 3s and the 4s. I don't want to be an apologist for Bill Gates, but I'm saying that Gary is just on a different scale. His ethics is a different scale. And what happened is Bill used his ethical scale, which was a darn good one. And Gary used his ethical scale, which is a darn good one. Now, the ethics of a businessman are generally one that's very, very competitive. And the ethics of an academician, although they're certainly competitive, involves a much greater degree of cooperation. And so Gary always cooperated. He always said, well, Bill, here's what we're working on. And Bill always said, well, that guy sure was a kind of a dummy. He just told me what he's working on.
I don't think Gary was really driven to be a businessman. Gary was driven to create things, and he always, every time I talked to him, he had some really great ideas of things he was going to do, or things that could be done, or things he was working on, or new technologies and how he might apply them. That was Gary.
This is a beta copy of the very first electronic encyclopedia using optical storage technology. Gary gave it to me one day when we were taping a show in the studio in that building over there. Gary had to use a video disc because CD-ROM technology was not yet widely available. He was very proud of this. This was the first product of his new interactive company, then called ActiVenture. In 1985, Gary showed the very first encyclopedia on a CD-ROM, a project that grew out of his fascination with early video discs. The Grolier Academic American Encyclopedia had many features that are commonplace today, including hypertext links, a full text search engine, and a traditional bookshelf interface.
This is the one we need to select, and it's working its way down through the volume here, giving us finer and finer divisions. And finally, we go down and find the article titles, and here they are just as if we were thumbing through that section of the encyclopedia, and we can point to the title we wish to examine.
So you're just pulling out that article now.
That's right, and here it is, the exploits of Raoul Amundsen.
From this point, you can page back and forth, take a look at the article and things of that sort. Now, that's all in the CD-ROM that's in this player right here.
And what's the amount of storage involved? How much? What's
this is 550 megabytes, half a billion bytes of information, enough to stretch 10 characters per inch from here to Denver.
Gary's success also gave him time to pursue his love of life. He collected and raced sports cars. Experienced pilot, he owned several airplanes, and he never hesitated to fly to meetings across the state or across the country.
I went out to visit Gary, and we arranged to meet in the airport in San Jose. When I got to the airport, he was flying his own private plane in, so I was meeting him in the terminal for private planes. I looked around the airport, no Gary. Or no, there wasn't anyone who looked like a software person wandering around this very small terminal. So I called the company and they said, oh, look for Gary. He'll have on cowboy boots and has a red beard. I knew I could find him then. And he still wasn't there, so I looked out the door, the window, and a plane came rolling up. And this fellow with a red beard leaned out the window and said, there aren't any parking places, hop in.
Gary flew his potential investor to a restaurant near Sacramento and proceeded to describe the future of the PC industry.
At that time, he was trying to explain what his business was, and I had lunch, and he basically took a paper and outlined the microcomputer industry to me. He explained how the operating system would ultimately control the industry and how application software would run on top of it, and that an operating system company should support the applications companies but never have applications, which had turned out to be a fatal mistake, and one of the fatal mistakes for the company.
Even as Gary's financial success allowed him to accumulate bigger and faster toys, his contemporaries remember him as a man who just enjoyed having fun.
Gary had that ability to be innovative. And yet he was, on the other hand, had this amazing free spirit about him. Gary was certainly easy to talk into grabbing a six-pack of beer and going out to the lake and water ski. I mean, there was never a problem with that aspect of it either. He was a very, very unusual and remarkable individual.
The early days of the microcomputer industry created an exciting atmosphere that attracted adventurous entrepreneurs. To the PC pioneers, working outside of the mainstream mainframe computer world made it more risky, but more satisfying.
There were very, very few people in those first years who came into the computer industry, came into the microcomputer industry from the real computer industry. The attitude that pervaded Silicon Valley in 1980 was, when are the grown-ups going to come in here and make us stop? That was really what it felt like. Because we could do things that we could do whatever we wanted.
CP/M's role as the standard operating system for personal computers was not to last very long. When we come back, the battle between CP/M and MS-DOS and the true story of what happened with IBM and Bill Gates. Despite his varied talents and accomplishments, Gary Kildall was perhaps best known as the man who chose to go flying on the day IBM came calling. It was the event which dogged him his entire life, and it has become a legend in personal computer history. But his friends and co-workers alike agree that the story is mostly myth, and that the facts are very different.
Gary and I were scheduled to go that morning up to meet with Bill Godbout, who was one of the early people in the microcomputer industry building an S100 system, and we were delivering him CP/M documentation. So Gary and I, as the story goes, were in fact flying. We flew up to the Bay Area, up to the Oakland airport, delivered the software to Bill, and flew back down and joined the IBM meeting. We were there for the meeting later in the afternoon. By that point in time, things had already gone a little bit wrong. IBM had come into the meeting. They had a what I would call a unidirectional non-disclosure agreement. The idea was that Digital Research was to agree that they had never met IBM and the meeting hadn't occurred, and yet everything that Digital Research disclosed to IBM was intended to be public domain. That was the way the agreement was structured.
IBM also wanted to buy CP/M outright for a flat fee and rename it PC-DOS, terms that were unacceptable to DRI. IBM then approached Microsoft and tried to license its clone of CP/M called QDOS. When IBM discovered that it might be facing a copyright lawsuit, they returned to DRI and struck a deal. DRI agreed to let IBM sell both CP/M and Microsoft DOS side by side, and to let the market decide which was best. But the deck was stacked.
I can only tell you that we were quite shocked to see that the price for PC-DOS was $40 and the price for CP/M 86 was $240. We were given no indication at all whatsoever until it was actually rolled out that they were going to do a 6-to-1 price difference. So in fact, IBM did let the market decide. It was pretty hard to imagine that somebody could justify buying CP/M 86, which had very similar functionality to PC-DOS, when there was a 6-to-1 price difference.
Some industry people have pointed to this incident as a turning point in PC history, and the moment that guaranteed the demise of CP/M and the rise of MS-DOS. Others have pointed out that it somehow changed Gary professionally and personally.
The frustration that I think more and more frustrated, and to a degree I have to be honest about, embittered him some, in later years was the fact that he continually had this comparison thrust on him. That anytime he would have an interview or meet a company in a business context, there were the frequent questions: did you really go flying when IBM came to visit? What really happened? So that would frequently be asked, and that was always a frustration, because Gary was a person that I think was very proud of his achievements, of the fact that he actually was instrumental in building this open architecture that we have in the industry.
I think Gary's view was that what happened happened. I think he, if anything, regretted that people didn't appreciate the contributions he made. I think all people who are really driven to do something and who are very bright spend some time wondering about the ones that got away. But I think of all the people I've known in business, Gary worried the least about the ones that got away.
DRI's loss of the IBM contract was Microsoft's gain, and the beginning of Microsoft's ascent to software stardom. But the reasons for IBM's decisions are still fuzzy and subject to different interpretations.
I think what really changed the perspective from IBM's standpoint had to do with the fact that when Gates got involved, he basically said, look, we'll do whatever you need. We'll put energy, we'll put people, we'll work as hard as we can to make this happen. As opposed to the way Gary Kildall and his folks looked at it, which was, oh, here's another project. Remember, Kildall had already reached a certain level of success at that point, where at this particular time, Gates and the folks at Microsoft were in their very early stages.
But I think that there's also some, I don't think blame's exactly the right word, but some responsibility goes to the customers as well. Because if IBM had not put all of their eggs in the Microsoft basket, they wouldn't have the problem that they do today, trying to sell Warp against, an OS2 against the monster that they kind of created.
Whatever the reason, the competition between DRI and Microsoft seemed to become a personal battle between Gary Kildall and Bill Gates, at least in the public eye.
Well, Gary always considered Bill Gates a very good friend. In those early days, they all they all were very friendly with each other and cooperative. And certainly Bill Gates says today that he sent IBM to DRI when they were looking for the operating system. I was on a panel that Ben Rosen put on for the Rosen Forum in those very early days. And Gary got up and talked about what his plans were for CPM and where the company was going, and then made a comment. Well, this is a very large market, and there's room for lots of companies. And Bill Gates interrupted, and he said, no, there'll only be one company.
Gary Kildall's life cannot be summed up by any one incident. It was made up of many notable accomplishments and a constant desire to innovate. His numerous contributions to the PC industry are evident, if not always recognized. To those who knew him well, it was the delight of discovery and not the money that drove him.
And I think that in his mind, what he was always looking for is, what is it that he could get or do or create with the technology that would be his big win? And that was elusive. And in fact, the fact that it was elusive, I think, played very heavily on the way he lived the latter part of his life.
Gary Kildall's untimely death in 1994 at the age of 52 was a reminder that the light of genius is transitory and fragile. To his many friends and associates, it was a warning that we should cherish our relationships while we can.
He is among a very small group of people that helped change the world in the 70s, and I think another group of people have taken advantage of it in the 80s and the 90s, and I'm sure that will continue. But Gary made a difference. I think he knew he made a difference, and certainly the people who knew Gary knew he made a difference.
I think at this point in time it would be a shame to have Gary forgotten as being a person that was instrumental to the growing of this whole industry itself. Gary was somebody that had an infectious enthusiasm. If you go out in the industry and talk with associates that he worked with at a business level, knew Gary as a person that enjoyed enjoyed the warmth of human contact, that enjoyed going to parties, to be very personable. He was not somebody that restricted his focus to just the decision makers and the people that were leading the businesses and whatever. He was somebody that had a breadth of interests and was a very open person. So I think it would be a real loss if all that the industry remembers about Gary is he was the guy that was flying the day IBM came, because he was a much more of a person and contributed a great deal to this industry.
Gary did make a difference. He was a genius and a gentleman, a rare combination. Gary did make a lot of money, but he was driven by an honest desire to create new ideas that could expand the human potential. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Stuart Chaffee. The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by RonDiamond.com, the oldies site on the internet. Music and memories from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, not just another jukebox. Additional support comes from the law offices of Ivan Hoffman, lawyering with integrity for internet law, copyright, trademark, and other intellectual property law. And by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Some say the most important day in the history of personal computers occurred about 6 years ago when IBM introduced the original IBM PC. Since then, we've seen the XT, the AT, hundreds of clones, but it was this original IBM PC which set the standard. Today, IBM is trying to establish a new standard with a second generation of personal computers, the Personal System 2. Will this be a major event in personal computing history or just another new product introduction? We'll try to get an answer to that question today as we take an analytical look at the Personal System 2 computers from IBM on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible by Leading Edge, makers of IBM-compatible computer systems, including word processing with spelling correction, communication software, and Hayes-compatible 1200 and 2400 baud modems. Leading Edge, with over 1,000 service centers nationwide. Leading Edge, leading the way to the information age. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is the new IBM Model 50, part of its new line of Personal System 2 computers. There's been so much talk about the new IBM machines, people wondering how important a new product introduction this really is. Is it as important as the original IBM PC and so on? I want to ask you, what do you think? Is this exciting new technology, or is it really repackaging existing technology?
Well, IBM was forced to repackage some of the technology to be compatible with the old ATs, but in fact there are a lot of really interesting things that have been added to it. We have graphics, mouse support, the microchannel architecture. That means we're going to see some really interesting, colorful business applications. We're going to see good multitasking, networking support. And in fact, if you want to take a look at the whole line, it's covered right from the low end all the way up to the scientific workstations with the Model 80. So in general, I'm very impressed with the whole line.
Gary, we're going to take a look at the Personal System 2 computers today. We'll talk to journalists, analysts, and consultants to see what they think about the new IBM machines, and we'll get to play with one, take it apart, and see what it can do. First of all, what do consumers think about these new IBM computers? We talked to several computer retailers to find out what kind of feedback they're getting.
It was the biggest IBM product announcement since the original PC. And if the PS2 line didn't frighten the clone makers, it has brought a wide spectrum of potential buyers into computer stores with differing reactions.
First-time customers in the first week the machine was here were curious, would be the correct word. You know, curious about the smaller disk drives, curious about the displays, and the changes, you know, from the traditional IBM PC, which has been around for a long time. Business customers, though, have seemed to have caught right on to the Model 50s and 60s, and they're selling quite nicely. Lots of inquiries and lots of sales right away. So there seems to be an acceptance, which we had some doubts about, by small business.
The smaller footprint and better graphics of the new machines seem to attract the most favorable comments. But some nagging questions about software availability have yet to be answered.
Some of the customers are real concerned about the vaporware and some of the software that's not available at this point. And a lot of them want to have and touch and feel the products before they actually say, I want to buy. They want to see it and experience it before they actually go out and acquire the products.
Whatever effect the Operating System 2 delay has on sales, IBM's marketing plans appear to be a big hit with dealers. Restricting the number of sales outlets keeps profit margins up, and the training program is comprehensive.
What they're doing with the Personal System 2 is retraining the whole staff, technical and sales, in a timely manner. So, for example, by the end of this month, our whole sales staff will be trained at 2-day and more seminars, and some of them have already been trained. And that's particularly fast for such a new product.
Joining us in the studio now is Tony Harris, Director of Graphics Marketing for Digital Research, and next to Tony is Ron Kaufman, Technical Consultant with RX Computers in Oakland. Gary.
Tony, you and the GEM Group had quite a bit of experience with the PS2 during the porting of the GEM applications. What is your impression of the machine overall?
Well, this is definitely the machine for the end user, no question. Basically, right out of the box, the end user has very few cables to plug in, everything's clearly marked, very simple. Graphics are on the board, so no boards to plug in, as much memory as he needs, and a high-resolution graphics, 640 by 480 resolution and 16 colors, and away he goes.
Ron, what about from your perspective? You're a kind of frontline guy here who works with users. You've been working in the AT world primarily. What do you think about these machines?
Well, I walked out of the IBM press conference. I had two striking impressions. One is that they upped the ante for, they created the microchannel architecture, which is a wonderful compilation of all the improvements that have happened over the last 5 or 6 years to the original PC. They did a nice job of that, and they've made it very much easier for third-party vendors and IBM themselves to make further improvements to this machine. I think it's going to be around probably as long as the original PC, 4 or 5 years, and the second impression is that commitment to open architecture. I think there's no question that they stated that very firmly.
Right.
Tony, one of the wraps in the old IBM PCs has been in the world of desktop publishing, which is a very hot application now. It really hasn't been a very friendly machine in that environment. Have they really solved the problems of the PS2, a good desktop machine?
I think so. Basically, the high-resolution capability of the machine, 640 by 480, is now standard, and the monitor that comes with it is able to handle that straight away. You really need that kind of resolution to be able to display text and fonts on the screen, and also with the power of the processor, the two combine now to really give you a superb desktop publishing solution.
Now, in working with Jim, of course, you've come out now with a desktop publisher, and I might mention, Gary, this is, of course, your product and your company. Microsoft isn't the only software company working with IBM. You, in fact, were one of 10 companies, I think, that IBM had as part of the
That's correct. We were real happy to be a part of that.
Show us how a desktop publisher from Gem, for example, runs on the Model 50.
Okay, well, we're seeing the 640 by 480 16-color resolution of the machine at the moment, and this is the Gem desktop publisher application. What I can do here is we're showing the text. What I can do is drop a rectangle in here, much as you might see a rectangle on your paper at home, and then I can just simply select graphics here. We'll pull in a map of desktop publishing usage across the USA. I can then go to full page mode, and here we can really see the resolution of the machine coming into play, the speed of the processor, really combining to let me lay out my printed page and even add more graphics in, and then see how the text wraps around, and we can bring in a pie chart. So here what we have is high resolution combined with speed, combined with a really easy-to-use application, all working hand in hand for a desktop publishing solution.
Ron, when you see this, is the AT a kind of obsolete machine now?
I don't think it's obsolete at all. I really believe that, well, first off, most of the technology here can be added into an AT, as we already know. What the AT doesn't have, it's not the standard for the future. I believe it will run. It's allegedly going to run OS2. The talked about presentation manager, I'd like to know if Tony has actually seen that yet. Which I think is as we've seen from the Macintosh, is going to be the way that programs will be written in the future. So while it's not obsolete, as a matter of fact, there's some very, very good buys in the AT world right now. You can buy an AT for about $2,000, and that's quite a deal. If you have that need, you can probably beef it up to this. For about the same price range.
Ron, you brought up OS2, Operating System 2, which is the new operating system somewhere down the line.
Alleged
operating system, 1988 and beyond. Let me ask you guys, you're involved obviously in that world. How much of a handicap is it right now, do you think, to these machines that everybody's going to sit around and wait for the new operating system and the new power of the machines, particularly at the Model 80 end?
Well, of course, the way I'd answer that is that there is already an operating system from Digital Research, in fact, which runs on both the 286 and the 386 systems in the full-up protected mode, and that is in Flex OS. That's our operating system, and that's available today. Of course, as operating system 2 comes online, then our current Gem applications will move into that and remain compatible with it, indeed, as with Flex OS as well.
What about DOS 3.3? Is that any major improvement?
Well, it's not a major improvement, but it is clear that DOS 3.3 is going to be the productivity tool operating system for the next couple of years. I think it's much less clear that OS2 is going to be the operating system of choice for multi-user, multitasking operations. I thought it was significant on the day of the IBM press conference that Microsoft showed Xenix 386, for example. I thought it was I thought it was also significant that they flashed AIX in back of Bill Lowe, and I wonder what all these things mean. You know, they're telling us about OS2. I'm not quite sure it's going to be there.
Well, I think the real important thing is that it brings multitasking, multi-user systems to the forefront in terms of the mentality. People are thinking about that now. It's not single-threaded systems that we've seen for years and years. And I think that's really the most important part of that.
Sure.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to have two of the top journalists in the industry here in just a minute and find out what they think about the Personal System 2 computer, so stay with us. With us in the studio now is John Dvorak, contributing editor with PC Magazine, and next to John David Bunnell, editor-in-chief of PC World Magazine.
John, you and David have been commenting on the IBM PC world for well, as long as I can remember. What are your impressions about the introduction of the system, Personal System 2? It's the new, what do they call it, the new platform, I guess.
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah, right.
I like the size of the thing, that's one thing for sure, and the engineering inside is unbelievable. It's just fantastic, but the performance of the machine, except for the hard disk, it has a special cache that allows it to run a lot faster, or effectively faster, even though it's a slow hard disk. The performance of the machine is really a couple of years old. It's nothing particularly outstanding. In fact, this screen that we've got here is which shows a benchmark running, and it shows the machine running effectively at 9.8 megahertz, obviously not using wait state. It's got one wait state memory, which is kind of old-fashioned. The screen is blurry. There's a lot of little idiosyncratic things. It's a closed architecture, even though the other guest says it's open. It's open in a certain way, but IBM threatens to sue anyone for patent violation if they use it. And I'm, a little disappointed, actually.
Okay, so you sound pretty negative, but how about you, David?
Well, I think at least the mystery about what IBM is going to do has been removed, and I think these machines are going to do very well in Fortune 1000 companies where people have mainframes, but I don't think they're machines that people will lust after. And I think that if you look at the history of the personal computer and the machines that have truly been successful, including the original PC, the people really lusted after those machines. They had to have them. It was a big deal to have one of these machines on your desk. The PC, the Mac, the Apple II earlier, and I think the Mac II probably fits in that category, but I don't see anything here that I would lust after.
Mm-hmm. Okay, John, just following up on that one question about patent items in the machine itself, does that mean that we're not going to see clones in the new personal system too?
Well, when I talk to all the manufacturers of the clones, they all tell me two things that are interesting. One is that they're spending most of their time, and we've invited a new person into the CEO realm of the clone maker, which is the lawyer. They're spending all their time, the lawyers are poring over these things, trying to figure out where if it's a patent violation here and there, and whether they can even make cards. We're not even sure you can make cards. Nobody knows, so they're going to figure into the next 6 to 9 months trying to figure that out.
Do we need clones?
Yeah, that's the other, well,
isn't it, John?
Actually, yeah, that is a question. But I think when we start talking about machines 2 or 3 years from now, when we want to go to real fast CPU speeds in 386s, it might be nice to use this bus because it's a real nice bus. But the software runs on both the clones and this machine, and IBM is going to bring us some proprietary software that probably won't be too exciting if they go by past performance. So I don't see why there's even really that much concern. I'm not too worried about the clones cloning this machine.
David's comment about, do you need clones? Why do you say that? Do you think we can get along without clones?
Well, there are already machines on the market that perform as well as these machines, and the OS/2 operating system, when it comes out, is really transportable to other bus architectures, so it's not clear that the market really needs to clone the IBM bus. Perhaps other people will come up with different solutions.
John, one of the things I think you do like about this machine is how quickly you can take it apart, and it's kind of modular design. Can I ask you to sort of shut it down and...
Yeah, we're going to see what...
do that for me there.
It does turn off. I don't particularly like this switch in the front, by the way, although some people think it's a good idea. It turns out that it will just allow people to accidentally turn it off easier. Take this little 3.5-inch disc out. Most of the components of this machine, if you know what you're doing here, slide out, and things pop out. This is kind of interesting. They've got this.
You sure it pops out?
Yeah, they all pop out. It's just what's interesting about this particular. Gotta get this little button here, Oh, there it is. This is the tool that I didn't use to pop these things out. There's a little tool here, and you can pop out all these little rivets. There's a rivet here. Let me get this thing out of here. Well, anyway,
this really is a kind of a rector set
normally
approach.
A piece
I can see how easy this is to get out.
No, this is real simple to pop out here. We just pop this sucker out here. Well, let's see. Well, normally this thing just pops right out. It's just very easy to do. I seem to be missing a couple of these little bolts down here that normally... people don't think that these little bolts are going to last very long, but that's the only problem.
Those little plastic things that keep it all together.
Yeah.
So now you're getting closer.
Yeah, I am. I'm missing... there it is. Okay.
David, while he's messing around... oh, you got it.
Yeah,
you got it. Okay.
And then this hard disk slides right out, and you can pop a new one in.
You got more bolts to pump in there, I think is the problem there.
Those are all.
This is really fun for people that like to take their computers apart and put it back together. I think there's a big market for that.
Well, I mean, that's a serious question. I mean, what's the point, John? I mean, you like this, but I mean, is it important that you can pop all these things?
Well, no, what it really means is that a service guy can come into a big company. They figure they're going to spend 25% less in service contracts. I mean, it'll cost 25% of what a service contract currently costs, because you can come in, pop the hard disk out, pop the speaker out, pop this board out, you can pop anything out, pop it back in almost instantaneously, and the machine will be up and running again.
It real fast and
big companies need that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think these machines are really nicely targeted to large corporations. The question is, will they make an impact in small business and education and medium-sized companies? And that's not too clear yet.
David, what is your overall impression of the pricing, how it compares with the rest of the machines that are out there now?
Well, people are saying that they're amazed that the IBM pricing seems to be pretty high, but traditionally in the computer business, you start out with a high price and you can come down under it, and we know that the manufacturing costs of this machine are about 40% less than the traditional line of PCs, so IBM could lower the price significantly at a point when they need to do that.
Gentlemen, we have about a minute left. Briefly, what's the good and the bad here of the personal system 2 computers? John?
Well, I think the good is that it sets a new standard for engineering. There's no cables in this thing, which is kind of interesting, and there's nothing worse than these old machines. They got cables all over the place. You pull the cover off, jerks a bunch of cables out. It's a real mess. This is just a very nice. It could be built by robots, and it's very state-of-the-art kind of architecture inside in terms of the engineering and design. I like that, and it's small and lightweight.
Okay, David?
Yeah, I think what's significant is the new operating OS2 system and breaking through the 640K barrier, which isn't out yet, but once it's out, it will allow us to have new categories of software, and we'll finally have multitasking and be able to do some interesting things.
You're satisfied that's for real?
I'm satisfied it's for real, but I'm not sure when it will come out. That's a big question.
Gentlemen, you can continue to play there, John, if you like.
Thank you very much. And take it home.
We'll be back in just a minute with Jan Lewis and George Morrow, so stay with us. United Airlines runs one of the world's largest computer systems, the Apollo reservation systems, with 8,000 users, some 38,000 terminals. The good news for IBM is that United was the first corporate buyer of the personal system 2 computers, with an order for 40,000 Model 50s. The Model 50s will replace existing terminals on United's massive computer network. The Apollo reservation system runs off 8 IBM mainframes using 460,000 miles of communication circuits. The system can handle 1,500 transactions a second. Despite the fact that many of the existing terminals on the system are PCs or ATs, they are essentially dumb terminals with all applications coming from the centralized system. One reason United decided to go with PS2 computers was its desire to get into a more distributed architecture.
As we move forward in a distributed architecture, we're looking to provide our users with the ability to develop and support their own level of applications over time and not depend on us as a single source for all of their future enhancements.
United chose the Model 50 computers after concluding that they offered the best price-performance combination in the new PS2 line. The Model 50s will become an integral part of United's new focal point reservation system, which brings new enhancements to the Apollo network. Among the improvements are a menu-driven system which replaces cryptic codes with natural language commands. The net result is an up to 80% reduction in the number of keystrokes required to use the system. United is also using the Microsoft Windows environment so that reservations agents can now look at several aspects of a client's record at the same time, saving time and allowing for better service. Another benefit of the distributed architecture is locally controlled utilities such as calendar, calculator, online Rolodex, and even a word processor. Despite the use of PS2 personal computers on the United reservation system, United will not be making Focal Point available to PC users via an online service.
If you saw the movie War Games and saw a kid sitting on a PC at home and booking a round-the-world trip with no risk transference, he didn't buy anything, he just booked it. He's tying up live inventory. And from our perspective, from the airline perspective, that inventory is sacrosanct. Once you sell it, you can't get it back. And unless somebody physically gives you a credit card number or pays you for it, you have nothing.
United's decision to buy 40,000 IBM Model 50s is a major commitment to the Personal System 2 and the IBM standard. But Barry Kotar says the machines justify their confidence.
To say that we're very impressed would be an understatement. Its communications connectivity, its networking capabilities are unsurpassed. Long-term, the overall costs of maintenance and ongoing support of those devices, we believe, will more than pay for themselves. So we believe that IBM has developed a machine that will set the standard for the next 5 years that the others will have to play against.
With us in the studio now is Jan Lewis, president of the Palo Alto Research Group and publisher of Jan Lewis's Computer Insider. And next to Jan, George Morrow, computer pundit and right now chief scientist for Nestar.
Jan, in introducing this new machine line, IBM has really introduced a whole sales and service policy. The dealers themselves have to have training for the end user, the customer. What does this mean in terms of the new presentation of materials to consumers themselves?
Well, for the consumers, they're going to be getting a higher level of support from the dealers than they were on the first generation of PCs. What IBM really is doing is taking the kind of support they have provided to the mainframe users for many years and moving that level of support through the third parties, meaning the dealers, the borrowers, the retailers, to the end user.
So it really won't be up to the end user to install boards and try and figure out, go through manuals and determine for themselves how to run these machines then.
They will not have to do it, and if they did do it, it would be easier.
Yeah.
Well, and I think John Dvorak showed us how IBM's managed to make that an awful lot more practical than they did in the mainframe days. They can afford it now. They can give a level of service virtually impossible before.
George, what is your feeling about the clone issue?
Well, I have to disagree with the fellows about clones. I think there are going to be a lot of clones. And the main reason they're going to be clones isn't so much in processing power. Anybody can buy processing power now. You can get an Amiga with nice processing power. But it's the I/O bus that IBM has brought to the game now. And a very much more enhanced bus than it used to be. It'll go to 32 bits. And while the rest of the clone makers have been struggling and agonizing over how to move to 32 bits, IBM now has done it. And I think the other people that make machines in the desktop area are going to have to follow that lead.
Jan, what about operating system 2, multitasking and so on? For instance, we hear Apple right now is working on its multitasking software for the new Macs and so on. What's going to happen there? Is Apple going to beat IBM to the punch, you think, with this?
Well, I'm not sure that it matters whether somebody beats someone else by 6 months or not, because it's going to take many years for the software really to develop. And it's been many years that we've been promised multitasking operating systems. When it does happen, and when we do have that couple of years of development, I think the user is never going to want to go backwards. Never going to want to go back to the original kind of operating environment that they have had.
The amazing thing to me on the operating systems is that for now, going on 3 years, there's a huge gap between the addressability of these machines, at least on the IBM side, and what the operating systems can handle. And somebody has dropped the ball marketing and not coming in and filling the gap between that, the ability of the processor and the ability of the operating system.
Well, you know, we've had a lot of experience with multitasking operating systems in the past, and once people have changed over and used those kinds of operating environments, it's virtually impossible to go back to single-threaded systems.
That's true. You have to be very careful about the way you move them forward. But I think that what's happening in this marketplace is something that none of us expected a few years ago. You know, I was the first guy who said it was crazy to have a soft drink salesman running a computer company. But it turned out that marketing is a very important issue in this marketplace, and it's going to become more important. And I think if there's a deficiency in the marketing of the operating systems, or the problems of the operating system, is marketing and not technology.
Jan, George, thank you very much. That's it for our look at the new IBM Personal System 2 computers. Stay tuned. We'll have this week's computer news in just a minute. In the random access file this week, Lotus says it's finally dropping copy protection on 123 after years of complaints from users. The new release 3.0 will be copyable. The clone makers may finally be ready to close in on the Personal System 2 computers. Phoenix Technologies, makers of PC-compatible ROM BIOS software, has released 8 new products, including several that work with the Intel 8386 chip. Hewlett-Packard has announced 5 new PC-compatible products, including HP's first 386 product, the Vectra RS PC. HP also introduced a new entry-level Vectra called the CS PC. It's priced at only $11.95. Apple says it's working on the company's first laptop computer. No definite plans for a product release yet, but company spokesmen say Apple has built about a dozen prototypes. San Francisco was the site of this year's annual Apple Fest. Steve Wozniak was the keynote speaker. Several new products were unveiled, including Broderbund's new Jam Session software for the Macintosh. There were several low-end desktop publishing packages for the Apple II, and Applied Engineering finally showed off its PC Transporter package that lets you run IBM software on an Apple II. A Chicago teenager did a bit too much bragging on a bulletin board, and the hacker known as Shadowhawk found the FBI at his door. Shadowhawk had managed to break into AT&T's big computers at Bell Labs in New Jersey and allegedly downloaded about $1 million worth of software. FBI agents confiscated the hacker's equipment, including 2 Atari computers and, ironically, one AT&T 7300. Well, you've heard of Logo and you've heard of Lego. Now you can buy Logo Lego, a new computer-based building block system from the Lego company. A computer operates devices built with Lego blocks. The Lego TC toys will be available this Christmas. The peripheral bargain of the week is PerfoRip, a new $10 device from the American Mold Company of Florida. It automatically yanks those annoying perforated edges off your computer printouts. It also doubles as a ruler. At Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, they have trouble getting the computer nerds to show an interest in the school's athletic program. So this past weekend was Disc Day at the CMU Case Western football game. The first 300 students to show up at the game got free Macintosh diskettes. Finally, a New Yorker is using a Macintosh paint program to create new designs for his business, tattooing. He calls his software Fleshtop Publishing. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible by Leading Edge, makers of IBM-compatible computer systems, including word processing with spelling correction, communication software, and Hayes-compatible 1200 and 2400 baud modems. Leading Edge, with over 1,000 service centers nationwide. Leading Edge, leading the way to the information age. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles cover the latest in microcomputer technology throughout the world. Byte, the international standard.
This is the Jama Masjid in New Delhi. It's a classic example of Indian engineering, architecture, and design skills. This mosque was built in the 1600s. Nowadays, India's considerable skills in engineering and design are being used for a different kind of architecture, computer software, as India plays a leading role in a growing trend toward low-cost, offshore software development. Today, we take a look at software from India on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and Bix serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is Instaplan, a project management software package. Very highly rated, considered very powerful, and very inexpensive. You can buy the basic package for $99. What's interesting about Instaplan, and you wouldn't find it out by reading the documentation or the package, is that it wasn't produced in this country. It was produced in the third world in India. What seems to be happening is not only are the hardware guys going abroad to make their PC clones in Asia, but now the software guys are going abroad to develop software. Why?
Well, obviously, every good engineering department wants a software guru, right?
And they found the gurus in India. Okay. What's the real answer?
Okay. Well, it's obviously based in economics. Good, experienced software engineers are very scarce and very expensive here in the United States. Yeah. And, you know, you just can't, in many cases, you just can't find them. Now, we get into a situation here where we're selling software for $99. It means the engineering cost has to be very low in order to make profits. And that's one reason, of course, we go abroad. Now, another is that the whole process of engineering software has become much better understood than it was, say, 10 years ago. So we can, in a sense, export that technology and get groups of people together to produce things like Instaplan.
Yeah. Gary, we're going to focus on the international export software business, particularly in India. India seems to be leading the pack among the third world countries doing this kind of thing. One of the reasons may be the already existing network of many Indian nationals ensconced in the American computer business. We begin with a report on that from Wendy Woods.
Farouk Arjani came to America to do postgraduate work in California. The son of a school principal, Arjani was well tutored in the sciences and math, so a career in technology came naturally. Today, he is president of DocuPro, a maker of high-end electronic publishing software. He credits the Indian Reverence for Learning and excellent schools, known as Indian Institutes of Technology, for the abundance of Indian high-tech professionals.
Level of teaching is very, very outstanding in those schools, and it graduates students who are really well grounded in the sciences and in technology. And these are the people then who come to America by and large, who want to go and take a more advanced degree in America. Because let's face it, I think the U.S. is still the holy grail of technology, and so they want to come here and participate in that. And I think when they come here, they're overwhelmed with the opportunities.
Modern India often seems to be bursting at the seams with impatience, impatient to move forward and desperate to move up. A country that knows its abilities and is striving to make them known to the world. Burdened with a population over 3 times as large as the United States, with diverse languages and religions, India faces monumental challenges, socially and economically. To an outsider, the idea of an India brimming with advanced technology may seem difficult to reconcile with the clash of street life, where automobiles share the road with ox carts, and snake charmers are still more common than satellite dishes. Extremes of wealth and poverty are easy to find. In Bombay, glistening skyscrapers share the beachfront with decrepit shacks. But the dazzling contrast between ancient and modern is a routine part of life in India, just another challenge on the route to development. According to some, the country's new role in software development is partly due to an ancient tradition of logical analysis.
You will also find that logic finds its roots in Indian culture and Indian civilization. There's a lot of reasoning. So if you look at the manner in which education was built in the earlier years in India, the concept of one student and one teacher, it was a whole lot of philosophy and a whole lot of reasoning and logic. So I think somewhere at the back of things is that foundation of knowledge built on reasoning, of exploring.
India's new stature as an offshore center for software came about slowly, but it's picked up tremendous speed in the last 5 years. The government's liberalized computer and software policy of 1984, combined with a growing reputation overseas, made the Indian computer industry a choice prospect for joint ventures and high-tech developers. The burgeoning software industry here in India has led to a concentration of computer companies in the south of the country in the city of Bangalore. It's the fastest growing city in India. The Indians like to think of this as their own sort of Silicon Valley, though it might just as well be called Joint Venture Valley, since software development deals are under discussion with a host of major American computer companies, such as Prime, Sun, and Apollo, Hewlett-Packard, Texas Instruments, Unisys, Digital Equipment, Ashton Tate, and Microsoft. Not unlike California's own Silicon Valley, Bangalore's high-tech firms seem to breed more of the same. India's Space Center is located here, along with a sizable portion of the aerospace industry. In the center of town is the lush campus of the Indian Institute of Sciences, where research in parallel processing and superconductivity goes on inside, while a more basic kind of labor continues outside. Texas Instruments was the first American company to establish a fully owned software subsidiary here in a modern office building, complete with its own satellite dish. But other American firms were quick to follow. Digital Equipment Corporation, already the major presence in India since a hasty departure by IBM, recently spawned a new company called Digital Equipment India. Some of DEC India's projects include network operating systems, database managers, compilers, and designing VLSI, or very large-scale integrated circuits. The company decided there were several good reasons to expand in India.
Well, there's a tremendous cost advantage. As you know, the cost of Indian manpower is significantly less than what it is in the States. In terms of Digital's likes and dislikes, we found over the years, in the last couple of years, that they have supported us extremely well. The brain power is here, the technical talent is here.
The numbers that I'm giving you probably are about 3 years old when we did the feasibility report. But we felt that the cost of doing such work in Massachusetts was close to about $50 an hour, while we were able to contract with Hindetron for the same work at about $15 an hour.
Lower development cost is a compelling attraction for any competitive business, especially in the computer software field, but the complexity of software development requires more than just cheap overhead. It calls for a sustainable level of quality, which is maintained in turn by good programmers and engineers.
Once we were over the training period and logistics, the logistics and the communications between the two places, once we established those links, we felt that the quality that we were getting out of our export unit here in near Bombay was equal to what we were getting in Massachusetts. In fact, I would even comment the documentation was in some way was better because it was a lot more detailed.
DEC's new joint partnership conforms to the Indian government's new model for joint ventures, restricting foreign ownership to 40%. And it is the first such minority ownership deal ever for Digital. Across town, a well-established Indian computer firm called PSI continues quietly to build up its American customer base, which it started to develop in the early 1970s. PSI's founder, University of California graduate, looks with favor upon the new invasion of foreign computer companies.
I think it's a great thing for us because it's going to drive technology. It's going to make our people, it's going to hone their skills, further. It's going to keep us in touch with the state of the art. And I really welcome this kind of influence.
PSI's big partner is Bull Computer of France, recently merged with Honeywell. But their software projects span the globe. PSI has developed software for Western Union, Harris, and Whirlpool in the United States. A Japanese company hired them to write a bilingual Japanese and English word processor. And in another project for Japan, they created a Unix lookalike called Unix. PSI's founder recognizes that while the Indian software industry has made great strides, it takes more than technology to gain a foothold in the Western markets.
Our weakness is that we do not have a marketing reach within the US. we have to necessarily, today at least, depend on being able to convince a set of customers that we may meet, a set of potential customers that we may meet somewhere or the other, or if they hear from some of our other customers. Hopefully that will also change in the future so that we can make our abilities, our credibility known to many more companies.
Bangalore is also home to Wipro Systems and Wipro Information Technology. Wipro, which stands for Western Indian Products, got its start selling vegetable oils. Today, Wipro Information Technology is India's second largest computer company, specializing in board design. The company raised eyebrows at the recent Fall Comdex show, where it was one of only 3 companies in the world to unveil a high-speed 386 motherboard. Wipro surprised many industry people also with one of the first 386 multi-bus machines.
We were, and in fact Intel were the people to tell us this. They said we were the first in the world to do this outside of the US, and the 5th company in the world to be able to do this altogether. On the multi-bus 2, I'd say they're saying that we are amongst the earliest in the world to be doing it. Now, I wouldn't know whether we are the first in the world, or certainly I think what we're going to be able to do, we've already delivered systems.
Most of Wipro's software has focused on the PC, but the company is expanding now to other platforms like the Macintosh and the workstations of American-based Sun Microsystems.
We have a capability which is very unique and very valuable in the States, and we are defining that as the product development capability. So we are forming alliances on a product-by-product basis with various US firms that have the clout and the capability and the access to these distribution channels, and acting as an extension of their R&D capability. An example of that is our product Instaplan, where a company called Instaplan USA, which is a US corporation, markets our product in the US. And in fact, a month or so ago, PC Week rated it as the 2nd best project management software package in the world.
Wipro's newest projects include SoftLAN, a software-based local area network, and Multi-DOS to make the PC-AT into a multi-user system. As with other Indian vendors, Wipro had doubts about advertising the Made in India part of their product.
Very candidly, to some extent, there was some hesitation early on in saying that this product was developed in India, because we were worried that there would be a built-in resistance to buying something from a less developed country, okay, which does not really have a great name in computers. But now that is becoming less of an issue because that product is now firmly established in the US marketplace. In fact, just as an aside, my alma mater, Harvard Business School, is now using it in their MBA program. So our initial approach was indeed, very honestly, to downplay the Indian content. But now we are becoming pretty aggressive and vocal.
The recent surge in India's computer exports is at least partly due to the Indian government's concerted effort to ease foreign trade laws and to attract foreign investment. In the nation's capital, New Delhi, government agencies are using some traditional and some not-so-traditional means to hasten the arrival of high technology.
We are quite convinced that electronics and other high technology areas are going to provide us a vehicle to speed up the development process and then catch up with the world, if I may use that word. I don't see any way to do it by conventional, traditional way we were developing our economy. And we really would not like to left behind, and more important than that, amongst India's recognized strengths are the accessibility to talented people.
In the United States, we're used to high-tech company names like AT&T and IT&T, but here in India, the big technology company is ET&T, the Electronics Trade and Technology Development Corporation. It's a government agency designed to act as a catalyst to help bring India's high-tech products to market, both domestically and for export. Over the last 3 years, India's domestic electronics industry has been growing at a phenomenal 35% per year. The Department of Electronics wants to maintain that growth and spur exports, which are expected to top $1 billion by 1995.
You see, we have realized and growingly realized that for development of electronics in the country, we would essentially need to import, and we must continue to import. And it is simply not possible for any country in the world today to be self-reliant in that sense. Now, only question before a country like India relates to that if the growth of electronics is going to need considerable amount of foreign exchange resources, then we must also have experts out of electronics. And we see a great possibility of doing so, both in area of computer software, as well as I would say in the area of hardware also.
To help technology find its way into Indian life, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi took the unusual step of creating a special government position called the Technology Advisor, a position that requires perseverance and patience.
The problem is much more complex in terms of social interaction, value system, political interference, bureaucracy, you name it. But at the same time, there is a lot of potential. You got a lot of talent, and there is a lot to do. So as I came in the system, I learned because I had lost a lot of time. I listened to people, and I sort of felt that the key to making a break here is not technology, is really teamwork and creating new work environment.
Sam Petroda made his fortune in the United States, but decided to return to India to help break down the old hierarchies with some American business methods. He soon found that the problems began in his own office.
When the boss goes to some office or somebody's workplace, they all stand up. It's a normal routine. So in early days when I moved here, we had only one phone. So every time somebody called me, I'll go into the office next door, and all these girls will stand up. So I kept telling them, I said, look, you don't have to get up when I come, because I get 10 phone calls a day. Why should you stand up and then remain in standing position until the call is done? If I'm on phone call for half an hour, they'll stand for half an hour. So I kept telling them, and it didn't make any sense to them, because they thought I was just kidding. I still like their standing up, because that's respect. So one day I collected all my courage, and I just went into this office, grabbed one girl by both shoulders and said, you sit. And she was all shaken up. I look also a little more frightening compared to others. So she realized that the guy gets mad. Word got out that he really doesn't like when you stand up. These are the kinds of issues we had to deal with.
India's bid to become a major player in the world of high technology faces other obstacles as well, mostly due to the rudimentary infrastructure of the country, only now beginning to improve. In particular, communication by telephone can be exasperating.
It's a very serious problem for us, but we've compensated for it in the facility. We've got uninterrupted power supply, full generating systems. Communications problems are more a problem internal than they are external. Communications through external to the United States is relatively good. It's more difficult to make a phone call from this location to the hotel than it is to make a phone call from here back to our home office.
To overcome the communications problem, many new joint ventures have turned to satellite links. Texas Instruments, DEC, and Citicorp own or lease satellite dishes, permitting them direct 24-hour data transfer and electronic mail, bringing the office in Bangalore into the office next door. While India's telecommunications facilities may lag behind the rest of the world, its expertise in one area of the computer business is quite possibly second to none. Several Indian companies and schools have become experts in Unix, an operating system which is now attracting renewed interest in the United States. The growth of Unix as a standard was driven largely by the pullout of IBM after a dispute with the government. Many Indian professionals now view IBM's departure in 1978 as a stroke of good luck.
On the whole, the departure of IBM has been good for the country. IBM was a giant, and possibly it's stifled development. IBM used to sell so aggressively that it used to shut out others from the market. The whole computer scene changed dramatically after IBM's departure. Not only CMC, but many other companies have come up. Even manufacturing companies have come up. Partly it could also be due to the fact that the microprocessor came in after that. But to a certain extent, yes, IBM's departure led to the opening up of the market.
Now, in India, Unix is the #1 priority, unlike the US or Europe, where it's an important subject. It's becoming more important. But people also use Unix. Here, everything is built around Unix. So I can see that we may be getting advantage because of the work that our people are doing with Unix.
India's expertise in Unix has given its local vendors a head start on new hardware implementations. Hindustan Computers Limited, or HCL, is India's largest computer company. Of their 3,400 employees, 70% are engineers.
We decided to back Unix. It was the risk we took in 1985. We put 100 engineers behind Unix in 1985. I think you can see some of the results come out in the last 2 years. Today we are the biggest Unix house in India. Unix is the standard, and our Unix minis, or super micros, whatever you call them, are actually the largest selling by far in the Indian marketplace. In fact, we've put together a commercial toolkit in the mini area that I don't think is equaled even in the US. We are talking to companies like Sun and Apollo to port it on their machines for sale in the US.
HCL's latest machine is the Magnum, a multi-processor super mini-computer running Unix System 5 version 3. The Magnum can handle multiple motherboards and has found a niche market in the United States. AT&T has acknowledged the company's leading role in Unix development.
We knew the 030 was coming out. We are a source licensee on Unix, so we have the source. So we simulated the chip, developed a board, ported the software on it, on this simulated board, and waited for the chip. We didn't know we were the first. In fact, the AT&T people came in and said, you know something, you're probably the first guys to show this in an exhibition. No one's really talked about it. And that's the time we looked at it and said, hey, you know, if we'd really thought of it earlier, we could have made these boards and sold them out in the US. People would have bought them.
HCL's jump on the competition is not entirely the result of its faith in Unix. Like many other Indian computer vendors, HCL has access to a large pool of locally educated programmers and engineers, claimed to be the second largest number of college-educated personnel in the world. That's it for part one of our look at third world software. On part two, we'll see how Indian software solved the problems of one of the world's largest train systems. We'll look at India's competition, and we'll show you the high-tech side of Bombay. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Stuart Chaffee. In the random access file this week, Intel has demonstrated its new 32-bit chipset, implementing the Extended Industry Standard Architecture, or EISA as it's known. The Intel chipset allows users to add 32-bit high-performance boards to existing 8 or 16-bit standard AT slots. Intel also has another chipset that is compatible with IBM's microchannel architecture. Advanced Logic Research has entered the 486 computer game by announcing a new low-cost AT clone that is upgradable by replacing the 286 CPU with a 486 chip. The basic ALR machine, called the PowerFlex Model 40, will sell for under $1,500. The 486 chip upgrade will cost around $3,000. So for about $4,500, ALR is offering a relatively low-cost 25 megahertz 486 computer. Apple says it's developing its own new PostScript clone, a proprietary font scaling and page description language for use in the future Macintosh system software and Apple laser printers. Apple is therefore selling its share of Adobe Systems, which had been providing Apple with PostScript. There are reports that Apple is stopping production on the Mac 2 to focus exclusively on the new Mac 2 CX. Sales of the 2 CX with more speed and a smaller footprint have been far ahead of the older Mac 2. Hewlett-Packard has introduced a new inkjet printer for the Macintosh. It is a modified version of the HP DeskJet printer designed for low-volume users looking for laser-like quality. The HP printer is QuickDraw compatible, retail price $11.95. The Open Software Foundation is sponsoring a major study on the use of Unix. The one-year study will look at the use of open systems technology, user requirements, and customer attitudes. The Santa Cruz operation has released the newest version of Unix for the PC called SCO Unix System 5 386, release 3.2. SCO is no longer calling its product Xenix. AT&T has finally agreed to license SCO to use the Unix name. The new SCO Unix will support 486 systems and either the EISA or MCA bus. The National Education Association has called for a computer for every teacher by 1991. The NEA says there is no way for students to get adequate computer training if teachers are not given the appropriate computer tools. Researchers at Purdue University have developed a computer program for students that teaches the youngsters about the dangers of drugs and alcohol abuse. The software includes video games designed for students in grades 4 through 10. Free copies of the program can be requested by contacting Purdue. Finally, Lotus has announced the winners of this year's prize for innovative 1-2-3 applications. In the corporate category, the winner was Brand Neiman of the Environmental Protection Agency for a 1-2-3 spreadsheet that predicts acid rain pollution. The winner in the commercial category was Stephen Wexler, who developed an entire music production management system using Symphony. Winners get $500 contributed to the charity of their choice. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next week.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte magazine, and BIX, the Byte Information Exchange. In print and online, Byte and BIX serve computer professionals worldwide with detailed information on new hardware, software, and technologies.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
There's a lot of Japan in the United States, certainly quite a bit of it here in San Francisco. Lots of Japanese products, of course, too. But one Japanese export which has not been very successful here has been the Japanese computer. Why? What have been the problems? We'll find out the answers to these questions as we take a look at Japanese computers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Popular Computing, the magazine that gives readers an understanding of the technology and applications of microcomputers and software in office, home, and classroom.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we've been hearing for years now about the Japanese threat. Any minute they're about to invade our shores, take over the PC market just like they did cars and VCRs and cameras and so on, but it hasn't happened yet. Has that window of opportunity passed, or is it still possible the Japanese could move in?
Well, first of all, we're talking about packaged personal computers because they've had many successes in other areas related to computing. But the Japanese have a very large market at home, and that's the home market they address first. In the U.S., it's primarily a conversion process in many cases. Here they're in the consumer business. They don't really have the distribution, marketing, and support channels for computers themselves. Now, the potential is certainly there, but the U.S. manufacturers are hoping to keep them offshore by the ingenuity that we have at home.
Today we're going to go to Japan to see the latest in Japanese technology in the personal computer field. We'll also see what's going on in some other foreign countries as they try to get aboard the computer bandwagon. We're going to begin, though, by taking a background look at what the Japanese effort has been thus far to get into that world market.
When the first Japanese transistor radio appeared in 1955, few people realized that it signaled the start of the Japanese economic miracle. From radios to stereos, from cars to cameras, the Japanese have marked one success after another in markets around the world. Japanese technical proficiency is renowned, and in fact the country's professional base seems geared toward high tech. On a per capita basis, Japan has 4 times as many engineers as the United States. But in spite of a dominant position in consumer electronics, the Japanese have not done so well with computers, at least those for export. Japanese computer companies own about 10% of the world market, while the U.S. has 80%. And in the United States, which accounts for over half of the global market, Japan holds only 2%. But the Japanese have excelled in producing components, hardware, and peripherals which don't require software development or extensive customer support. With some exceptions, they have been content to leave systems integration and service to domestic affiliates. Like the early years of Toyotas and Datsuns, however, the Japanese have learned since their first attempts, and their recent approach to home computer exports seems to be one of waiting and watching.
Japan is the world's second largest computer market. More than $24 billion worth of computers have been sold here. But of course, the world's largest computer market is the United States, more than 4 times the size of Japan's. So no matter how successful a Japanese computer manufacturer may be in the domestic market, the temptation is irresistible to want to sell Japanese computers in the United States.
まず見逃せないのは、アメリカでほとんどのデファクトスタンダードになった IBM PC の存在が。
I understand that in the United States, the IBM PC is a kind of de facto standard. Most Japanese computers are not based on this standard. Instead, Japanese computer makers are struggling to make special machines for export to the United States, which are not sold in Japan.
で、ソフトウェアのドキュメンテーションと
Japanese computer companies are faced with 2 major problems. First, poor documentation, and second, a weak user interface. These are 2 very serious problems. These problems must be resolved to make Japanese computers exportable.
The distinct difference between Japanese and American computer users has not been overlooked by the Japanese makers and can be seen in any Japanese computer store. A profusion of low-cost machines attracting some very young customers, and the accent is definitely on entertainment software.
Japanese market currently moving from the hobbyist market to the business-oriented market. In the U.S., almost all the personal computers already moved from the hobbyists to the business areas.
The IBM of Japan is the NEC Corporation, with a 58% share of the local PC market. But like most Japanese manufacturers, NEC has had disappointing sales in the United States and seems to be waiting for some major improvements, especially in the home computer field.
In Japan, we try to sell our personal computer to the home market. However, the current software and word processors functions is not sufficient for the home use, but gradually increase. Gradually, such a market will be increased until the next 5 or 10 years. But currently, we do not have any big such a home market yet.
日本のマシンが売れる条件というのを考えています。
For Japanese computers to sell successfully in the U.S., they need, first of all, some unique new software, and that brings up the problem of finding good third-party developers. Next, Japanese makers need to find good retail outlets to sell their own software. Maybe the reason NEC and other Japanese companies are not pushing harder in the U.S. is because they are not ready yet. They are saving their strength for the future. That's why I say this is a time for waiting.
Japanese industry has a firm tradition of introducing new products in the domestic market first. Only then, if Japanese consumers respond favorably, will the product go overseas. It has been a recipe for success so far, but the computer is a special case.
transplanting Japanese-built software to American market, especially applications software, I think it's very hard. And there is no established technology about writing operating systems or communication software, not much in Japan. And I think I was wondering what is the reason why there is such a difficulty. And my conclusion is, it is impossible to ask Japanese to speak English, right? A computer is invented in United States. And it is impossible for Japanese people to, well, they can copy the inventions, but really inventions, there must be some sort of the fashion or style or history.
Of all the new Japanese computer products, the most closely watched is MSX. Aimed primarily at the home market, MSX is an operating system designed by Kei Nishi to solve the problem of incompatible machines. MSX is a standard for 8-bit machines, and no matter who manufactures the computer, if it runs on MSX, it will run any software written for MSX, an admirable concept with its share of problems.
I know that in Tokyo, MSX machines are being sold at discount prices. In this case, it's not because the product is popular. It's just that MSX has not been very successful. Like inexpensive computers in the United States, it's a loser's game. Their business capabilities are very weak. For example, disk drives are lacking, memory storage is very limited, and screen resolution is poor, well below US standards.
The reason why I think MSX is going to have a very important significance among the industry is looking back the history of consumer products. All the consumer product success is multiple hardware vendor and multiple software vendor. There has been no consumer products that has established only with single source of the vendor. And the beauty of this product is we have a very clear separation of software and hardware.
MSX is a hybrid of Eastern and Western technology. Although made in Japan, it was designed in the United States. While MSX is still an unknown factor, it points to Japan's unconventional approach to a routine obstacle, compatibility.
In fact, if the Japanese made machines to the IBM standard, it would just lead to a kind of price war. It would not improve anything. Instead, the Japanese companies are trying to produce machines with higher standards, a higher level of functions. The bigger the gap between Japanese and American computers, the better the chances are for new Japanese machines.
Personal computers is a good, something like the culture-oriented good. So from Japan, it's very difficult to export our personal computers to the United market. In other words, IBM is very difficult to export IBM personal computer to Japan. So the cultural problems is very important.
Faced with a language obstacle, an uncertain market, and cutthroat competition, the Japanese are striking out in all directions to get the jump on new computer technology. The best place to see this is at the first Japanese Comdex, where the opening day's attendance was the highest ever recorded at this American-style computer show. The products on display ranged from the very clever to the very advanced, with a particular emphasis on Asian applications. Fujitsu's Chinese word processor attracted a lot of interest, as did the Thai language version. Before computers, there was no practical way to type the thousands of characters called kanji. To deal with the complexity of these symbol words, different systems have been adopted. This version recognizes the corners of a character chosen by the user from a keyboard. By doing away completely with the keyboard interface, CIC's Handwriter treats kanji as graphics. Its built-in dictionary recognizes thousands of characters entered by the user on a digitizing pad. Among the new portables, Fujitsu showed a 16-bit machine with a 25-line by 80-column screen. It comes with 128K of random access memory, expandable to 448K, and up to 512K of ROM. Prices are not set, but will begin around $1,300. The most unusual portable on view was probably the Ampere WS1. Its bizarre clamshell case hides a full-sized screen and a Motorola 68000 chip. The operating system is APL, a compact, powerful language developed in the early 60s for scientific applications.
APL, it's a learning APL. APL language, very powerful language. Also, we developed the new original operation systems called Big DOS. It is a multitasking, multi-user operation system, completely unique for a lap-size computer. This function is completely unique, so we need a completely unique shape.
By far the most compact machine at the show is the Epson wrist computer, a watch-sized computer on a chip with a communications port, 2K of RAM, and 4 built-in programs. It also tells time, by the way. Advanced peripherals were preeminent at Comdex, and leading the group was the CD-ROM disc, displayed both by Denon and Sony.
CD-ROM is the kind of new technologies using the CD audio technologies. This is a very high-capacity mass storage systems. This is read-only memory and a capacity of 540 megabytes. When you compare the floppy disk with these ones, capacity is more than 500 times, and so the capacity is very huge. And also this is using the technology of the audio CD, so the media itself is eventually the cost will be inexpensive. Oh, there are many applications there. The one is a kind of database access. There are so many online database in the United States, but the cost of the retrieving is very expensive because of using the telephone lines. And this is a very relatively inexpensive medias, and this you distribute 1,000 pieces to the customers, and the cost is very cheap. And also some companies thinking kind of home education or school educations, because this media can contain graphics, sound, text, voice, and so on.
For the user with serious data storage problems, Sony offered a large-sized Laserdisc with a capacity of 3.28 gigabytes, or about 30,000 pages. To satisfy the Japanese craving for foreign language instruction, a number of CAI applications were on view, including this computerized mystery story from the Limelight Company. The built-in cassette player is synchronized to the screen's graphics for a complete audiovisual language lesson.
New York seems strange to Tom. It doesn't seem real.
Japan's manufacturing ingenuity is on display around the world, and the first-time visitor to Japan sees it everywhere, from neatly packaged lunchboxes to high-tech toys. But most Japanese companies seem to admit that when it comes to computers, they lack the competitive edge, for now.
Stuart, it looks like there are a lot of manufacturers in different countries that like to bring computers onto the shore, but it really is a Japanese challenge that our manufacturers are concerned about.
We're going to talk about that next, Gary. We have Michael Miller with us now. Michael is the West Coast editor of Popular Computing magazine. And next to Michael is Christopher Meade, the editor and publisher of the Japan High-Tech Review based in Phoenix, Arizona.
Chris, in various publications we've seen computer systems that have been very successful in Japan, such as the Sharp X1 or MSX, that have not come onto our shores, that haven't been introduced in the United States. What's the reason for that?
I think the basic reason is really just language. First of all, the Japanese language is so complicated with the characters or kanji, which need to be represented graphically, it requires more computer power to do that than just the Western alphabet. This has meant that until just a year or so ago, it was impossible to have the Japanese language on personal computers. This kept them far behind our industry in their development of personal computers.
Now, what about their local customer base? You know, there's quite a few million people in Japan. Is there let's say, some intention to sell into that market first and then come on into the United States? Do you feel that at all?
Well, I think that's been true with many Japanese companies as sort of a traditional viewpoint, that you don't want to embarrass yourself outside before you first perfect your product at home. Mm-hmm. There's part of that. The other problem is, of course, I alluded to the Japanese language. We also have the English language problem. With software, it's a tremendous advantage to speak the language of the people you're selling to.
So there's also the conversion of just the manuals and documentation and the programs themselves into English. Michael, what about, let's take MSX as another example. Now, that is a machine that could compete, let's say, with the Commodore 64. Has Commodore and Atari, have those two companies kept MSX out?
Well, MSX is really a standard that will be adhered to if it exists by a number of Japanese companies. Many of these machines were shown in January at the Consumer Electronics Show, and many of them are being marketed in Japan. But as of yet, nobody's brought them over here successfully. It seems that the machines are not up to date as much as the newer machines that Commodore and Atari are about to come up with.
But what about manufacturing and packaging? Do the Japanese have any, let's say, real distinct advantage over the companies here in the United States, or are things being built in the Orient anyway?
Well, basically, both the Atari machine, the Commodore machine, in fact, machines by all manufacturers, consist in a large part of components that are manufactured in Japan or South Korea or other overseas destinations.
Christopher, you were suggesting that the problem of language and so on is kind of a past tense problem. Do you see the Japanese as having solved that now and therefore becoming a greater challenge in the future?
It depends on what you mean by the future. The next 6 months, I don't see much of a problem for American makers. I think it's more long-term. For example, Hitachi Corporation has had an internal goal of becoming the #1 computer company in the world. But they would like to be the #1 semiconductor manufacturer in the world. And the hope was to reach that goal in 1990, and then to pass IBM and be the world's top computer maker in the year 2000. So there's a lot of time.
Well, what about peripherals? The Japanese have been very successful on the peripheral side here in this country. Why?
Absolutely. The language problem is really not as important there. For manufacturing, you'll see more and more American companies turning to Japan, and you'll also see American designers deciding, for whatever reasons, I don't want to work with these American manufacturers. I want to go directly. It's eventually going to be produced in Japan anyway, so why don't I just go there right from the start?
Well, that's kind of scary prospect for the competition in the future then. Gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you for adding that information. Now, will the Japanese, in fact, take over the computer market in this country, much as they have done in cameras and VCRs and automobiles and so on? Our commentator, Paul Schindler, has some thoughts.
Japanese journalists often come here to ask me about life in the electronic cottage, which proves my point that no matter what you may have heard, the Japanese still don't have all the answers. Now, a lot of people have been making a prediction for years that there's going to be an overwhelming Japanese invasion that'll sweep into the American personal computer market just like they did autos and steel. Well, I'm here to tell you that Silicon Valley isn't Detroit or Pittsburgh. And I'm not going to argue that the managers here are smarter than the captains of industry who let the Japanese steal their markets. But they are younger and nimbler, and they won't sit still for it. I also won't argue that the Japanese imitate instead of innovate. They do both, and they do both well. But we've got a secret weapon they may never overcome. This is a keyboard society, theirs is not. English is phonetic, most Japanese alphabets are ideographic. Every English word can be written with 26 letters, but it takes thousands of characters to write Japanese. I type 60 words a minute, but in Japan, 5 words is breakneck speed. Sure, they might beat us to voice recognition, but the US market for Japanese-speaking computers is going to be pretty small. Don't worry about Japan. I don't. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
On our next edition of the Computer Chronicles, we'll visit Tsukuba, Japan, to take a look at Expo 85, Japan's high-tech World's Fair of the future. You'll see computers from around the world, and we'll show you robots that walk, talk, and even play the organ. Don't miss it next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the random access file this week, it's send in the clones time, the AT clones this time. First of all, Compaq has announced 2 new computers, a desktop and a portable, that are AT compatible. Compaq says its desktop runs up to 30% faster than the IBM AT. And NCR has announced a new AT clone called the PC8. It can serve up to 16 users. Both the Compaq and NCR computers use the Intel 8286 microprocessor, the same one used in the IBM PC8. Also rumors that both Tandy and Hewlett-Packard are readying AT clones, the Tandy machine possibly being shown at this week's Comdex in Atlanta. Another major attack on IBM came this week with 2 announcements from AT&T and Xerox. First of all, AT&T said it will begin selling its new 32-bit microprocessor in the hopes of expanding the Unix world. The new AT&T chip, of course, runs Unix. And Xerox announced this week that some of its new computers will be AT&T compatible, and that Ethernet and AT&T Starlan will now work interchangeably. Meanwhile, Apple announced the end of the Lisa, more recently known as the Macintosh XL. Lisa, which never made it in the marketplace, had gone down in price from $10,000 to under $4,000. Apple says it will instead concentrate on making more Big Macs. All the talk about Japanese exports and imports may not mean much in the future in the computer field. Japan has been investing heavily in Silicon Valley. Here's a look at the leading Japanese companies now making high-tech products in California. Overall, Japanese corporations own or control 140 industrial plants in California. One writer says it may be time to rename Silicon Valley Sashimi Valley. No need to rename our writer, Paul Schindler. He's back again with this week's software review.
There's a problem with my copy of DBase 3, and the problem is the people who sold it to me don't think there's a problem. You see, I can load this popular program on my hard disk if I want, gaining speed and convenience. I can load it, but to use it, I have to load a floppy disk every time. That's because DBase 3, like a lot of other expensive software, is copy protected. You know, a hard disk full of copy protected software is nearly pointless. There is an answer. It's Copy2PC. This program enables you to make backup copies of copy protected software. Have a look at its screens. They're nearly too simple for words. This program was not made to look at, it was made to use. It lets you put copy-protected software on hard disks without requiring you to insert that floppy. Now look, I know Copy2PC and its ilk can be used illegally, but so can a butter knife. Does that mean we should ban butter knives? I don't think so. I haven't made a single illegal copy of any software with this program, and I never will. I don't think you will either. Copy2PC, $50 from Central Point Software in Portland, Oregon. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
One software trend is the growth of mini versions of best-selling business programs. 2 examples, MicroPro is coming out with a mini WordStar to sell for $150, less than half the price of a full-blown WordStar. Other mini programs coming include subsets of Framework and a mini version of ThinkTank. There may be a slowdown in the sale of home computers, but computers in the schools are booming. The number of computers in schools increased by 75% last year. Nearly 300,000 computers were bought by schools in '84. More than 85% of public schools now report using computers. The average school has 8 computers. The airline People Express has come up with a solution to the problem of busy reservation operators. Replace them with computers. You can now make a reservation on People Express by punching in the appropriate data on your touch-tone telephone. A synthesized voice coaches you along the way. Finally, Apple may be known for its TV ads here in the States, but IBM carved a niche for itself in a French magazine this month, becoming the first advertiser ever to have a talking, blinking ad in print. The ad appeared in an April issue of France's news weekly Le Point. The ad featured an embedded microprocessor, battery, and speaker, which caused the Charlie Chaplin ad to light up and play music when the page was turned. The ad cost IBM $2 per issue. Nearly 300,000 copies of Le Point were bought on the first day. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll see you again next time.
The Computer Chronicles was brought to you in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Popular Computing, the magazine that gives readers an understanding of the technology and applications of microcomputers and software in office, home, and classroom.
Hotel accommodations in Japan provided by the Capital Tokyu Hotel, a member of the Tokyu Hotel chain, with hotels throughout Japan and the Far East. Air transportation courtesy of Japan Airlines, providing service to 33 countries around the world.
dolls, bicycles, skateboards, games, toys, and computers. Computers have become just one more item on the shelves of mass merchandisers like this Toys R Us store here in Redwood City, California. And while Coleco, Mattel, TI, and Sinclair are all gone now, Commodore and Atari are still battling it out in the low-cost computer wars. Today, we take a look at the so-called low-end computers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you in part by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Popular Computing, the magazine that gives readers an understanding of the technology and applications of microcomputers and software in office, home, and classroom.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, this little Commodore VIC-20 really got the low-cost computer business started with people able to go out and buy a small computer for just a few $100s. And I think we tend to forget, as we talk about IBM and Apple all the time, that there are more little Commodores out there than anything else. But Commodore and Atari, we know, are coming out with more sophisticated computers now. Is, in fact, that line disappearing between the so-called low-end computer and the mid-range guys like Apple?
Well, Stuart, as you're aware, the low end means the home market, and that means TV pricing. And the consumers nowadays expect an awful lot more than they did a couple of years ago. Many of them were burned by what now turns out to be an expensive doorstop for them. So success at the low end means that we're going to see very sophisticated hardware and software systems that are going to put an awful lot of pressure on the mid-range machines.
And when we talk about the low end today, that really means Commodore and Atari. And when we talk about Commodore and Atari, that means Jack Tramiel, the king of the low-cost computers. We'll get to meet Jack and talk to him and his son and find out what's happening at the new Atari. We'll go back to Pennsylvania and find out what's going on at the new Commodore. But first of all, these computers may be inexpensive, but they do some nifty things. Let's take a look.
A few years ago, the low-end computer was promoted more for its price than its flexibility, more for entertainment than as a serious tool. But many owners of $2,000 computers might be surprised to see the inventive ways in which these inexpensive machines are used today. This Commodore 64 has taken its place alongside more traditional instruments in a music studio in San Francisco. It supports a group of musicians and composers who base their work on an unconventional tuning system called just intonation. Unlike the traditional 12-tone scale, just intonation requires the retuning of musical instruments to fit new, simple ratio intervals. The computer can overcome this time-consuming task since it will generate a piece of music from its mathematical description. Like a human singer, there is no limit to its tonal variations, and retuning a program is much easier than retuning a piano. While the sound quality restricts the machine's performance abilities, the computer's role is more as a sketchpad to test new ideas, provide the background sound, and as a reference for tuning other instruments. Another clever application makes use of a typical low-price computer's strong point, graphics. With a digitizing pad and a color plotter, this user has painstakingly created a library of city maps, showing the location of projected buildings and their shadows, traffic congestion, and land usage. Since the printout is on transparent plastic, he can highlight certain aspects of each map and study them together in overlay. While not every computer owner may want his machine to create unorthodox music or to draw detailed maps, the potential uses of a discount store special should not be underestimated. It is no longer a toy.
Joining us now is Leonard Tramiel. Leonard is Vice President for Software Development at Atari, and next to Leonard, his father, Jack Tramiel. Jack, Chairman and CEO of Atari, and formerly the President of Commodore.
Jack, you were Commodore. You were a very important part of Commodore, obviously, several years ago when the low-cost calculator, 995 calculator, was introduced. What is your ideas? What is your idea about marketing low-cost devices?
Well, my idea is always to try to bring the best technology at the lowest price. to the masses. We are a company which we like to sell to the masses, not to the classes.
Okay. Well, this particular new introduction of a machine is threatened. I guess it threatens the mid-range computers, as we mentioned earlier. This particular machine, the 520 ST, is an $800 machine, if I understand it correctly.
Yes.
It's a half a mega memory, a 68K processor, and a monochrome display. Now, that price point must have been a very difficult one to hit. How do you do that?
Well, I mean, there's no question that it is always hard to come up with a new product. But knowing and understanding the semiconductor business and knowing where the costs are going, you can always foresee what you're going to be able to come out with. And with no question, it is feasible at the present time. To give you an idea, when we started developing this particular product, a 256K RAM used to cost $30. Today it's down to $4. So you only have to have a crystal ball and to be able to see it, what's going to happen. And for some reason we have that particular crystal ball.
Now, how much of an advantage do you have? Do you build this offshore, or is it built in the U.S.? Where is it?
No, we do definitely have in Atari. Atari has a very large assembly plant in Taiwan, and we are continuing assembling in Taiwan. But the parts, most of them come from the United States. They're shipped to Taiwan for assembly. So more than 75% in this product is American-made.
Give us an idea, Jack, of the cost in terms of figuring out what it costs to make that computer. How much does it cost, in fact, to put it together compared to how much does it cost to buy the parts?
I would say that the assembly of the computer is about 2% of the cost.
So I mean, it's just a couple of bucks, basically, to build that computer.
Well, it's more than a couple of bucks.
Now, you mentioned before you've had the unique ability to have this crystal ball and kind of guess at where prices are going. Has that been the difference? I mean, what happened to Coleco and TI and so on?
Well, I believe when it comes to Coleco, Coleco definitely is a toy maker and they're very successful of manufacturing toys. And they were trying to apply the same technique into computers, and it didn't work because it was like a toy, and they failed.
Was this basically where they were selling the machines? Or you're selling, for example, in the Kmart's, for example, is that a good place to sell computer systems, or is it a good place to sell toys?
I believe that Kmart